Story begins during a storm. Thunder roars, lightning strikes, and rivers of blood flow beneath the dark sky. Amidst the corpses, a beautiful girl stands with a dagger. She smirks and says, "Qing Feng, you're still standing? Even under the hundredfold aging effect? You managed to clear the ancestral god's ruin." She continues, "But even if you did, this divine artifact, Eye of Judgment, is mine now." Qing Feng, barely standing and severely wounded, coughs blood and asks, Why would you betray me now? I'm your brother." But she coldly replies, "You? My brother? You're just adopted. We don't even share the same blood." Suddenly, another man appears behind her, Song Fei. The moment she sees him, her expression softens. "Brother Song Fei," she squeals. Song Fei sneers at Qing Feng. "Thanks, Qing Feng. Without you, we'd never have gotten this divine artifact." Then he yanks out Qing Feng's eyes and says, "This soul-stealing blade in your body? It drains your entire lifespan in one strike." Qing Feng grits his teeth and screams, "Qin Xiu, after our parents died, I raised you. I supported you through school. When this game merged with our world, I risked my life over and over to protect you." His sister replies, "Exactly. Ever since our parents died, you've been controlling my life like a boss. But now, thanks to this artifact, I don't need your protection anymore." Song Fei lunges with his blades and says, "Now die peacefully. I'll take good care of your sister." Qing Feng shouts, "Even if I die here, I won't let you leave." But in the next moment, Song Fei slashes his head off. Flashback to the year 2025. The game God Forsaken merged with the real world. Anyone who fell into deep sleep was transported into the game. The only currency? Lifespan. Kill monsters to gain life. Die, and you lose it. Strong players could use their lifespan to bring game powers into the real world. People could tear tanks apart with bare hands, slice planes in half with swords, and even survive nuclear blasts. The world plunged into chaos. Qing Feng and his sister struggled to survive. After enduring countless hardships, he finally reached the top 100 global powerhouses and conquered the God's Ruin, earning the Eye of Judgment artifact. But what was the price of his success? Betrayal from his own family. Qing Feng's regrets. His love and protection were seen as interference. His struggles only paved the way for someone else's success. If he had a second chance, he'd live only for himself. Suddenly, moonlight breaks through darkness. Qing Feng awakens in bed. He touches his neck, checks his phone, and mutters, "Wait, I died, right? Why does it say 2025? He looks outside. The city lights shine. I've gone back in time, 9 years, to the day when God Forsaken descended. Morning comes. His sister, in her school uniform, kicks open the door. "Qing Feng, you're home? Then why didn't you pick up my call?" Qing Feng, calmly sipping coffee, recalls, "The day the game came, I had a big fight with her over that scumbag, Song Fei." He remembers how she used to be obsessed with Song Fei, a glamorous underground idol who exploited and scammed countless women. To protect her, Qing Feng tried to keep her away, but she accused him of controlling her life. Back in the present, she yells at Qing Feng again, "My brother Song Fei dropped in the rankings this month, and it's your fault for not giving me money." Slap. Qing Feng slaps her so hard she falls back, bloodied and stunned. He says coldly, "I'm not in the mood to argue with you anymore. Here," throws a credit card. "This money was left for you by our parents. I've never touched a single cent, but today, I'm done. From now on, I, Qing Feng, have no sister like you." He walks out, leaving her crying behind. In another room, Qing Feng reflects. "In my past life, I missed countless opportunities protecting her. But now, without her burden, I wonder how far I can go." He takes sleeping pills to enter the game once again. Inside the game, he arrives at the career choice hall. Last time he spent hours choosing the warrior class to protect his sister. But now, he needs speed, agility, and independence. He chooses assassin. As soon as Qing Feng clicks on the assassin class, a system notification appears. The divine artifact Eye of Judgment has bonded with you. He freezes staring at the message. Suddenly, a giant glowing eye appears behind him in the void. Eye of Judgment activated. You have unlocked a unique passive ability, Authority of Judgment. This passive skill means whenever he enters the game, he will automatically receive the highest tier profession and talent. Qing Feng mutters in shock. So the Eye of Judgment bonded with me on its own. Is this because I was reborn? But before he can process it, dark spikes shoot up from beneath him and stab into his body. Darkness swirls around him like a storm pulling him in. What is happening is the Eye trying to merge with me. His scream echoes as the void swallows him completely. Congratulations, you have unlocked a hidden profession. Synchronization in progress. Synchronization complete. A hand bursts out from the darkness. You are now a shadow. The shadows explode outward, revealing Qing Feng Reborn. His hair has turned white. Shadowy energy coils around him like a second skin. He takes a breath, feeling the overwhelming power coursing through him. So this is the high-tier hidden profession for assassins. It's completely different from the warrior path I chose in my past life. He clenches his fists, staring at his own hands. Every profession has a small chance of evolving into a hidden class. But my Authority of Judgment guarantees that chance. Just what kind of power is this? Suddenly, he floats into the air. A massive eye opens in the sky behind him. Authority of Judgment is the supreme force in this universe. Even Primal Order cannot suppress it. You cannot yet use its active abilities, but all passive effects are now unlocked. Qing Feng's expression hardens. In my past life, no one discovered the power of order until year 7. But I've already gained access from the very start. If I reach the realm of order and unlock its full power, I'll become unstoppable. Profession change complete. Please choose your alias. He thinks for a moment, then smiles. If I was born from the shadows, then from now on, my name is Shadow. Alias confirmed Shadow. Now entering God-forsaken land. Game warns. This land is filled with deadly monsters. Kill to earn lifespan. If you die, you lose half your life. After Qing Feng, now known as Shadow, enters Shelltown, a notification appears. You have entered a safe zone. No monsters will spawn here. Players cannot attack each other. Lifespan loss rate is 1x, same as real-world time. Around him, chaos fills the air. Players are being teleported in one after another, many of them injured, panicked, and screaming. Someone yells, "Where is this place? Are we dead? Why are we here?" Another shouts, "That monster just wiped out half our team in one bite. Even after attacking with everything we had, we only reduced a third of its health." Someone cries out, "My lifespan. I lost half of it in that fight." A group starts to panic around a girl named Sister Lee. She holds her head and says, "What do we do now? How do we survive?" Shadow looks around silently. He notices a girl with a bow and water magic aura. She seems to have a hidden class too. Interesting. The girl walks up to him with a smug smile. "Big brother, looks like you've got a hidden class as well. Do you want to join our team? The monsters out there are seriously dangerous. You can't handle them alone." Shadow replies calmly, "No need." He turns and starts walking away. The group behind him bursts out in laughter and taunts. Who does he think he is? Pretending to be cool. If 5 of us couldn't beat a level 1 monster, what will he do alone? Someone adds, even if he can't win, at least he'll run away with his hidden class advantage. The girl checks his status screen. His alias appears. Shadow. She narrows her eyes. Shadow, huh? Acting all mysterious. Let's follow him. Maybe we'll learn something. Or maybe we'll get to see him die. Our MC has now set out on a monster hunt, and that same girl is secretly following him. She tells us that this land, said to be granted by the gods, is extremely peaceful and dangerously quiet. She doesn't know how she ended up here, but thanks to years of gaming experience, she quickly formed a new group. Still, the very first monster they encountered after leaving the beginner village completely wiped out their team. It wasn't an enemy that level 1 players like them could handle. While chasing the MC, they begin to wonder about him. Even his starting weapon is different. She only got a dagger, but he has a short blade. Not only that, his speed is faster than hers, even though she's an assassin and her agility should be the highest. His outfit is also completely different from theirs. Watching him, the girl thinks this shadow guy must be a very unusual player. She believes following him might lead to some good information. When the MC looks back at them, the girl quickly hides behind her teammate. She whispers, "Did he notice us?" That's when we see the MC use one of his abilities, Shadow Sneak. He disappears into the shadows and vanishes. The others come out and start wondering where he went. He vanished into thin air. Must be some stealth skill. Maybe a beginner skill that grants invisibility. But they also question if it's too overpowered and what kind of class he actually has. Meanwhile, the MC stands a little distance away, listening to their every word. The group decides to return to town, admitting their lifespans are already halved. They want to find ways to improve, maybe discover hidden rewards, treasure chests, or NPCs. Our MC, however, is currently using two skills, Shadow Sneak and Shadow Majesty. Shadow Sneak is a basic stealth skill that makes him invisible for a short duration. Attacking breaks the stealth, but the first strike after breaking it deals increased damage. Shadow Majesty boosts the duration of stealth and upgrades its level. The MC realizes that not even monsters can spot him easily at this early stage of the game. A normal assassin can be detected easily, but his shadow class gives him a unique stealth mastery, making him nearly impossible to detect, even by monsters. He smirks at the naive players still wasting time in the beginner town. It's only meant to be a shelter, not a place to grow stronger. Then he leaves. A little later, the MC says his stealth is ending. Its duration isn't very long, but the good thing is the cooldown starts immediately upon activation, so he just needs to wait a few more seconds to activate it again. For the first time, we get a look at the MC's stats. His codename is Shadow. He's level 1. Earlier, when he was asked to choose an alias, it must have meant codename. His stats show non-tradable lifespan 75 years, tradable lifespan 0, strength 10 plus 3, constitution 10 plus 3, agility 10 plus 8, and spirit 10 plus 5. He explains that all players start with base stats of 10, and their class provides different bonuses. In his past life as a warrior, he got bonus points in strength and constitution, but this time, his shadow class boosted all his stats, especially agility. He has 5 free attribute points. Most players invest them in strength or spirit to boost physical and magical attack power, but that's a big mistake. The MC puts all 5 into agility and says, "In early game, agility is everything." No matter how much you boost your stats early on, monsters deal overwhelming damage to players. The only way to kill monsters without getting hit is to increase speed through agility. That's when he hears a strange growling noise. He spots a weird monster hiding behind a tree, glowing from within. The monster's stats reveal it's a level 1 crawler, normal grade, and currently in an evolving state. The MC realizes this must be the same monster that killed the 4-player team. The crawler notices him and attacks like a maniac, but the MC had already calculated this. He sees that the crawler still has some damage left from the previous battle, meaning the other group at least managed to reduce its health a little. The MC explains that these monsters absorb players' lifespan when they die, and once they gather enough, they can evolve. The crawler charges at him, but the MC dodges using his high agility. As light and shadows swirl around him, he disappears into the shadows right before the crawler's eyes. The confused crawler looks around but sees nothing. Above it, the shadows move and the MC reappears midair, breaking stealth and launching a sneak attack. In one powerful strike, he kills the monster. A notification appears. You dealt 174 damage. You killed a level 1 crawler. You gained 10 experience points. The MC is surprised he managed a one-shot kill. He knew a next strike would be a critical hit. Another notification explains the backstab mechanic. If you attack from a direction where the enemy can't see you, your damage doubles. So, since the MC broke stealth, hit a weak spot, and used a backstab, his damage was boosted multiple times. He then recalls his previous life, when even with a critical hit, he could barely deal 40 damage to a crawler. It would take him ages to kill one, often risking his own life. But now, he absorbs the energy from the crawler. A notification pops up. You gained 9 days of tradable lifespan, and 54 years, 155 days, of non-tradable lifespan. Tradable lifespan can be exchanged while non-tradable cannot. The MC guesses that since 5 people died, each leaving behind 20 to 30 years of lifespan, the crawler absorbed it all, and now he received 54 years. He notes that non-tradable lifespan isn't useful for now. Just then, another notification appears. Your Eye of Judgment authority has been activated. You have gained a new talent, Endless Infinity Evolution. It's a primer talent. Whenever you hunt monsters alone, you have a chance to gain evolution points. These points can be used to upgrade skills. Every 24 hours, you'll receive 5 evolution points, and defeating a boss monster guarantees points. The MC is ecstatic. Infinite evolution? I can upgrade my skills? I've never heard of this even in my past life. He recalls that in his previous life, killing a monster only gave you skills through drop items, but those skills could never be leveled up. But now, he decides to upgrade Shadow Sneak and Backstab first. A notification shows he consumed 4 evolution points and successfully upgraded the skills. Shadow Sneak evolved from normal to bronze rank. Its duration increased from 12 to 16 seconds. Breaking Stealth now deals 90 damage instead of 60. Cooldown reduced from 28 to 26 seconds. Backstab, once an inferior passive skill, is now a normal grade skill. Its attack damage from behind has increased from plus or 10% to plus 15%. Overjoyed, the MC starts shouting about his skills. He says Shadow Sneak now lasts at least 16 seconds, and with Shadow Majesty doubling that, it's 32 seconds. With such a long stealth duration, he can be permanently invisible and even one-shot a full HP crawler. Just then, someone behind him says, "Whoa, look at that skinny guy. He soloed a monster." A couple appears behind the MC. The girl is praising the guy next to her a bit too much, and he confidently tells her not to worry, he'll protect her. Suddenly, the MC notices something. Above them, on a tree, many spider eyes are watching. One of them says, "Hey man, you seem like you're struggling alone. Want me to carry you?" But the MC turns to the monster, mumbles "nutter," and disappears into the shadows. The girl, confused, says, "He disappeared right in front of us." The guy laughs. "He must have run off after seeing my muscles." But what they don't know is that above their heads, danger is already there. A spider-like monster is approaching. They turn and are terrified. It's a level 1 spider of normal grade, known as a nutter. But the MC knows this isn't just any spider. Nutters are beginner-level boss monsters with over 1600 HP and command small spiders as minions. The one they see now is a minion of that boss monster. As the MC watches, the big spider finishes off the couple. Then he says, "Perfect. Now let's test my upgraded skills." He breaks stealth and attacks the spider's face. It screams, purple blood gushing out. The MC quickly sneaks back into hiding. A notification says, "You dealt 338 damage. You hit a weak point." The MC hides behind a tree, having taken only 9 damage. He thinks, "Good thing my agility is so high. If I took one direct hit, I'd be dead instantly." Laughing internally, he reflects on the amazing feeling of doing over 300 damage. The spider is now severely injured and goes on a rampage, destroying everything around. The MC realizes these monsters are intelligent. They won't just stand still and get hit. This spider is attacking randomly to detect his position. The minions are also now alert. He can't just jump in anymore. But if his guess is right, the spider is going wild, smashing everything. Suddenly, a small attack strikes its belly, a weak point. Another 300 damage hit. The MC confirms his theory. His main damage output comes from stealth ambush, strike bonus, and class skill enhancement. Even throwing a stone can trigger solo damage output. He throws another stone and says, "All I have to do is wait for Shadow Sneak's cooldown and throw a stone 1 second before it ends." He does just that. The next stone hits the spider's face again, causing 289 damage. It was also a weak point hit. The MC hides again, preparing to reactivate Shadow Sneak. Meanwhile, in town, everyone is gathered and talking when an announcement plays. Leaderboard update. Player Shadow has killed a nutter and reached level 2. He is the first in this town to do so. A leaderboard window appears showing Shadow at the top. Everyone is shocked. What the hell? A solo kill? I died twice already and don't even know what's going on. Who is this pro? People ask if anyone knows him. Even the arrogant girl's team is present. Her teammates ask if she recognizes the name. She replies, "Yes, that's the same Shadow guy who went out alone." They're shocked he reached level 2 so fast. How did he kill a boss? We couldn't even handle a regular mob as a team. Elsewhere, the couple who had been killed earlier wonders aloud, "Did someone kill that spider? There were lots of small spiders with it too. Who is this shadow?" The girl says, "Is he that hiding assassin from before?" A notification pops up. "You killed a bronze-ranked nutter. You gained 300 XP. Congratulations, you are now level 2. You received 2 evolution points. Celltown's leaderboard has been unlocked. You earned 1 reputation point. A system-wide announcement has been made." The MC then extracts lifespan from the giant spider. He notes that when the boss spider died, the minions fled in fear. "If I'd killed the minions first, I would have gained more XP." Another notification reveals the loot: 46 years of tradable lifespan and a skill book, Greedy Hand. It's a bronze rank skill for assassins, requiring level 1. It gives a 20% chance to get extra loot when used on dead monsters. He also receives another bronze rank corrosive item and 2 infinity evolution points. Looking at all the rewards, the MC's eyes lock onto the skill book, Greedy Hand. The description confirms it's an assassin-exclusive skill with potential for great loot. He's thrilled. "I never imagined a bronze boss could drop such a god-tier assassin skill." Don't get confused by god tier, it's still bronze tier, but extremely valuable for assassins. He thinks about upgrading the skill using evolution points to push it toward god tier. He says this skill greatly increases the loot drop, especially in the late game. Right now, it's the early game, meaning the game has just started. The middle game begins once guilds are formed, and after that comes the late game. And during the late game, there are intense fights over resources. MC says this greedy hand will help him a lot later on. Now, whenever he defeats a powerful boss monster, he'll get 20% extra loot. He recalls that in his past life, there was a guy in the Godslayer Guild who also had this skill. Even though his combat power was average, he became one of the most sought-after players in the game. Everyone wanted to add him to their party, and he always moved around with personal bodyguards. But suddenly, an idea strikes him. He says, "Wait a minute. Even if the activation says only a 20% boost, what if I combine it with my unlimited evolution talent? That means he could endlessly increase his drop rate and loot quality." Then the scene shifts to an area with buildings that looks like a college. MC's sister is walking with her friend. Her friend says, "Aren't you going to call your brother and apologize? We skipped this secret exam yesterday just to support Sang Fei. Your brother must be really angry." Sayu responds angrily, "I didn't do anything wrong, so why should I apologize? If it weren't for him, we would have reached the entrance on time. We wouldn't have missed it at all. It was entirely his fault. If anyone needs to apologize, it's him." Her friend replies, "Really? But sometimes he treats you so well. I actually feel jealous that you have such a great brother." Sayu snaps back, "Because of him, my life has become a living hell. He interferes in everything I do. And anyway, he's not even my real brother. Just the word brother is enough for me." Trying to change the topic, her friend asks, "By the way, what happened to your face?" Sayu replies, "Oh, I slipped and fell." Suddenly, they notice a big crowd ahead. Her friend says, "Why is there such a huge crowd in front of our classroom?" They push through to see what's happening. Inside, a boy is lying almost invisible on a desk. His nearby friends are trying to lift him, but he isn't moving. Sayu's friend asks another classmate, "What happened? Why does Sang Wei look half-transparent?" The classmate replies, "I'm not exactly sure, but Brother Wang said he was just taking a short nap. But when we looked back, he had turned semi-transparent." Another student says, "This isn't the only case. The internet is full of similar incidents. People around the world are experiencing this. Some experts say that as soon as you fall asleep, you enter a half-transparent phantom-like state. But no one knows why it's happening." Sayu's friend says, "I need to call my parents and warn them. Sayu, you should call your brother too, just in case." Sayu angrily says, as if I've ever contacted him before. It'd be better if he just dies like this." Wow, she's really toxic. Every time she opens her mouth, it's just venom. Meanwhile, the MC gets a notification. His greedy hand skill has successfully evolved from brown rank to gold rank. It's still an assassin-type special skill. Previously, it had a 20% chance of giving extra loot, but now the chance has increased to 70%. Another notification pops up. He's learned Greedy Hand level 2. For now, that's what it seems like. If anything else changes, he'll find out later. Suddenly, his hand starts to transform. Light begins to glow around it. Many rings form on his fingers, and strange letters appear on his wrist. He gets 2 more notifications. He has successfully activated Greedy Hand. He uses it on the nearby boss monster and gains 2 evolution points and 46 days of tradable lifespan. He gets really excited and shouts, "Not bad! I got 2 more evolution points. I need 3 points to reach Greedy Hand plus 3. Good. Soon I'll get 100% extra loot." Then, using Shadow Sneak, he vanishes and says, "By now, the world government must have found out about this situation. A tsunami of players will soon flood into the game. I need to speed up my progress." He equips all usable gear for now, including a brown rank cross dagger that increases attack power by 35 and agility by 4, with only level 1 requirement. While walking in stealth mode, he says, "It won't take long for the government to realize that skills and equipment can be brought into the real world from this game. When that happens, there will be chaos, greed, and disasters worldwide. To bring items out of the game, 2 conditions must be met. You must be level 10 and have enough tradable lifespan. But grinding through small monsters will take too long. He needs to hunt stronger bosses." Suddenly, he hears voices from a distance. "Dodge quickly!" These sound like battle cries. Curious, he rushes toward the source. He reaches a cliff, not too deep, just something he could easily jump down from. He sees a group fighting a monster, a level 2 brown grade sprint predator. Seeing it, he thinks, this is perfect timing. He spots a familiar face. Wang Ming? I didn't expect to run into him here. The rumors were true. People said Wang Ming built a full team of hidden class players when he first joined the game. All 6 were hidden class users. Wang Ming steps forward, holding his shield, and shouts, "Holy barrier!" A glowing golden shield forms around him that the monster can't break. MC thinks, his hidden class must be Holy Shield Warrior. He has double the stats of a regular warrior and the innate skill, Invincibility. The team's fire mage attacks with a fireball, dealing 70 damage. MC recognizes this class too, Prophet, a hidden class mage with double damage and an inbuilt prophetic fireball. Then he looks at the archer and the priest. The archer is a hidden class called Sharp Eye Shooter, with double stats and a built-in rapid shot skill. The priest is an oracle priest with twice the healing power of a regular priest and group healing as a starting skill. The archer rains arrows on the monster, but none hit. The monster dodges every single one. The predator then breaks Wang Ming's shield with a powerful hit. The archer says, "Damn, this monster's way too fast. None of my arrows are landing." Wang Ming falls to his knees. The priest heals him as he yells, "Healers, keep me alive. Everyone else keep attacking. We'll bring it down slowly." MC watches and thinks, he's seriously trying to chip away its health slowly? That's optimistic. But he forgot one thing. This is a wild area. Prolonged battles will attract other monsters. And that's exactly what happens. More monsters appear. MC identifies one as a level 2 Corruptor, a regular monster covered in brown slime that performs ranged attacks. Just then, a sword-wielding man rushes past Wang Ming and warns, "Boss, watch out." He attacks, but when his sword hits the monster, his hand turns gooey like slime. MC thinks, damn, another hidden class. I've never seen this one before. His sword only deals 33 damage. He's shocked and says, its defense is insanely high. Suddenly, the slime monster spits goo from its mouth all over the sword guy and the mage, making them both shout in disgust. One of them yells, "Crap! It's groundbind! Our movement speed is reduced!" The mage girl screams for help. Instantly, our MC vanishes into the shadows and appears right next to the monster, slicing its neck in one clean shot. Everyone notices. Whoa! What just happened? He one-shot the Corruptor! The monster dissolves into life energy. The mage girl, whose life MC just saved, shouts, "Who did that? Someone's helping us!" The swordsman says, "It usually takes all of us 10 seconds to kill even a level 1 crawler. But that was a level 2 Corruptor. How's that possible?" Just then, another monster's head is sliced off with 441 damage. Everyone's shocked. That was an instant kill. The swordsman turns to the mage girl. Did you see who it was? She shouts, No! Wang Ming says, Whoever it is, he's on our side. Stay focused and keep attacking. Only the sprint predator is left. MC quietly sits on a tree. He gets a notification. You've killed 2 level 2 corruptors. 40 XP plus 1. Evolution point. Common skill book. Venom dart, plot 8 days, tradable lifespan. MC thinks, Venom dart? A perfect mid-range poison damage skill. Evolve it right away. It evolves into a silver rank poison dart skill, assassin class. It throws deadly darts with a 14-meter range, deals 120 damage, and inflicts poison status, causing 50 damage per second for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 5 seconds. It can't stack. Meanwhile, Wang Ming blocks one tentacle attack, but the second pierces through his stomach. He screams in pain. The priest yells, I can't heal him fast enough! Wang Ming cries out, Everyone run! Just then, a poison dart flies in and hits the monster right between the eyes. The boss howls in pain. Blood gushes from its mouth. Wang Ming collapses. 5 seconds later, the boss dies. Notification. You dealt over 90% damage. You receive all loot. 600 XP plus level up to 3 plus 2, evolution points, plus 55 days tradable lifespan. MC thinks, I didn't expect my dart's damage to trigger my passive class skill. Now I don't even need to throw stones. I can keep using darts from stealth endlessly. In this early and mid-game, no one can stop me. The Oracle Priest barely saves Wang Ming. Seeing the damage, Wang Ming panics. Holy crap! Is this guy even human? Loot light emerges from the monster's body, and suddenly vanishes. Everyone is stunned. Wang Ming stands up, folds his hands, and says, Thank you, friend, for saving our lives. May I know your name? MC's voice echoes. You're thanking me? In such wild zones, don't trust strangers so easily. Wang Ming nods and says, Thank you for the advice. I understand. We won't disturb you. My name's Wang Ming. If you ever need anything, you can come to me. Lindsay adds, My name's Lindsay. Thank you for saving me. Can I add you to my friend list? Her teammate says, All right, enough talking. Let's go. MC collects the loot light and thinks, Wang Ming seems reliable, and he has the government's support. He's well-resourced. I'll need a stable place to sell things I can't use. I can sell them to him. Using Greedy Hand on the loot, he gets plus 3 evolution points, plus 55 days tradable lifespan. Sprint Predator, leather gloves, brown rank. He equips the assassin class gloves, which give plus 9 physical defense, plus 5 elemental resistance, and plus 15% cooldown speed. He says, Nice loot. He continues, I still have tons of gear and skill books from other classes. Once my bag is full, I'll return to town to trade them for lifespan. My progress this time is 100 times faster than my previous life. And Songfai, I'm coming for you soon. Scene begins as a team is seen fighting monsters. One of the guys says that more and more monsters just keep coming and they'll have to run. But just then, a shadow of a giant monster falls over him. The guy behind yells, Hey, what are you doing just standing there? But the guy is so shocked that he can't speak. And then, all of them turn to look at that giant tree-like monster. It had a strange hole in the center of its body. The team starts yelling, What even is that thing? The monster leans forward, and from its belly, a bunch of vines shoot out. They were glowing with a purple aura, and those vines, like sharp spears, pierce straight through the players. All of them scream in pain, but not a single one survives. They are instantly teleported back to Celltown. One of the guys yells in anger, Damn monsters always come in groups, and when their health drops, they just run away. Another, drenched in sweat, says, To exit the game, we need to reach level 3, but at this rate, how will we even get there? One guy tells the team captain, It looks like we need more people on our team. Maybe 6 to 10 people would be enough. But the captain replies, No, that won't work either. I once saw a 10-man team get massacred by a huge group of monsters, and if the team is too large, it attracts bosses. I just saw a group of 40 people lure a monster called Damned, and that monster killed more than 30 of them in just one skill attack. Then we see another teleportation formation open behind them, and the arrogant girl's entire team returns to the area. Her team is shouting, "If we can't reach level 3, are we going to stay trapped here forever?" They say they came here after falling asleep, so technically only their consciousness is trapped here. If they can't get out, their bodies in the real world will die from hunger and thirst. The arrogant girl curses, "Damn it, why is this game so hard?" A guy behind her nervously says, "Sister Lee, we've already died 3 times. Our tradable lifespan is less than 10 now. What if—" Before he can finish, Sister Lee says, "Whether it's true or not, we can't afford to die again." She then checks the ranking list. Shadow has already reached level 3. Wang Ming is still at level 1. There's also someone named Valhalla at level 1, both of them listed as warriors. But the girl only focuses on the assassin, Shadow. She thinks, "This Shadow guy is leveling up so fast he must know some special methods. We must convince him to help us reach level 3 and get us out of this game." She then shouts with determination, "Spread my words everywhere. If this Shadow guy helps us reach level 3, I'll give him 10 million in real life. Cash." The guy behind her gasps, 10 million? She thinks, if I were in his place, even I wouldn't ignore that kind of money. Meanwhile, our MC kills a monster with his dark magic and gets a notification. You've killed a level 2 contaminator. You've gained 20 experience points and 1 evolution point. Shadow absorbs all the loot and says, "Okay, I have enough evolution points now." He tells the system to evolve his Hand of Everest skill. The system deducts 5 evolution points, leaving him with 0. Then we're shown the newly evolved Hand of Everest skill, which is now at Platinum Jade rank. It's an assassin skill that can be used on monster corpses. Previously, the extra loot drop chance was 160%. Now it's increased to 216% with an added 20% chance for the loot's quality to be 1 level higher. The MC gets excited reading this and says, "A 20% chance to increase loot quality. If I keep evolving it, it might go to 100% or even 200%. This effect is seriously incredible." As he turns to leave, he hears an alert. When he looks back, it's the same joint tree monster from earlier. Seeing it, he says, "That's the damned, This is the same monster the team captain mentioned, which killed 30 out of 40 people in 1 skill. We're then shown its profile. It's a damned brown-level boss monster. The MC sees the glowing life force in its mouth and thinks, it's still digesting the life force and will soon transform into a silver-level boss monster. He calculates, this monster probably wiped out that entire 40-man group alone. He opens his system screen and mutters, "Damn, my backpack is already full. If I kill it now, I won't be able to carry anything." So he marks the spot on the map and says, "I'll come back later and deal with it." He vanishes into his shadows, thinking, this boss will take time to level up anyway. I'll go sell my stuff and return later to kill it. Then we're shown a scene in Celltown. People are talking, "Did you hear? Someone is offering 10 million to the top-ranked Shadow to help them reach level 3. A bald guy says, "We're out here dying and losing our lifespans, while rich people keep finding new solutions." A girl with curly hair cries, "People like us will never escape this game." But just then, Shadow emerges from the darkness, and everyone is shocked. He quickly clicks on the sell option, and in a flash, a stall appears in front of him. A screen reads, "Sales open for 10 minutes, equipment and skills available. Hurry if you want to buy." Seeing the MC, people start shouting in excitement. "Oh my god, how is he even here? He already has 2 brown-level gears and wants to sell more. He must have killed a brown-level boss. And look at his name. Shadow." Another says, "Wow, is this really the #1 on the leaderboard?" Amidst the crowd, a well-figured mage girl steps forward. People wonder why they can't see his face. Someone explains, "He has activated Face Hide. The game's appearance matches reality, so he stays mysterious." The mage girl comes to him and asks, "How much for this ice cone spellbook?" Shadow replies, 100 days of tradable lifespan. He thinks she must be Grey Rose, 11th ranked in Curly Cell Village. She also has face hide activated. The girl hesitates. Isn't 100 days too much? Can you reduce it? Shadow replies, compared to common skills, the Ice Cone skill speeds up monster hunting massively. For early stage mages, this is already very cheap. She then asks, can I pay in real-world money? Shadow replies, if you've got cash, you can buy tradable lifespan from others and then deal with me. If you can't arrange it now, I can reserve it for a while. She seems a bit confused seeing how Shadow is doing business purely in tradable lifespan. Then she says, give me a minute. She turns back to her team and activates a private team channel. She asks, guys, what do you think? One guy says, thanks to your leadership, we reached level 2 so fast. I have no objections. Another agrees, with Ice Cone, we'll reach level 3 even faster. Escaping the game is what matters most. She says, okay, then transfer your tradable lifespan to me. I'll repay you in real money once we're back in reality. She collects everyone's lifespan and returns to Shadow saying, all right, here's 100 days of tradable lifespan. Let's make a deal. Shadow thinks, their whole team reached level 2, so they must have killed at least 30-40 trackers. Their total lifespan must be over 100 days. He gets a notification. You sold the Ice Cone spellbook in exchange for 100 days of tradable lifespan. Your total has increased from 268 to 368 days. Just then, the arrogant girl stomps up to Shadow and says, finally, I've found you, Shadow. Shadow looks confused. She stands with hands on her hips, smiling arrogantly, and says, Shadow, I'll give you a chance. Take me to level 3, and when we return to reality, I'll give you 10 million in cash. The people behind her are shocked. One says, did I hear that right? She's offering 10 million to Shadow? Is this for real? Another says, he just made 10 million so easily. Seeing her face, Shadow realizes, she's Jiang Ling. In my previous life, she was the leader of a criminal gang. Authorities later wiped them all out. Still in her arrogant tone, she says, my father is the president of Dajang Industries. Ask anyone here. We can easily pay. Shadow thinks, reports said this girl used cash offers to buy tradable lifespan from others and forced people to work for her. Those who disobeyed were killed in real life. He thinks such people are a burden to Earth and bluntly says, I reject your offer. The girl is speechless for a moment, then says, Shadow, even if you're strong in this game, no one knows what's really going on. If you join me, I guarantee a royal life. Cars, homes, girls, whatever you want. Shadow cuts her off and says, if you're not buying anything, get out of the way. Don't interfere in my work. He thinks, soon cash will be useless. People will use tradable lifespan as universal currency. Hearing this, the girl looks like she just ate a rotten rat. She says, what garbage? I was doing you a favor by offering to take you with me. If we were in the real world right now, I'd teach you a lesson. That's when Shadow finally gets angry. He says, say one more word, and I'll keep killing you until your lifespan hits 0. Sensing his murderous aura, the girl and her team are terrified. She immediately runs away, saying, let's get out of here. Everyone watches in silence. Later, the MC gets a notification. You sold a brown-gray dumb-like tonic, gained 19 days of tradable lifespan. New total, 546 days. Those who bought items from MC are happy, saying they've become stronger. MC thinks, good, everything's sold. Let's close the stall and go take care of that damned. He vanishes into the shadows thinking, right now, no one knows that these skills can be brought into reality using tradable lifespan. No one knows this godforsaken game will collapse the very order of reality. People who saw him disappear start whispering, did you see that? Where did he go? What kind of profession is that? But MC ignores them and thinks, soon, the legacies we've been proud of for thousands of years will become insignificant. The ones with strength will be the foundation of everything. The girl, along with her whole crew, is running full speed into a narrow alley. They're panting heavily. The girl, furious, says that Shadow not only refused my offer, he had the nerve to threaten me. Once I return to reality, I'll make sure to finish him. Just then, a man steps out from a house in the alley and says, Hello, Sister Liji. She looks at him in confusion. The guy, with a pork pine kind of face, says, My name is Mo Lee Jun, but you can call me Old Mouse. I'm currently at level 2. But did you know we have some tricks to level up faster? I can help you level up. So is the 10 million offer still valid? But this girl isn't so easily fooled. She replies with full attitude. What tricks? The guy smiles and says, I don't usually share my tricks with anyone, but since you're Sister Liji, I'll make an exception to show my sincerity. He says, For now, if you want to level up fast, you'll have to put all your initial attribute points into agility. That way, we'll be able to run so fast we can outrun crawlers. You understand what I'm saying, right? Hearing this, the girl is surprised and thinks, Oh, so this is how the game works. But damn it, I already put all 5 of my initial points into strength. Then she tells Old Mouse, Okay, you've told me 1 or 2 useful things, now take me to level up. She thinks to herself, At least I've found someone who knows how powerful players are leveling up. She tells him, But you're not as strong as Shadow. That's why I can give you 5 million. Will you accept it? Take me to level 3, and once we're back in reality, I'll give you 5 million in cash. Old Mouse says, No problem. Maybe Shadow is strong, but there's definitely something wrong with his brain. He just refused a 10 million offer. What an idiot. Then the scene shifts back to Shadow, who is smoothly navigating the forest, jumping from tree to tree. He arrives at the same damned monster and thinks, just as I thought, this boss monster has already reached the silver tier. So much gray mist has spread around it. Is it still evolving? He pulls out his poison dart and thinks, it will take about 7 to 8 hours for it to evolve from silver to gold tier. But no way. I'm too lazy to wait that long. He pulls out his dart, breaks his stealth, and throws the dart straight at the monster. It hits and deals 659 damage. The monster doesn't understand what's going on and starts screaming. Its health keeps decreasing continuously due to the venom, 219 by 219. Meanwhile, MC uses Shadow Sneak to disappear into the shadows. The monster, growling in rage, starts charging its attack. MC thinks, the health of a silver tier boss is 2 to 3 times more than that of a bronze tier boss. The boss charges its attack, screeching, then slams its hands down and stares into a light orb, unleashing multiple purple attacks. MC watches and thinks, if I calculate, this boss's total health equals about 2 or 3 of my venom darts. He keeps dodging all the attacks while invisible, thinking, I just need to wait for my stealth cooldown to finish. Once it's done, I'll throw a dart right into the middle of its attack frenzy, then immediately activate stealth again and escape its range. The monster finishes its skill and goes into cooldown. Its whole body trembles. MC sees the perfect chance, grabs a dart, runs toward it, breaks stealth, and strikes its head. Blood gushes out from its head. The venom continues to damage it for 5 seconds. The monster howls and runs away with its tail tucked in. Yes, you heard that right. A silver tier boss is running away from MC. MC thinks, its health must be nearly gone. That's why it's fleeing. If it had stayed and used its skills, it might have been harder for me. But since it's running, that's good for me. MC rushes forward, breaks stealth, and lands a solid strike on the monster's head. He thinks, surrendering without resistance, that was too easy. The monster dies instantly. MC gets a notification. Congratulations, you've killed a cursed master, a silver tier monster. You've gained 1800 XP. Congratulations, you've reached level 5. And congratulations again, you've earned 4 evolution points and 124 days of tradable lifespan. Seeing the rewards, MC is overjoyed. He laughs loudly and says, I can't believe it. I leveled up twice and got 4 evolution points. He raises his hand and activates Greedy Hand. The skill activates successfully. A notification says you've gained 4 evolution points again and another 124 days of tradable lifespan. Shadow says, I got a direct double bonus. So silver tier bosses guarantee 12 evolution points and 372 days of tradable lifespan. Another notification comes. The extra effect of your Greedy Hand has triggered. 1 silver tier item in your loot has been upgraded to gold tier. Shadow says, Does that mean I got gold tier loot? I expected this from Emerald Greedy Hand. It has a 20% chance to upgrade extra loot by 1 level. Looking at the loot, he says, it dropped about 7 to 8 equipment pieces. My backpack only has room for 10. I just emptied it and now I'll have to go back to the village again. What a time waste. I hope this cursed master dropped some kind of storage item or storage ring so I can get more slots. He reaches for the gold tier item and is stunned after seeing it. Then the scene shifts to the village. A girl arrives through a teleportation formation and says, "Finally, we're back alive." She's from Wang Ming's team. A boy says, "With Wang Ming's help, we reached level 3 and safely returned to town." The girl says, "Absolutely. Wang Ming is very strong." Wang Ming says, "Yes, it's the result of all our hard work." The girl blushes and says playfully, "It's such a shame I didn't get to add that big shot to my friend list. I was probably covered in dirt at that time, so he didn't notice me." Her teammate says, "Maybe if you had worn that freshly dropped gear earlier, he would have accepted." The big shot they're talking about is Shadow. Suddenly, an announcement pops up. Leaderboard update. Shadow has reached level 5. Everyone starts shouting, "What? He jumped from level 3 to 5? Did he kill some insanely powerful boss?" Excitement spreads everywhere. People shout, "I just saw him selling equipment here 10 minutes ago. Did he level up twice in just 10 minutes? How fast is he?" Another guy says, "My sister just turned 18. If he likes her, maybe she can get some benefits and level up too." His friend says, "Come on, he refused 10 million. You think he'll look at your sister?" Someone from Wang Ming's team says, "Damn it, we just barely reached level 3, and he's already at level 5. This won't work." Seeing everyone depressed, Wang Ming looks at them. At first he says nothing, then he coughs and gathers their attention. He says, "Don't think too much about it. Let's log off and go tell our families about this godforsaken game. The laws and order of this world are about to change. Chaos will spread everywhere. At least we can warn our loved ones." They start logging off. A formation appears around them. They say, "Let's log off for now." After logging out, Wang Ming opens his eyes in reality. He slowly stands up, holding his head. A guy beside him says, "Look, brother Wang Ming has woken up." Another guy says, "Go tell the team leader Wang Ming is awake and bring him here." His entire team is standing nearby. One guy walks up and says, "Brother Wang Ming, how are you? Are you okay?" Another says, "We were really worried about you. Do you know how you looked just now? You were almost half transparent. Brother Wang Ming, please don't scare us like this. Yesterday I told you to rest. I came here to keep an eye on the suspect you mentioned." Seeing everyone panicking, Wang Ming also gets worried. Sweat drips down his face. He suddenly shouts, "Gather everyone here, something big is happening," showing the police station. A voice is heard, questioning someone. "So, according to your report, you had once formed a hidden profession team that was on the verge of collapse, but someone saved you in the end?" Wang Ming replies, "Yes, his name is Shadow. When he saved us, he was level 3, but by the time we reached level 3, he had already jumped to level 5. He skipped 2 levels straight." Listening to this, the senior in front of him says, "He jumped 2 levels and is now level 5? Doesn't that make him one of the top players in the world? How did he even do that?" Wang Ming speculates, "Maybe he killed a boss or something similar." Another officer adds, "If Shadow was level 3 just an hour ago, then why didn't he return to reality after reaching level 5? Another officer nearby says, "Could it be that he has no close relatives in the real world and doesn't feel the need to inform any family?" Hearing this, Wang Ming lowers his head and says, "I don't know. Maybe he really doesn't have any family." A girl sitting in the group suddenly speaks up. Is it possible that Shadow is a transmigrator? Most transmigrators are usually orphans and grow rapidly." Everyone falls silent after hearing this. No one says a word. Even the girl, sensing the silence, becomes quiet for a moment and then shyly asks, "Am I right?" Whether or not anyone believes her, what she said hit the mark. But as expected, the head of the meeting scolds her in a strict voice. "And you, how many times have I told you to stop reading so many novels? Don't joke around in such serious situations." Yu sticks out her tongue and scratches her head. And just like that, the truth gets buried. Not because of some powerful evil villain or monster, but because of a police officer who ignored Yu's statement, just like a beautiful girl ignoring your feelings. Sad life, boys. Anyway, back to the story. The officer addresses everyone in a stern voice. The information Wang Ming provided matches perfectly with what the higher-ups know about the godforsaken game. According to recent research, old people who enter deep sleep are dying soon after. From the data collected from employees who returned from the game, we found that they had actually died many times in the game, and that's why they died in real life too. This means if your lifespan reaches 0, you die not just in the game, but in reality as well. Another officer speaks up. This is a very strange phenomenon. It's beyond our understanding. The head agrees. Yes, you're right, but I believe there's a strong chance that we are being manipulated by higher beings. They're suspecting that beings from beyond Earth, aliens, are using this game to try to take over the planet. The head continues. The higher-ups have issued emergency commands. You must all form a vanguard team, explore the godforsaken game, and share all gathered information with us. We need to build a professional army as soon as possible. This is a major event that could affect the entire world. Right now, every nation is doing everything they can to explore this game. If we fall behind, we'll lose authority over the world. That's why we must gather as much information as possible, no matter the cost. Then he turns to Yu. And you will be the captain of Team 5. And Yu shouts with excitement. Yes. He continues. Wang Ming, you will be the vice captain. You two can choose your own teammates. Wang Ming agrees. The head says, according to Wang Ming's information, Shadow doesn't seem like a bad person. You can try to build a friendship with him. That's the main reason I made Yu the captain. I believe her personality will be perfect to investigate Shadow. I hope both of you will uncover Shadow's real identity as soon as possible. The best outcome would be if you can build a good relationship with him and convince him to cooperate as our representative so we can gain all the information from him. And for everyone else, the most important order is to maintain law and order in society. Everyone agrees, and the meeting is dismissed. Then the scene shifts to a beautiful sunset over the city. It looks stunning. Next, we arrive at the MC's sister's academy. She's doing something on her phone while a group of girls is chatting nearby. One girl says, Songfei said if we sleep in the same district and same time period, we get teleported to the same starter village. Another girl replies, if that's true, I'll have to bring my parents too. But they've never played games before. I don't think they'll get used to it. A third girl sitting nearby says, you shouldn't involve your parents yet. First, we need to grow ourselves. Later, we can carry them. While they gossip, the MC's sister checks her phone and thinks, so much is happening, and there's not even a single reaction from Qingfeng. He hasn't even come looking for me to apologize. Is he becoming that arrogant? She remembers the past and thinks, whenever he was angry, he'd always find a way to apologize. But this time, he did nothing. He even hit me. Not even my parents have ever hit me. All I did was skip a few classes to attend Brother Songfei concert. Damn you, Qingfeng. If you don't apologize at least 1,000 times, I'll never forgive you. Then she blushes and thinks, I was lucky to go see Brother Songfei concert yesterday. Now that the God-forsaken game is out, I fear I won't get many chances again. She imagines the concert from yesterday and remembers how close they were. Getting emotional, she says, Brother Songfei, I miss you so much, and almost starts crying. This girl is clearly a bit obsessed with Songfei. Suddenly, she snaps back to reality. Wait, if people can enter the game by sleeping, then Brother Songfei will definitely come too. She shyly covers her mouth with her hand and thinks, if I enter the game, I'll be able to find Brother Songfei too. The scene shifts to her home, changing clothes, and thinks, Sang Wei already reached level 3 so quickly. He must be an expert. I need to get some advice from him soon. Then the scene moves to Sang Wei, who's chatting with his friends. Just then, he gets a message from the MC's sister, Quan Xiao. When he checks, it says, Expert Sang Wei, do you have any strategies to share? Sangwei smiles evilly and thinks, Quan Xiao, I never thought a goddess like you would come looking for me for advice. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. If I can get you, Quan Xiao. Yep, full of flirty perverts here. But even the MC's sister is a bit of a flirt herself. Sangwei replies, Yes, you've come to the right person. Let me tell you some secrets. In the beginning, we need to put all our attribute points into agility. Otherwise, you won't be fast enough, and the monsters will keep abusing you. While lying on her bed, the girl types back, But what if I'm a magic type user? Should I still put all points into agility? Sangwei replies, Yes, agility isn't useless for magic users. It increases casting speed, which is very important in early stages. She sends some crying emojis and emotionally texts, What if I still can't win even after putting all points into agility? He replies, Don't worry. Once someone reaches level 5 in a village, they can activate its teleportation formation. For now, just form a random party and keep leveling up. As soon as the teleportation activates, I'll come find you and take you to the skies. What a pickup line. The MC's sister is super excited and clenches her fist. Yes! Then she hugs her pillow and says, This is great. These clingy sims are sometimes actually useful. Now I found someone to carry me. Qingfeng, now I'll show you. I'm going into the game myself. You can keep acting arrogant. But once you enter the game, you'll see that I've reached a much higher level than you. When that time comes, I won't help you level up at all. Now the scene shifts to the MC. He's checking his gold tier loot. He sees a ring, and the information appears. Gold tier cursed ring. Usable by any profession. It's 8 to all attributes. Plus 26 dark element resistance. 1. Weak point attack multiplier. Requires level 4. Since the MC is already level 5, he doesn't need to worry about the requirement. He picks it up and says, Plus 8 to all attributes? That's 32 total attribute points. This is equivalent to 3 level ups. Plus, it adds dark resistance. This will be super useful in fights against many masters. And my weak point attack multiplier just went from 1.4 to 1.5. Then Shadow sees a skill that makes him super excited. Instant Shadow slash Shadow tier. Assassin type skill. Dash up to 15 meters. Grants 5 seconds of invisibility. Slashes enemies in your path 3 times. Cooldown 12 or 10.43 seconds. Can only be learned from level 4. Slash width 2.1 meters. Each slash deals 100 damage, counts as backstab, no weak point damage. The MC screams, This is insanely powerful. It lets me teleport and go invisible. Learn it now. He still has evolution points left and wonders if he should evolve Greedy Hand first. He uses 8 evolution points, leaving 4 behind. Notification. Your Jade rank Greedy Hand skill has evolved to Diamond rank. Now gives 220% loot from monster corpses. Loot level up chance increased from 20% to 40%. This skill is seriously overpowered. The MC thinks, just like I thought. Now killing 1 monster gives loot equal to killing 3. Time to use the rest of my points to evolve Instant Shadow Slash. Another notification. Instant Shadow Slash evolved from Silver to Platinum tier. Flash range, 15 to 18 to 21 meters. Invisibility duration, 5 to 6 to 7 seconds. Number of slashes, 3 to 4 to 5. Each slash damage, 100 to 150 to 200. Still no weak point damage. Cooldown remains the same. Required level is still 4. MC says, Cooldown's the same, but relying on this skill alone, I can stay invisible almost indefinitely. The rest of the loot is junk, except a warrior skill, Battle Roar, which he decides to sell for cash. Suddenly, he hears Sasa's voice. Turning around, he sees 4 limp crawlers coming toward him. Perfect timing. He uses Instant Shadow Slash and blood sprays everywhere. Each enemy gets 5 slashes of 725 damage each. Notification. You killed a level 4 limp crawler. Earned 80 XP and 5 days of tradable lifespan. Shadow says, My monster kill speed is increasing again. With venom dots, I can now kill in just 2 hits. Battles will be shorter, and I'll have fewer accidents. He runs through the shadows. Right now, I've got 618 days of tradable lifespan. To bring skills and gear into reality, I need 900 days. For now, I'll go back and sell everything I have. Hopefully, I'll get enough lifespan. Once I reach level 10, I'll be able to bring all of this into the real world. The MC is quickly closing the gap between reality and the game. Shadow is wandering in the forest under the rain like always when he suddenly hears some voices. Someone is saying, "Congratulations, young miss. You've reached level 3, and now you must fulfill your promise, right?" We see that it's that arrogant girl again, with the pig-faced guy and his entire team. The girl says, "Don't worry. Do you really think our Dajan industry can't afford your little price? I'll return to reality right now and give you my phone number. You can contact me directly. Oh, and sell me all your tradable lifespan. I'll pay you 10,000 for each day." Shadow is listening to everything. The pig-faced guy laughs loudly and says, "No problem. I told you earlier that Shadow Guy is a blind idiot. He didn't even take your big boss offer seriously. We'll talk more in reality." He thinks to himself, "So what if this game affects lifespan? I can always earn more by killing monsters. Only those who can convert gaming abilities into real money are true geniuses, like me. Just wait a week and you'll know who the real genius is." Now the scene changes to the MC at Celltown. Someone is reaching out to a gate and a powerful aura starts leaking from it. We see its shadow standing in front of the gate. He says, "All right, so the teleportation formation in Celltown has also been activated." A notification appears congratulating him for lighting up Celltown's teleportation formation. As a reward, he gets 1 reputation point and now has 1 free teleportation per day. After that, he'll need to pay some tradable lifespan to use it again. It also mentions that no other village has activated their teleportation formation yet, which means Shadow can't teleport to another village right now. Seeing this, Shadow says, "The beginner village teleportation system is 2-way. Even if one village activates it, it's useless unless someone from the other side reaches level 5 and activates it too. I remember from my past life, Songfei was in Firefly Town. I'll set up an alert so I get notified the moment someone activates teleportation there." Then MC walks outside and thinks, activating teleportation between towns isn't a big deal. For now, the main goal is reaching level 10 and entering the god's abundant realm. He imagines the realm and says, that's where the real god-forsaken game will begin. He then goes to the town center and opens his store for just 10 seconds. But even in that short time, a huge crowd gathers, people shouting and pushing. "Oh my god, Expert Shadow is back! Finally! I've been waiting with 150 days of tradable lifespan, hoping he'd return with some amazing items. I hope he brought some skill books for mages. Last time he sold Icicle Spell to Gray, and Gray jumped to 2nd rank in the leaderboard." Someone picks up a skill book for Battle Roll Warriors and says, "I want this one," and pays 300 days of tradable lifespan for it. Another guy says, 300 days just for a skill book? Is it really worth it? His friend replies, "You're so short-sighted. With this skill, a warrior can farm monsters way faster. He'll earn those 300 days back in under 2 days." More people start shouting, "I want that! Give me that mage equipment! I want those shoes!" Everything MC had is sold out. He walks away, checking his system, and says, "I sold everything in under a minute and earned 650 days of tradable lifespan. Now I have a total of 2,174 days. But it's still not enough. If I want to bring all my attributes and equipment into reality, I'll have to work even harder. I'm only level 5. I still have to reach level 10. I'm far from done." As he's walking away, people nearby start crying and complaining, "I didn't get anything again. Why didn't I get anything?" "Expert, are you going to sell more stuff? Will you come again to sell things?" Suddenly, a cute and innocent-looking mage girl walks up to him and says, "Expert, I have a treasure. Would you like it?" She holds a ring. When the MC reads its details, he learns it's a space inventory ring with 12 slots. It doesn't take up a backpack or equipment slot. Shadow is shocked, thinking, "A space ring?" MC explains, "This is a special storage item. Its value is high because it doesn't occupy any regular slots. Every player can carry a max of 3 storage backpacks. Though this can drop from any monster, the drop rate is extremely rare. This girl is really lucky to find this early in the game." Everyone is staring at the girl and MC. He asks her, How much do you want for this ring? He thinks, in my previous life, this ring would sell for at least 3,600 days of tradable lifespan. The girl smiles and replies, I don't want lifespan. I want to add you to my friend list. And I want to ask, would you form a party with us to defeat a boss? MC agrees, and the girl sends him a friend request. Her name is Black Plum. They begin walking together. MC asks, what kind of boss is it? She replies, it's a gold tier boss. What's its name? He asks. She says, it was far away so I couldn't see the name, but it was on a boat. The boat looked really broken and old. MC is shocked and wonders, a broken boat? Could that be the Golden Ghost ship? Shadow explains that the Golden Ghost ship can appear at any level. It's extremely rare and drops powerful, unique equipment. In the past, whenever it appeared, it caused massive guild wars. The one here should be around level 5, making it the easiest version to kill. MC looks at the girl and thinks, she saw the Golden Ghost ship in the beginner village, found the rarest storage ring, and is also part of Wang Ming's party. Could she be that rumored lucky fish from my past life? Shadow asks her, how did you even find the boss? She thinks and replies, I was fishing offline for food. After catching enough fish, I went online to level up with my party. But they were too slow, so I wandered around. That's when I saw the boss in a small ravine. MC thinks, in my past life, there were rumors about someone in Wang Ming's party, a lucky fish who always found rare bosses, treasure chests, hidden palaces, and temples just by roaming. I thought those were fake rumors to hide some secret info, but now, they might have been true. And this girl? She's the lucky fish. MC stares at her and she gets flustered. Expert, why are you looking at me like that? She asks. Embarrassed, MC looks away and says, no, nothing. Suddenly, someone is secretly following them and runs off. The scene changes. A guy is boasting to his group, in the past, I conquered the Sand City Overlord with my brothers. Don't worry, just follow me and I'll make your lives better. Just then, the bald guy who was spying on MC rushes in and says, Boss, that guy went outside town with a girl. Their leader says, as I suspected, he's just a young rat who can't resist girls. Follow me, boys. Meanwhile, MC crosses Celltown's joint gate with the girl. He says, I'll help you fight the boss. If it drops any gear or skill that you can use, you can keep it. The rest is mine. The girl asks, but what about Captain Wang Ming and the others? MC replies, your party has all types of classes. If the boss drops something that's not for assassins, then I'll have fought for nothing. She agrees and says, okay, let's do as you say, but I have one small request. MC says, go ahead. She hesitates and says, if the boss drops something useful for Captain Wang Ming or the others, could you sell it to us at a discount? Shadow agrees. She smiles and says, great. As soon as Wang Ming and the others come online, we'll head out immediately. By the way, expert, where are you going right now? Shadow stays silent at first, then says, we're going to kill that gold boss. She gasps in surprise. What? But expert, you're an assassin and I'm a mage. You can go invisible, but if the boss attacks me, I won't be able to handle it. Shadow, without turning back, says, I'm enough. You just watch from a distance. She's shocked and thinks, one person fighting a gold tier boss? I know he's strong, but this is ridiculous. Suddenly, Shadow vanishes. She looks around confused. Expert? Expert, where did you go? Behind the trees, a group is approaching. One guy says, Boss, Shadow disappeared. The boss laughs. He must have tricked that girl and ditched her in the forest. Let's grab her and have some fun. Boss, you're a genius, another says, laughing like wolves as they approach her. But Shadow, still invisible, is standing right among them. Suddenly, everything goes dark. Before they can react, MC uses instant shadow slash and appears behind them. He slashes through every enemy in his path. His speed is so fast, none of them understand what happened. All of them are killed instantly. A notification pops up. You killed 5 players and gained 12 days of tradable lifespan. MC thinks, So poor. This is like killing 2 low-level mobs. While the bodies are still converting into lifespan, MC walks away without even looking. He reappears in front of the girl. She's shocked again. Expert, where did you go? She asks. MC says, some people were following us. I sent them back to town. She stammers and says, oh, I thought you went to pee. With your invisibility, it must be super easy to pee wherever you want. Or poop too. No one would see you. Then she panics and adds, but wait, if poop comes out of your body, wouldn't it become visible again? Shadow interrupts. Enough, just hurry up and take me to the boss. Scene at Shadow's stall in Celltown, where a teleportation formation suddenly activates, and MC's sister enters the game through it. She looks completely surprised and says excitedly, wow, this feels so real. I can actually feel everything here. The players nearby think, huh, another newbie just arrived. The girl says, this is great. I got a hidden class, Sacrifice. It must be powerful, right? Definitely worthy of Brother Songfei. Then she starts thinking, I wonder what Belor Songfei is doing right now. Does he know the secret to distributing points? Frustrated, she thinks, where has Qingfeng gone? He's always hovering around me all day, caring about me, but when the critical time comes, he's nowhere to be found. Oh well, for now I have a hidden class, and Zhang Wei promised to help me level up. Qingfeng, from now on you're on your own. I'm not going to care about you anymore. Then she looks up and sees a huge screen. Surprised, she says, is this the leaderboard? At the top is Shadow at level 6. Reading this, she clenches her staff tightly in anger and says, Zhang Wei is just level 3 and dares to call himself powerful? Looks like Shadow is a real expert. If I stick with him, I'll definitely level up faster than with Zhang Wei. But where do I even find this expert? Right then, Wang Ming's team appears in front of her. Wang Ming says, damn it, I can't contact Swing with the Wind. That's a username. Scratching his head, Wang Ming asks, do any of you have any ideas? We don't have much time to waste. One guy says, we can't kill mobs without a healer. Another adds, and we're not experts like Shadow who can solo farm. I suggest we find a new healer for our party. Just then, a voice calls out from behind, hello? They turn around and see it's MC's sister. She smiles and says, do you guys need a healer? I have a hidden class, Life Sacrifice. The scene shifts to Shadow. He's standing with his new friend on the edge of a deep ravine looking down. There's a small pond below. It's not very deep, but deep enough to hold a boat. Dry trees are growing in and around it. Suddenly, MC spots the Golden Ghost Ship and says, just as I thought, it really is the Golden Ghost Ship. He disappears into the shadows and tells Black Plum, stay hidden here. Be careful of ambushes. I'll deal with the boss. Nervously, the girl replies, okay, expert, please be careful. Shadow activates his invisibility and jumps straight into the deep ravine. A notification appears. Due to the Golden Ghost Ship's influence, this area has become a violent domain. Lifespan loss rate is increased by 100 times. Reading this, Shadow thinks, a 100x rate? That means staying here for 15 minutes will cost me a whole day's worth of lifespan. Still, since it's a temporary domain, it won't last forever. Even if I stay for 30 minutes, I'll lose only 2 or 3 days worth. Looking ahead, he sees the level 5 Golden Ghost Ship, a gold tier special monster. A notification below it shows a countdown, 45 minutes and 25 seconds. MC says, special monsters like this always come with a countdown. When it ends, the monster disappears. Luckily, I still have 45 minutes left. That's more than enough. He uses instant shadow slash and rushes toward the ship, slashing straight through the boss. The ghostly skeleton steering the ship gets hit and takes heavy damage. 550, 550, 550. Shocked, the skeleton recoils. MC throws venom darts at the ghost fire bells on the ship's front. The hit deals 621 damage, a critical hit. Since his stealth broke, the damage increases even more. Shadow, while staying invisible, explains, the Golden Ghost Ship has specific challenge points. First, many people don't know its weak point. It's not the skeleton or the ship itself. It's the 2 ghost fire bells at the ship's tip. Second, When those bells are attacked, the monster controls all the surrounding water. As expected, the skeleton's eyes glow purple, and violent water swirls rise around. Sharp, deadly water forms, and Shadow says, "It's about to launch a massive AoE attack." Water monsters deal unusually high damage. Even a fully armored early-stage warrior can barely survive a hit. Luckily, the Shadow class has high agility early on, or I couldn't dodge even one hit. The water strikes fade slowly, and the third challenge appears. Shadow says, after this AoE, it'll summon 12 decaying water ghosts. And indeed, rotting water ghosts emerge from the swamp. Just looking at their decaying skin is horrifying. Shadow explains, each of these 12 has silver tier power. Seeing them is enough to throw most parties into panic. The Golden Ghost ship summons a decaying water ghost every 3 minutes. If you delay dealing with them, more and more will spawn, eventually wiping out the whole team. The ghosts look around, but Shadow is already behind them. He thinks, I've been invisible from the start. They won't see me. I just need the right angle to destroy them all. He uses instant Shadow Slash again, launching powerful attacks. Damage numbers soar past 1,000. He lands another critical hit using venom darts. The fish girl is left speechless. At first, no words come out of her mouth. Then her body starts trembling. She stutters, "This is rank 1 expert Shadow. He's too powerful." He appears, does the damage, and vanishes without a trace. The boss has already lost half its HP and hasn't even had the chance to counterattack. MC sends her a voice message. "Little Black, I'm about to die soon." Shocked, she asks, "What?" MC replies, "Don't worry, don't do anything. Just wait for me to revive." She says, "Expert, don't you have an upper head left? And what is this Little Black?" MC replies, "Isn't your name Little Black?" She responds, "No, Expert. People call me Black Plum or Big Plum. Not Little Black, that sounds like a dog's name." Shadow says, all right, got it, Little Black." The scene changes. Someone stomps ahead. It's a pack of dogs chasing MC. One man yells, "Damn, I got careless." Their boss grumbles, "I used to take down legendary people every day, and now I'm getting bullied like a child." Suddenly, a teammate runs up to the boss and shouts, "Boss, I found that little chicken. She's standing above the ravine. That bastard Shadow is fighting a boss below." The boss replies, "Let's go. I've gathered all my brothers. No way I'm letting him live this time." The scene shifts back to the Golden Ghost ship. MC says, this is its 4th attack, and the hardest. After losing half its HP, it launches a massive AoE soul attack that's hard to avoid. The skeleton launches it. MC thinks, if I get hit, I won't be able to move for 5 seconds. I can't dodge it with my current strength. Even Black Plum is stunned. She screams, "Expert!" Shadow gets hit. He thinks, oh, so this is the end. But before he can finish that thought, a giant water pillar strikes him with 1059 damage. A notification appears. You have died. Yes. For the first time in the series, Shadow dies. The pillar slowly lowers. At its center, MC's life force flickers. Another notification. You have lost 326 years of untradeable lifespan and 1087 days of tradable lifespan. Shadow has lost a lot this time. If you followed the series from the start, you know how hard he worked for even 100 days of tradable lifespan. But not everyone is sad about his death. The group chasing Shadow saw him die, and they burst into laughter. Their boss laughs and says, "What a sight. Is this idiot what people call an expert? Killed a few bosses and thought he was a god? He challenged a gold-tier boss alone." They laugh hard for a while. Then the boss lifts his axe, looks at MC's loot, and shouts, "Wow, that damn Shadow was rich. This lifespan light must be worth at least 100 days. Brothers, charge the boss. It only has half HP left. We'll kill it directly." The team cheers. One guy says, "This is amazing. We can grab such a huge lifespan." Another yells, "Half of it is already lost. That dog really was something. Today, I, the underdog, will devour this big dog completely." They all jump down shouting. And the moment they do, they're blasted straight into the sky. Yes, they're instantly sent to heaven. After dying, the entire group gets teleported directly to Cell Town. As soon as they land, they start yelling, "What the hell? How can a monster be that powerful? This is unbelievable." One of them says, "It's ridiculous. We just entered that space and got instantly wiped out by water element players." Another adds, "There were so many small mobs around too. How could we even fight that?" Their boss is furious and says, "Damn it, we've suffered huge losses this time. Everyone get ready to move out again. I can't believe this is happening." The scene shifts. Someone enters the swamp, and it's Shadow himself. Seeing so many lifespan lights floating before him, he's confused and asks, "Hey, Little Black, I'm back. What are all these lights doing here?" Little Black replies, "Oh, expert, you came back so soon." A group of people charged straight at the boss, shouting and screaming, but just one water column rose and the entire group was wiped out instantly. MC chuckles and says, "Really? Looks like they overestimated their strength." He thinks to himself, "I remember even in my past life, I had a hard time because of this golden ghost ship." Looking at the golden ghost ship, he thinks, it can only use its immobilization and 5-second freeze skill once. The rest of its remaining health I can handle easily. Once its health drops below half, there's a chance it will vanish and respawn somewhere far away. After that, normal players will find it even harder to kill. Then, Shadow activates his poison dots and targets the ghost firebells attached to the ship's tip. When he hits them, black smoke starts rising around the ship and it begins teleporting. Shadow disappears into the shadows and watches closely. He thinks, "I already figured out its movement pattern long ago." Using his shadow speed, he dashes forward, follows the ship, and strikes it with an instant shadow slash. Meanwhile, that group arrives at the ravine again. One of them points and says, "Boss, look, that person is fighting the main enemy again." The boss replies, "All right, we'll wait for the right moment and try to handle both of them." Even Black Plum notices and mutters nervously, "Oh no, not these people again. They always show up at the worst time. The expert is just about to win. I won't let them ruin this." She lifts her staff, chants a spell, and light begins to glow from it. She points it upward and shouts, "Let the skies respond! Send a flash of light!" A burst of energy strikes their leader, causing 40 to 45 damage. He stumbles and yells, "Who did that?" One of his team members says, "Boss, over there! A magic user!" The leader becomes furious, grabs his axe, and growls, "She's crossing the line!" His face looks burned and angry, which frightens Black Plum. She immediately turns and runs while shouting, "Someone help me!" The boss shouts, "Stop right there!" and the group starts chasing her. Meanwhile, a person hiding behind a tree quietly watches. In fact, there are 2 observers, maybe even more, clearly waiting for their chance. Shadow, on the other hand, stays fully focused on battling the golden ghost ship. He moves into position in front of it and thinks, "Just as I thought. Even though it's only level 5, taking it down alone is really tough. My attacks aren't strong enough and now the fight has gone on too long. It's attracting attention." He sees people up on the cliffs, likely the same ones who were defeated before, and others behind the trees, all waiting to grab the rewards once the boss is defeated. Finally, Shadow lands a powerful blow. The ship lets out a loud, terrifying scream. A system notification pops up. "You've defeated the gold tier golden ghost ship. You gain 4,800 experience points. Congratulations, you've leveled up to level 8. You've earned 7 evolution points. You also received 216 days of tradable lifespan." After killing the monster, Shadow uses his shadow sneak to turn invisible. The monster's body dissolves into its life force form. Shadow thinks, everyone dreams of looting without lifting a finger, but they miscalculated. Suddenly, a global system announcement appears in every village, town, and city. Player Shadow from Cell Town is the first person on the server to kill a gold tier monster. He receives 3 reputation points. When this announcement goes off in a remote valley, no one reacts. But in a big town, people start shouting, "What? First kill on a gold tier monster? Who is this Shadow guy? He must be incredibly strong. Where even is Cell Town? Is that a starter town? He's got to be from our Great Han City." Back in Cell Town, Wang Ming and MC's sister also hear the announcement. Wang Ming says in shock, "Wait, just a little while ago, wasn't Shadow fighting a bronze tier monster alone? And now he's killed a gold tier boss solo? Why is there such a huge gap between him and the rest of us? Behind him, MC's sister thinks, Shadow must be the most powerful player. If he helps me level up, I can meet Brother Songfei easily. Meanwhile, the loot light from the gold tier boss finishes dissolving. And there's a ton of loot. The people who were spying on Shadow laugh in excitement. That boss dropped so much loot, but Shadow's gone invisible. He hasn't picked up anything yet. He's being cautious of us. One of them says, Guang, use your skill and track that guy. We'll deal with him first and take everything. Guang nods, steps forward, draws his bow, and loads a powerful arrow. He activates the skill Phantom Horned Eagle. The energy shoots into the sky and transforms into a glowing phantom eagle. It starts circling above the swamp, scattering feathers across the area. Some feathers brush past MC, but his invisibility stays intact. Shadow thinks, Phantom Eagle? I didn't expect any hunter to pick up anti-invisibility skills this quickly. No wonder they're confident about taking my reward. He smirks. But too bad for them. My assassin class upgraded my stealth to level 1+. Basic detection like that won't reveal me. Even after the skill is used, MC remains hidden. Guang turns and says, Boss, he's not here. Must have seen us and escaped. Another man chuckles. Smart move. They all laugh. Then their boss steps forward and says, All right, let's go guard the treasure before someone else takes it. Suddenly, a shadow flashes through the air and takes them all out in a single strike, just like you'd expect from Shadow. The treasure now belongs to him. Looking around at the calm scene, Shadow mutters, So quiet now. Speaking of which, where did Little Black run off to? Doesn't matter, I'll find her later. Right now, I've got enough evolution points to enhance Greedy Hand. Time to upgrade. He raises his hand and triggers the upgrade. Golden and dark energy swirls around his arm. A system notification appears. Your Greedy Hand's diamond drawing skill has reached epic rank. Type, Assassin. Can be used on elite enemies to extract extra items. Previous bonus loot chance, 220%. New chance, 300%. Guaranteed upgrade in item tier. Reading this, Shadow grins. Guaranteed upgrade? Perfect. Time to gather all the light orbs. He tells the audience, For those who don't know, you need to squeeze the light orbs to extract loot. He grabs all the light orbs in his hands, laughs maniacally, and shouts, All the loot is mine! He squeezes them all at once. A bright light flashes across the entire forest. Notifications flood in. You've used Greedy Hand skill. You received 7+7+7 evolution points, total of 21 evolution points. You received 2 and 16 plus 2 16 plus 2 and 16 days of tradable lifespan, likely 648 days. You've received 2 ghost fire bells. These are special items, along with some low-tier ones not yet shown. Shadow is thrilled seeing the ghost fire bells and exclaims, I actually got 2 of them. A new notification explains, These ghost fire bells are special items. When equipped, Shadow won't lose lifespan upon death. Cooldown is 18 seconds, or 15.6 seconds for MC. It has a passive ability, Soul Absorb. When Shadow kills a monster, lifespan drop increases by 20%. With 2 bells, that's 40%. Simply equipping them increases monster lifespan drop by 40%. It also has an active skill. By ringing the bells, all enemies within a 100-meter radius are stunned for 3 seconds. Cooldown is 600 seconds, or 521 seconds for MC. These aren't considered equipment, but items, meaning Shadow can keep them in his inventory, and both take up only 1 inventory slot. Super convenient. Suddenly, Shadow receives a voice message from Little Black. He's shocked. In the message, Little Black cries, Expert, hurry, come save me! What are you guys doing? Don't come here! Seeing this, Shadow yells, Little Black, where are you? Quickly send me your location. Where the MC asks, Little Black, where are you? Background noise could be heard, and she shouted, No! You all must not come here! The scene then shifts to Black Plum's side. A group had surrounded her. Their boss said, Damn, girl, you really do run fast. Understanding their vile intentions, Black Plum began to panic. She thought, There's a cliff behind me. If I fall, I'll die instantly, but if I get caught by them, I'll suffer a far worse death. She held her staff tightly and slowly stepped back until she jumped off the cliff. Seeing this, even her attackers were stunned. Black Plum, still gripping her staff, started falling into the abyss. The cliff was so deep that survival seemed impossible. Within seconds, a loud thud echoed, and we saw Black Plum had hit the ground. The impact shattered the earth beneath her, and with that, she lost her life. The opposing team's leader arrived and saw her body beginning to dissolve into life force. He thought, this girl really had courage. Then the scene shifts to Shadow. Black Plum, now back in town, voice called him and said, "Expert, you don't need to save me anymore. I've already died." Wincing in pain, she added, "It really hurts. But the good thing is, we gave all our tradable lifespan to Captain Warming." Hearing her voice, Shadow remained silent for a moment before saying, "All right, wait for me there. I'll come and give you your items." Instantly, she lit up with joy and cheerfully replied, "Okay, expert, you've worked really hard." Shadow ended the call and sighed deeply, saying, "This time I've really earned a lot." His tradable lifespan had now reached 3,115 days. He also had 21 evolution points. He decided to continue evolving his greedy hand skill. When he tried to evolve it, a notification popped up saying the skill had already reached epic rank, and now required 10 times more evolution points to continue. "Do you want to spend all 2 and 10 evolution points to continue evolving?" it asked. Shadow was shocked and thought, just as I expected, 2 10 points. Of course it wasn't going to be easy. He realized the higher the skill's level, the more points it consumed, so he decided to drop it and evolve his attacking skills instead. The more damage I deal, the stronger bosses I can defeat and get better loot. Then, he evolved his platinum rank skill Instant Shadow Slash to Jade, and then to Diamond. This new Diamond tier skill allowed him to dash in full speed across a 27-meter radius, slashing every enemy within it 7 times. Each slash was 4.1 meters long and dealt 300 additional damage. After use, he'd enter an invisibility state for 9 seconds. The cooldown was 10.43 seconds. After evolving it so much, a powerful and pure aura started radiating from Shadow, making it feel like he had leveled up again. He spent a few more evolution points and only had 3 left. He used them to evolve his backstep enhancement skill, which was originally normal rank. It rose through bronze and silver ranks, finally reaching gold. With it, every backstep would increase his damage by 30%. Feeling the power of his new skills, Shadow said, "After evolving Instant Shadow Slash twice, its damage has doubled. Even if I don't use Stealth Mode or Stealth Break, I can still deal 3,000 damage. If I combine Stealth Break and Backstep, my 7 slashes can deal between 6,000 to 7,000 damage." He checked the system and said, "Gold tier boss loot usually contains 2 to 4 silver equipment pieces and a small chance of a gold tier item. But thanks to my greedy hand, I got 11 gold tier equipment and skill books, including 2 platinum gear and 1 platinum skill book." He reviewed all the skills and gear, saying, "Not bad, not bad. 3 of these can even be used by assassin-type players." Then, he examined a pair of glowing red dual blades. Platinum tier ghost ship dual blades, an assassin-class weapon. They increased attack by 136, agility by 22, attack speed by 24%, and armor penetration by 17. Only players above level 5 could equip them. The special effect? It doubles any normal attack's damage. Shadow said, "Normally, I only use skills to deal damage and avoid basic attacks, but this weapon's base damage is so high, and it also boosts agility, attack speed, casting speed, and even reduces skill cooldown. So it's definitely not useless." He then took out a gold tier armor, Ghost Fire Leather Armor. It added plus 25 physical defense, plus 50 fire resistance, plus 14 damage block, and increased HP by 419. Minimum level 5 required. He quickly equipped it, saying, "Even after leveling up, my constitution didn't increase. My HP was 3,850, and this single armor boosted it by 419. With this equipped, most players won't even be able to break my defense. He activated the system and said, "All right, make all my defensive equipment invisible and keep my normal assassin class appearance active." With that, his defensive gear vanished. Now no one will know what I'm wearing unless they directly check my game interface. Then he remembered. He still had some skill books left. He took out one for Assassin class, a gold-tier passive skill named Ghost Shadow Blur. It activates automatically, giving a 15% dodge rate. When the dodge activates, he becomes immune to any damage. Looking at it, MC smiled and said, "Finally, a survival skill for Assassin class." But as I recall, dodge skills are very weak in this game. It's hard to increase dodge rate. And if dodge doesn't trigger, you're in danger. But I'm different. I can evolve any skill endlessly. He learned the skill and said, "While increasing dodge rate, I won't sacrifice my other attributes. It's all beneficial for me." Then, turning back, he said, "Time to leave. The remaining gear here is for warrior, priest, and archer classes. I'll sell them to Wang Ming at 10% discount. Even if he can't afford it, knowing Warming's personality, he'll definitely pay me back later." All of this massive upgrade was only possible because of Little Black. Without her, I'd never have found the level 5 golden ghost ship. I must thank her. While Shadow was casually walking ahead, a group of goons appeared, furious at what Little Black had done. When Shadow saw them, he immediately recognized them as the ones chasing her. They too panicked upon seeing him. They shouted, "It's Shadow! Run!" Everyone turned around and fled, but their boss, being at the back, got stuck and shouted, "Idiots! Don't block me! Where are you all going?" They begged for mercy as they ran. Shadow calmly said, "You're running from me?" Then, using instant Shadow Slash, he wiped them all out in one attack. Only their leader remained, who came face to face with Shadow and pleaded, "I was wrong! Please don't kill me, Brother Expert! Daddy, I only have less than a year of lifespan left." But MC gave him a cold stare and said, "When you attacked others, did you ever consider your own fate?" We then heard his agonizing scream as Shadow stabbed a poison dart into his head, sending blood gushing out like a fountain. Ignoring the blood, Shadow calmly walked away. A notification popped up. "You've killed too many players. You now have 1 layer of killer status. Upon death, you'll lose 75% of your lifespan." After this, a red aura surged from Shadow, and the word killer appeared on his forehead. He thought, "No matter what, I have ghost fire bells. If I continue carelessly..." Shadow had made all his equipment invisible, so no one could tell what he was wearing. As he walked ahead, the leader from the first group he defeated approached and said, "Brother Shadow, wait a minute." He pulled out a glowing skill book from his inventory and offered it, saying, "Everything that happened was our fault. This assassin class skill book. We bought it using our own lifespan. Please accept it, and forget everything between us." When Shadow examined it, he saw it was just a common tier skill book named Impale. It was a single target attack skill that dealt 20 damage and stunned the enemy for 2 seconds. Cooldown, 22 seconds. MC wasn't interested in its damage or rarity, only the 2-second stun. He said, "This is a control type skill. Even if it's just common tier now, I can evolve it into something great." Taking the book, he simply said, "Fine," and walked away. His attitude enraged the group. One said to their captain, "Swans, wasn't that way too cowardly? He killed us, and we still gave him a skill book?" Another added, "We've never been treated like this. Let's gather our connections. If we all spit on him at once, he'll drown in it." Swans replied, "Do you even know how fast Shadow is growing? Without help, he's leveling up on his own. He must have a huge secret. If we find him in real life and kidnap him, not only will we get the secret, but we can use him as a slave to gather lifespan for us." Everyone cheered and said, "That's why we trust your plans, Swans." He continued, "To get info from him, I'll send a woman from my family. Judging by his voice, he's not from our elite circle. He must be poor. We'll send a professional beauty. No way he'll resist the trap." Then the scene returns to Shadow, who began transferring all the equipment he found for the girls' class. He said, "Here, little black, accept the trade so I can send you some gear." Excited, she replied, "Wow, expert, thank you. But I'm not little black. My name is Black Plum or Big Plum." But seeing the gear and skills, she got overly excited and activated her fire powers, shouting, "Yes, this is awesome! This skill, this necklace, it instantly multiplied my damage and doubled my mana regeneration." Her face lit up with happiness, and she said, "Expert, expert, thank you so much." Shadow replied, "You're welcome. I'm just fulfilling my part of the deal. Now give me the space ring." She immediately took it out and said, "Oh, right, here." Then she smiled and said, "While running from those guys, I saw an underground cave in the forest. It looked like some sort of entrance to ruins. Are you interested?" Hearing this, Shadow was surprised and thought, first the golden ghost ship, now this ruin? Becoming friends with her is seriously profitable. If I hadn't given her gold tier gear, she'd never have shared this info. And thanks to the space ring, his inventory now had 27 slots. Shadow asked, "By the way, where's Wang Ming? Once I sell all this extra gear, I'll check out those ruins." She replied, "Captain and the rest went to train with a new priest. They won't return soon." Then she marked the ruins' location on the map. "It's behind some bushes, a stone slab. I hid there while running, and when I lifted it, I found the entrance. I heard terrifying roars from inside and ran away. Otherwise, those guys would have never found me." Hearing this, Shadow instantly used Shadow Sneak and disappeared, saying, "All right, got it. I'm heading for the ruins now. I'll trade with Wang Ming when he returns." He disappeared so fast, the girl couldn't keep up and shouted, "Expert! Expert! Where did you go?" By then, Shadow had already reached the forest. Running at full speed, he thought, "At first, I just wanted to find a place to grind to level 10. But now that I know about the ruins, there's no need to grind." He explained that most ruins in beginner towns fall into 3 categories: tombs, cursed ruins, or temples of faith. No matter which type, they usually contain bronze tier monsters and maybe some silver tier ones. For him, they're rivers of lifespan and evolution points. The scene begins with some slabs hidden between bushes, and underneath them, stairs descend downward, and the one who moved those slabs is none other than our MC Shadow. As he descends the stairs, he thinks to himself, there are only 3 types of ruins in the beginner's town. First, the tombs. Second, the cursed ruins. And third, the Temple of Faith. There's not much to say about the tombs. They're filled with hordes of monsters that are extremely difficult to kill, and in the end, there's always a gold tier monster waiting. In the second type, the cursed ruins, the monsters are cursed by ancient gods, or evil gods. Initially, they might have been human, but over time, and after death, they transform into ghosts. In the third type, the Temple of Faith, all the monsters are believers of ancient or evil gods. These areas are extremely complex, making it very hard to find the right path. Shadow then explains that if someone completes the first 2 types of ruins, they might find special items or skill books inside. As Shadow looks at the wall, he notices some symbols. After examining them, he realizes this is a temple of faith. He thinks to himself that these symbols feel strangely familiar. Maybe they represent morals or some religious concept, though he's not sure. He apologizes to the audience and says that they can consider them as just designs. Suddenly, a realization strikes him. He exclaims, "Yes, this really is the Temple of Faith dedicated to the ancient god of judgment." From inside, he hears intense cries, and he thinks this temple's origin is the same as his Eye of Judgment. The scene then shifts to a forest where someone is fighting. We see Wang Ming using his shield for protection while being attacked. The attacker is a joint crawler, which even manages to break Wang Ming's shield. The monster lets out a loud roar and strikes Wang Ming hard, causing him to cough up blood and fall back. Wounded and bleeding, Wang Ming collapses near the MC's sister, Queen Xiao, but she does nothing. One of Wang Ming's teammates screams at her, asking why she isn't healing him and what she's doing just standing there. But when the camera focuses on Queen Xiao, we see her trembling in the rain, paralyzed with fear. Her eyes are filled with tears, and in a shaky voice she says, "Okay, okay, but how am I supposed to do this?" At that moment, the four-armed crawler stands right in front of them. Wang Ming's teammate screams again, "Damn it, it's back, do something, use your skill." But Queen Xiao, out of sheer panic, drops her staff, sits down, covers her face, and starts crying. She says, "Mom, I'm so scared." After a few moments of screaming, everything suddenly falls silent. And you can guess why. It's because Wang Ming's entire team has died and been teleported back to the main town. They all stand there silently, defeated. Not a single word is spoken. Big Plum, who's standing nearby, waves and says, "Hey, Captain, why are you back so soon? Expert Shadow hasn't returned yet, so you won't be able to buy any equipment?" One of Wang Ming's teammates then bursts out at Queen Xiao in rage. He shouts, "What the hell? I've never seen anyone so useless. You don't know how to dodge attacks, you don't know how to use your skills, and you can't even heal properly. What can you do?" Little Black tries to calm things down and says, "Why are you so mad? She's clearly just a beginner. It's her first time playing this game. It's normal to die once." But Wang Ming's teammate is too angry to listen. He growls, "Big Plum, move aside. I'll scold her so much today it'll kill her." Then their teammate Swordmaster says, "Big Plum, we didn't just die once. We've died 3 times within 1 hour." Even Big Plum is surprised and says, "Oh, that's rough." Then flexing her necklace, she says, "Let me join your team this time. I just got 2 great equipment items from Expert Shadow. I'm really powerful now. I'm confident that if I go, we won't all die again." Wang Ming, still weak, softly agrees. "Okay, fine. Let's stop arguing. Big Plum's suggestion isn't bad. Things might go more smoothly with her. Who knows, maybe we'll even run into Expert Shadow on our way back. That would be good." Meanwhile, the MC's sister calmly says, "I'm sorry, I'll do better this time." But in her mind, she's thinking, "You people can't do anything properly on your own, and yet you have the audacity to blame me? If you didn't have a connection with Expert Shadow, I wouldn't even look in your direction. I'm so angry. This bunch of lunatics." She's barely holding herself together. The scene shifts back to Shadow, who is moving deeper into the ruin. He heads toward the source of the strange voices. When he looks ahead, he sees zombie-like monsters with twisted arms crouching toward him. A notification appears. These are level 10 devotee followers of the ancient god of judgment, and both are silver tier. Seeing them, Shadow immediately goes on alert. He uses Shadow Sneak to hide in the shadows, then suddenly uses Instant Shadow Slash to attack both. But surprisingly, the attack barely reduces their health. Shadow thinks, "I clearly broke stealth and attacked from behind, yet they only lost a small portion of their health. They're only level 10 silver tier, but their combined HP already surpasses that of the Golden Ghost ship." Suddenly, Shadow notices something shocking. The monsters are bowing down toward him again. He thinks, "They're bowing again? And this time toward me? But I'm invisible. Could they somehow sense the eye of judgment I have? Is that why they're not attacking me?" To test this, Shadow asks, "Do you two know the way forward? If so, show me." The two fall to their knees but remain silent and motionless. Shadow concludes, "Looks like they're completely corrupted and decomposed. Their minds are gone. They've turned into wild beasts who only know how to steal life force from humans." Suddenly, both monsters let out loud roars, activate their powers, and launch an attack. But not at Shadow. Another team had entered the ruin from a different door, and the monsters charged straight at them. The team starts shouting, "Be careful! Monsters are coming!" Shadow turns to see that the entire team is panicking. Someone screams, "2 silver tier monsters? We can't even handle one! Everyone run!" We see that most of the team members die and transform into life spam. Only a mage girl survives for a few seconds, screaming before she too dies. Strange flames rise from the monster's power, and the entire team lies on the ground, transformed. Oddly, the monsters don't go forward to devour the life spam immediately. Shadow recognizes the team. They were the ones who bought the Ice Spike skill book from him. What was her name again? Grey Rose? Yeah, maybe. I never thought they'd find this ruin. Judging by their level and gear, they probably weren't planning to go too deep. Shadow thinks, "Today's players are too weak. Their level and equipment are terrible. I'm progressing so fast, No one else could possibly be deeper inside this ruin right now. He walks forward to pick up the life spam, and again, the monsters kneel before him. As Shadow checks the loot, he says, "Wow, they dropped tradable life spam worth over 100 days. I didn't expect them to be this rich." Later, we see Shadow walking in circles, returning to the same spot. He says, "I've searched everywhere, and still found nothing. No traps, no treasure. Could it be that the only thing here was these 2 silver-tier mini-bosses?" He pulls out his poison darts, looks back at the monsters, and says, "Forget it." Without hesitation, he attacks both with poison darts. In just a few hits, he kills them. A notification appears. "You have killed devotee followers of the ancient god of judgment. You gained 4,000 XP. Congratulations, you are now level 9. You received 4 evolution points and 188 days of tradable life spam." As always, Shadow uses his greedy hand skill on their loot. Looking at it, he says, "Epic tier greedy hand is absolutely insane. 32 evolution points, 10,504 days of life spam, 4 gold tier items, and 10 silver tier items." He pulls out a necklace from the loot and says, "This gold tier item is an accessory for the assassin class, called the Pendant of the Faithful. It increases agility by 15, reduces cooldowns by 20%, and can only be worn by level 8 or higher. It even has a unique effect. It can summon a silver tier devotee follower to fight for you, with a cooldown of 600 seconds. Looking at the stats, Shadow says, "These are amazing. The 20% cooldown reduction brings my stealth skill from 22.6 seconds down to 19.2. Poison Dart goes from 4.3 to 3.7 seconds, and Instant Shadow Slash drops from 10.4 to 8.8 seconds. I'll be able to grind much faster now." He adds, "All my current gear requires level 8 or higher, and no one else is powerful enough to use it anyway, so I'll just keep it for now and sell it later." Suddenly, Shadow hears something behind him. He turns and sees a strange circle forming on the ground, shaking. From inside, a bizarre pillar begins to rise. Looking at it, Shadow smirks and says, "Of course, this mechanism always activates after killing all the monsters here." The scene begins with the MC looking at the mechanism and saying, "This is a hidden mechanism." Then Shadow jumps and lands right next to the pillar. A creaking sound comes from above, and the mechanism activates again. We see the entire structure start to sink downward. Seeing this, the MC wonders if it's some kind of lift. As Shadow descends slightly, the ceiling above automatically closes. But the MC doesn't seem worried at all. We're shown a scene a little later where the MC has been descending slowly through the stone lift for what seems like ages. He finally says, "Finally, it stopped. It feels like I've gone 300 to 400 meters deep." The MC still doesn't know what's going on here or where this place is taking him. But when he looks ahead, he says, "What? What is this?" The door of the old lift opens in front of him. What he sees appears to be a kind of labyrinth under a temple. Staring at the open door, the MC explains that there are certain chances in ruins like this. When you complete the ruin, a hidden maze door may open. In his past life, he had explored many such mazes. These types of mazes are full of countless traps. But as long as you have some people to act as cannon fodder, there's really no danger here. The only downside is that taking others with you just to act as bait takes up a lot of time. Then he pulls out the necklace he received earlier as a reward from the ruin. He says, "With my current attributes, if I get caught in any of these traps even once, I'll basically die. But luckily, I have this." We already saw all the information about this necklace in the last episode. Now, the MC is about to use its unique effect. He extends the necklace and summons a silver tier devoted follower from it. As soon as the follower appears, the MC signals with his hand and says, "Go ahead and scout what's up ahead." Following the command without question, the follower starts walking forward. Shadow calmly walks behind him with his arms crossed and says, "If you have someone to walk ahead and scout situations for you, exploring becomes a lot easier. But still, there's always a chance of danger here. So I should evolve my passive dodge skill as much as possible." He uses his evolution points and evolves his Ghost Shadow Blur skill 4 times, using 1, 2, 3, and 5 points respectively. Now he only has 24 evolution points left. The skill has reached epic tier. Earlier, it used to give a 15% dodge rate, but now it gives 75% dodge rate. And once this passive skill is activated, it even grants immunity to all damage. The MC reads this and becomes really happy. He says, 75% dodge rate is already incredible. Now the remaining evolution points are just enough to evolve his instant Shadow Slash to Epic tier. He spends 13 evolution points and now only has 11 left. The instant Shadow Slash has evolved from Diamond to Epic tier. Earlier, it used to flash 27 meters, now it can go 30 meters. Invisibility has increased from 9 seconds to 12 seconds. Earlier, it used to hit 7 enemies along the path, now it hits 9. The cooldown remains 12 seconds, but the slash width has increased from 4.1 to 5 meters. Each slash now deals an additional 300 to 400 damage. Seeing these results, the MC becomes really happy. He then explains that to evolve something from Epic to Legendary tier requires 10 times more evolution points. The higher the tier of an item, the more it costs to evolve. He gives an example. If he gets a skill book that's already Epic tier, he won't need to spend any evolution points initially. Evolving it for the first time takes just 1 point, but evolving it to Legendary tier will take 10 times that amount, meaning 10 points. This also means that if he finds more Epic skill books, he can evolve them faster into Legendary, Mythical, Ancient, or even Immortal tier. Now he only has 11 points left, which is enough to evolve his starting skill Shadow Sneak. He evolves it twice, using 3 and then 5 points. Now he only has 3 points remaining. Shadow Sneak has evolved from Silver to Gold, and now to Platinum tier. Earlier, it kept him in stealth for 16 seconds. Now it lasts 24 seconds. The damage upon breaking stealth has increased from 90 to 150. The cooldown, which was 26 seconds, is now just 22 seconds. Shadow comments that with one of his attributes that reduces cooldown speed by 35%, the final cooldown becomes only 16 seconds. But even this cooldown is still quite high, and the attack after stealth break is still weak. He decides he'll need to replace this skill eventually. After explaining all this, Shadow looks ahead. His follower had stepped on a tile that activated a trap. The moment the follower stepped on it, a massive boulder dropped directly on him. Shadow's follower was crushed before his eyes. Yet he doesn't flinch or react. He just stands there, watching as the follower's life force dissolves. Without any emotion, he says, "My summon died. I'll wait for the cooldown to end and summon again." This maze is extremely complex and dangerous. I'll explore it slowly. I just hope that in the end, I'll find some amazing things here. Now the scene changes and we return to the upper layer of the temple that the MC had already passed. A shield warrior and a kid peek through an empty hallway. They look around but see nothing. The shield warrior turns back and says to the captain, "I can confirm from the front. Those 2 monsters have disappeared." Their captain, possibly named Gray, says, "How is that even possible?" All 3 of them walk to the middle of the room and look around. Gray says, "Even our lifespan readings are missing. It seems someone killed those 2 monsters and took our lifespan too. But who could have done it?" The shield warrior replies, "Currently, only Expert Shadow could kill 2 silver tier boss monsters at once." The kid adds, "If Expert Shadow was really here, then it's likely he took our dropped lifespan too. At least it looks that way. But one good thing is we won't have to die again to those boss monsters." Hearing all this, Miss Gray starts thinking. She recalls that when they entered the area, they saw someone interacting with the monsters as if communicating. Could that have been Shadow? Does he have a skill that lets him control even bosses? That kind of skill is incomprehensible. His power must be insanely dangerous. The scene switches back to the MC, where his follower is again caught in a trap. Multiple arrows pierce through him, and his screams echo through the entire tunnel. The MC says, "I've been wandering here for 3 to 4 hours. It feels like this maze is finally nearing its end. Based on my past life experience, if someone used human lives to explore this ruin, at least 100 people would die here." He then summons his follower again and orders him to continue scouting ahead. Now the scene moves a little further, and we see the follower walking through a broken, eerie area. The MC follows him closely. Soon, they reach a closed door. The MC says, "Go open that door." The follower struggles, pushing with all his might, but the door doesn't budge. The MC finds it strange. Then he tries detecting the door himself. As soon as the door senses the MC's energy, it begins to open. As it opens, A dense mist and powerful energy start pouring out. Shadow looks confused. From inside, there's a strong suction pulling him inward. At first, he says nothing, then decides to enter. The scene transitions inside, and the interior looks like a whole different world. Earlier, Shadow was in a dark underground maze, but now, it's a bright open sky filled with sparkling stars. The area seems like a factory at first, but it's actually a ritual site. There's a large yellow treasure chest and a woman dressed in priest robes standing beside it. As the MC enters, his eyes immediately go to the chest. He notices it's bound by thorny vines. Looking at the woman, he realizes she's an NPC. When he tries checking her information, all the stats show question marks. He thinks, this is the first time in both my lives I've encountered such a mysterious NPC. As he gets closer, the priestess says something in strange words and then goes completely silent. Her body dissolves into life force and merges with the sky, turning into light and vanishing. Shadow says, "What? She disappeared?" At the same time, all the thorny vines on the chest vanish. The chest starts glowing and Shadow says, "I don't know who that mysterious woman was, but she was definitely related to my Eye of Judgment." The chest continues glowing golden. Shadow says, "This glow means there must be epic tier items inside. But still, I must be cautious. There's always a chance it could be a mimic or a trap." He summons his devoted follower and signals toward the chest. The follower rushes like a madman and throws open the lid. A golden light bursts out from inside. Seeing it, the MC says, This is a skill book. A godly tier skill for assassins. It has both active and passive effects. It's an epic tier assassin class skill book called Pistol of Mercies. Its passive effect grants a 100% weak point hit correction. In simple words, if it hits a weak point, the damage doubles instantly. And that's just the passive effect. The epic tier skill book bursts out of the chest in a golden light. As the MC approaches it, the book displays its active effect, Split Throat. The next attack after activation deals 100% true damage. This effect lasts for 3 seconds and has a cooldown of just 60 seconds. For the MC, that cooldown is reduced to 44 seconds. You may not fully understand how the active skill works, so let me explain. Suppose the MC hits an enemy's weak point, causing 30 damage. Then, he instantly attacks the enemy's throat, dealing 100 damage. That 100 damage will continue for 3 seconds, at least 3 times. After reading that, even I understood how broken it is. I hope you got it now too. After reading both effects, Shadow says that the passive effect doubles the hitbox of enemy weak points. Even though it's an epic tier skill book, the active effect feels almost glitched. If he deals 300 damage to someone, that 300 will repeat 3 more times due to split throat, totaling 1200 damage. 3 times the damage. Luckily, it has a 60-second cooldown, or else it would have been ridiculously overpowered. But Shadow's instant Shadow Slayers can strike multiple times. Unfortunately, Split Throat only considers the first attack. Still, it only needs 10 evolution points to evolve to Legendary tier. This loot is truly a great harvest. His attack damage has increased massively. Then he turns around and says all of this happened because of Little Black. He needs to thank her and sell her team the remaining loot. He calls Little Black on the spot and says, "Tell Wang Ming to return to town. I've got some items I want to sell him." Little Black replies, "Expert, you've finished exploring the ruin? Great. We're heading back now." The teleportation gate to Cell Town opens, and Shadow walks out. As he looks ahead, he sees a massive crowd waiting for him. People begin cheering wildly, yelling, "Shadow's here!" Everyone wanted to add him to their friend list. Some were just happy being his follower. Some even offered their sisters to him. And then the flood of offers began. One guy said, "Expert, I came from Freelytown. This is my little sister. She's a huge fan and just wanted to say hi." Another said, "Are you the real Shadow? I'm the chairman of the rounding group from Jaghai City. I'd like to formally invite you to our corporation." One dude from Underworld Town said, "Expert, please carry us in future levels. We'll even give you our wives." The crowd was so loud that the MC could only hear names of towns. "I'm from this town. I'm from that town." Seeing this, the MC thought maybe teleportation gates from other towns had activated too, so now he could finally go to Songfei's Firefly Town. He sneaks away using his invisibility skill right through the crowd. People get confused and start yelling, "Did he vanish? Damn it, it's all your fault for crowding him." Another replies, "Weren't you doing the same? Your sister is so ugly and you dared to introduce her to the expert?" Shadow silently sneaks up behind Little Black. She gets super happy seeing him and instantly takes him to Wang Ming, shouting, "Captain, the expert's here!" Wang Ming turns around to see the MC, but the MC is shocked to see a new member in his team. His own sister, Queen Xiao. He wonders to himself, is this really Queen Xiao? How did she end up in Wang Ming's team? She could destroy it entirely. Imagining his body sleeping elsewhere, he thinks, I need to be extremely cautious now. The whole world knows that Shadow exists. I can't expose my real identity. I can't use my powers in real life yet. There are too many eyes on me. Even a kitchen knife could kill me right now. Queen Xiao, meanwhile, gives a cute smile and thinks to herself, so this is Shadow. Just one look at him tells me how powerful he is. Compared to him, Wang Ming and his team are trash. If he carried me, I could have united with Weather Songfei in just a few days. But the MC didn't want anyone to know he recognized her. So he completely ignores her and walks up to Wang Ming, sending him some items through his system screen. He says, "These equipment pieces are a perfect fit for your party's classes. These skill books will greatly enhance your team's combat power. In return, I'll take just a few days of your lifespan." Wang Ming checks everything and says, "That's impressive. These are all silver and gold tier, but we really can't afford all this." MC replies, "That's fine, you can pay later." Hearing this, Wang Ming becomes very happy and says sincerely, "Thank you. I really don't know how we can repay such kindness. If you ever need our help, just say the word." Wang Ming then starts distributing the loot. The team's swordmaster puts on armor and says, "Damn, Shadow's awesome. I never thought I'd wear gold tier gear so soon." Wang Ming checks a skill and says, "This is gold tier? Insane. My DPS will triple." He gets emotional and with teary eyes says, "The expert let us buy all this on credit. That means he completely trusts us." Meanwhile, Queen Xiao was excited too, hoping to get some gold tier gear. But Wang Ming says, "Hey, why isn't there anything here for priests?" She looks shocked and says, "What?" One of the teammates bluntly says, "We don't have anything for priests because this girl is just leeching our experience like a parasite." But Queen Xiao ignores him and runs up to Shadow, saying, "Hello, expert. I'm the priest of Wang Ming's team. Do you have any equipment or items for me?" Without waiting for a reply, she sends him a friend request, hoping to receive items through it. MC sees the notification. Player Little Graceful wants to add you as a friend, but does nothing. When the girl looks at him, she's stunned. MC had activated Shadow Snake, staring into her eyes emotionlessly. Then without a word, he uses the skill and disappears. The girl, now sweating, stammers, "Where did he go?" Wang Ming chuckles and says, "Maybe he didn't have any items for priests this time. Try your luck next time." Another teammate says, "Nah, I think he ignored her on purpose." Little Black adds, "Shadow's appearances are like a drug. He's just too cool." Meanwhile, Shadow uses Shadow Snake to teleport to another village's teleportation zone. He thinks, actually, I do have a gold tier item and skill book for a priest, but why would I give something so valuable to Queen Xiao? As he walks into a building, he thinks, as I progress further, I'll accumulate more unused items and skill books. Selling them one by one is a waste of time, but Wang Ming, with his authority backing, is the perfect person to sell everything in bulk. Also, I need to find a proper priest to replace Queen Xiao. Otherwise, she might become a problem for my relationship with the authorities. Then he remembers a girl. Right. I need to find little Sue as soon as possible. He reveals that in his past life, Gu Yisui was the former manager of the Godslayer Guild. She had a hidden priest class called White Advent Priestess. Along with the class came a white bird that could heal and cast buffs. She was the only priestess capable of killing epic tier bosses solo. The MC reaches the town's teleportation formation. As he stretches his hand toward it, he remembers. Little Sue was in Firefly Village, just like Song Fei. He smiles and says, "Perfect." The teleportation circle to Firefly Village opens. He thinks, if I can find little Sue here, I'll get her to join Wang Ming's team. A notification pops up. You are now teleporting to Firefly Town. Moments later, he appears in Firefly Town, which looks like a desert, but unlike his own village, this one was peaceful. Suddenly, some people teleport in, looking angry. They had just finished and were sent here. They shouted, "Quick! That silver boss's HP is below half. We can't let anyone else steal the finish or our deaths will be in vain." Another yells, "Damn that bastard Song Fei! He brought a whole bunch of fangirls. Who can even compete with that? I can't stand that pretty boy anymore. Today, I'll finish him for sure." Hearing all this, Shadow smiles and thinks, "Well, I didn't expect to find clues about Song Fei so quickly." The scene shifts to a barren valley, a level 5 area called Wailing Valley. It's filled with monsters like emberfights and sakels. As MC walks further, he hears shouting, "How dare you hit me! Attack him!" He sees a 2-headed, 4-armed monster covered in flames fighting multiple players. They were shouting orders while battling. MC thinks, "That's a twin-headed emberfiend, a silver-tier boss." But things look chaotic here. He notices many players fighting each other. Confused, he looks around and spots a guy dressed like royalty surrounded by girls. Song Fei MC mutters, "So this is that sewer rat, Song Fei." 2 players charge toward Song Fei. One shouts, "You ambushed me and stole all my lifespan. I'll finish you today." Another raises a shield and yells, "Think you're safe behind those girls? I'll use my anti-mage skill. Lockjaw, prepare to die." Suddenly, one of Song Fei's mage girls smashes the shield warrior with her staff, saying, "Don't even think about hurting my appa." The shocked warrior asks, "How can a mage girl have so much strength?" MC explains that Song Fei has a heaven-defying mage god title. In his past life, he tricked many fangirls into choosing mage class. Then he stole their loot to power himself up. But a team can't survive with mages alone. So the girls found creative solutions. Some maxed out intelligence to become glass cannons. Some maxed agility to become disruption mages. Some put everything in health to become meat shields. The same girl raises her staff and yells, "Now eat my staff!" MC adds, some even maxed strength to become battle mages. And they fought using their staffs directly. In the early days, they were dominant. Stealing life, span from players, no one could resist. But as the game progressed, most of these fangirls finish easily. The scene shift, with Song Fei loudly yelling to manipulate the girls around him. "Sisters, you're all working so hard. It breaks my heart. I just hope this boss dies soon so everyone can rest. I wish this world could be filled with love instead of violence." Hearing his dialogue, I honestly started doubting the MC. I thought maybe he was lying to us, because I didn't hear even a hint of manipulation in Song Fei's voice. It just sounded completely cringe. And somehow, despite those cringe lines, the girls are still falling for his manipulation. One chubby girl, pointing at the monster, says, "No, brother Song Fei, it's really not that hard. You're the one suffering the most here. You've worked so hard you shouldn't have to endure this. Sisters, let's take down this creature together and not let anyone hurt brother Song Fei." These girls even start chanting slogans for Song Fei. Out of nowhere, it turns into some kind of poetic chant. The monsters grow wild. Song Fei's reasoning is supreme. From the beginning to the future, everything is for Song Fei. Man, I'm cringing even while trying to explain it. So from this point on, I'm not even going to attempt to explain their dialogue. All the girls start attacking the monster with their magical powers. Irritated, the 2-headed monster lets out a fierce roar and launches a fire attack directly at Song Fei. Seeing this, even Song Fei is shocked. But just then, one girl jumps right in front of the fire attack without caring for her life. Instead of helping her, Song Fei backs away from the fire, and as the girl begins to dissolve into life spam, he starts pretending like he really cares. "Oh my goodness, sister," the girl says. "Brother Song Fei, as always, we're absolutely crazy for you. I just want to say this to the writers. May your keyboards get infested with bugs for writing lines like these." At first, I really liked this series, but now it's just pure cringe. That same chubby girl once again starts rallying the others. "Sisters, stay strong. Once we defeat this monster, brother Song Fei will reach first place on the leaderboard. We must surpass that so-called shadow no matter what." Despite how she looks, her motivational speech actually works. The girls get fired up and, while screaming their cringe lines, start attacking with full force. After their assault, the monster finally begins to weaken a bit. Its health has dropped. Seeing this, Songfei thinks, finally, it's about to die. And if a silver tier boss is this hard to defeat, how could anyone possibly take down a gold tier boss alone? That guy, Shadow, must be exploiting some bug or glitch. He thinks, I've got so many people helping me, and I'm still stuck at level 7. What kind of glitch could let someone level up so fast? Now he gets excited. Once I kill this silver tier boss, I'll shoot straight to level 8. Shadow's been stuck at level 9 for ages. I'll surpass him in one shot and become the #1 player in Gold Forsaken. But just as he's dreaming all this, Shadow appears and grabs him by the face, lifts his head right off his neck, and literally severs it in one clean strike. The peace I felt watching that moment, I can't even describe it. Finally, the nonsense stopped. We see our MC, Shadow, using instant Shadow Slash to decapitate him and dash ahead. His rage is so intense that he crushes the remains of Songfei's head with his bare hands. The girls are absolutely shocked. They call out to their Appa, but darkness starts engulfing them too. And, well, you can imagine the rest. A notification appears. You have killed the silver tier boss, twin-headed Aberpaint. He gains 1500 XP, and along with Songfei, all the players in his team also get killed. Notifications for their deaths pop up too. Players from Heaven Divine God to Songfei, all of them get death messages. Shadow's attack was so devastating that even after they died, the area kept taking damage. Anyone caught in it was instantly killed and dissolved into lifespan. People nearby scream, how is this possible? He one-shotted a boss? That skill is dealing thousands of damage. Damn, this is insane. My strongest skill barely does 1050 damage, but he's doing thousands, even to bosses. That's 10 times stronger than me. Someone reminds the others, this was an AoE attack. It wiped out Songfei and his whole fan squad in one move. Who the hell is this assassin? Could this be Shadow? He was the first to kill a gold tier boss monster. Who else could be this powerful? Everyone move back, let the expert claim his loot. As MC moves forward to collect his loot, people behind him start chanting Shadow's name, praising him for wiping out Songfei and his evil team. He did us a favor. Shadow is truly OP. Some even start confessing their love for him. Hearing all this, the MC thinks, yeah, they're just afraid I might kill them too. If this was my previous life, they'd have all ganged up to kill me by now. The scene cuts to Firefly Town's teleportation device, where Songfei and his entire gang are now respawning. A notification pops up for Songfei. You were killed by Shadow. You've lost 1106 days of tradable lifespan and 18 years, 113 days of non-tradable lifespan. But Songfei looks utterly confused. I got killed? Shadow killed me? He wonders. There are hundreds of starter towns in Jiangai City. Why did Shadow come to Firefly Town of all places? Did he really come here just to steal my boss kill? Just then, his fangirls respawn too. They scream, I died? But how, brother? You too? Another one reminds, it was Shadow. He killed our brother. Another chimes in, obviously, he wanted the silver tier boss. He attacked brother while he wasn't even looking. What a scumbag. What a trash human being. At that moment, an archer girl steps up and says, Brother Songfei, can I join your team? I'm an archer. I have a skill called Eagle Eye that can detect stealth. Hearing this, all the other girls widen their eyes and yell, Get lost! Brother Songfei only accepts mages. Another one points and says, Your DPS is too low. It'll hurt Brother Songfei's ranking. The archer girl panics and starts backing away. But just then, Songfei steps forward with open arms and his usual loving tone. Even so, my family, I believe love can conquer all. He walks toward her sweetly and says, I can feel your passion. Even if you're an archer, that doesn't matter. Come, join us. Let's grow together. The moment Songfei touches her hand, her face turns bright red like a tomato. She gets so flustered she doesn't know what to say, and starts confessing her love for him right there. Seeing her succeed, more girls start screaming, Brother Songfei, I'm an assassin. If you take me with you, I can use stealth and make that shadow taste his own medicine. A magic girl says, Brother Songfei, I've learned a crowd control ice skill. I can freeze him. Songfei continues with his cringe dialogue. My family, we're all one, filled with love. Anyone who wants to join us is welcome. Let's all stand together. The girls go wild. I'm not even going to explain any of it. They start chanting again, now cursing Shadow and praising Songfei, repeating the same poem. We'll get revenge. We'll avenge our brother. We'll finish Shadow and get revenge for Brother Songfei. This madness leads to two guys talking in the back. What's with all the noise? What's that little celebrity planning now? The second guy chuckles and says, Didn't you hear? He died somewhere out there. The first one is shocked. But all those girls were protecting him. How could he die? He was finished by Shadow. What more do you need to know? Hearing that, the guy gets hyped and yells, Damn, Shadow really is a legend. But he's going to need guts to go up against this group. These crazy girls are next-level nuts. The scene shows those girls marching, chanting for Songfei, crying their eyes out in devotion. Songfei feels their love and thinks, Good. So many people are watching. If I finish Shadow, the whole world will know. No matter how strong a lone wolf is, it doesn't matter. Especially that buzzing little assassin. How could such a tiny, weak being even be compared to a noble mage like me? Meanwhile, Shadow uses his greedy hand skill on their loot. He earns 16 evolution points, 217 days of tradable lifespan, 6 silver tier items, and 1 gold tier loot. Without wasting time, he evolves his epic tier skill, Pistol of Mercy, to legendary. 10 points are deducted, leaving him with 9. The passive effect now does 200% weak point damage instead of 100%. The active effect, Hit Slot, now does 150% bonus damage for 3 seconds instead of 100%. Cooldown reduced from 30 to 25 seconds, but with his cooldown reduction, it's down to just 18 seconds now. MC explains using an image. 200% weak point damage correction means my target's weak point is now twice as large. If you don't get it, just look at this image. A typical weak point is the head, but now, thanks to my evolved skill, it stretches to the chest. After this evolution, it's even bigger. If it gets any bigger, half the enemy's body will be a weak point. Even my instant Shadow Slash can now trigger weak point damage. And my Throat Slit skill got a huge boost too, with a reduced cooldown. With this, I might be able to one-shot a gold tier boss. But when he thinks about evolving this skill even further, the system informs him that evolving a legendary skill to mythical now requires 100x more evolution points, 200 total. He watches the dissolving life spam and realizes, if this continues, evolving Greedy Hand from epic to legendary cost me 210 points. From legendary to mythical will take 3,400 points. I've only got 9, clearly not enough. So instead, I'll evolve Backstab Enhancement. He evolves his passive skill from gold to platinum tier. It now boosts back attack damage by 40% instead of 30%. While walking, he checks his loot and shares. Killing 1 silver tier boss and all the other players earned me 1,400 days of tradable life spam. I've looted everything I could. Time to head back. Lost in his thoughts, he suddenly hears footsteps. A girl sneaks up and tries to backstab him. She shouts, Shadow, die! Her dagger reaches his neck, about to slit his throat, but Shadow just leans back slightly and dodges it. She tried to backstab Shadow. Big mistake. Her attack misses, and confused, she screams, Why? But Shadow vanishes. Fog spreads around her. Damn it. Is this stealth? When MC looks up, he sees an entire crowd of girls charging in. They scream, Die, Shadow! Today you die right here! All of them activate their elemental powers, ice, fire, wind, full of rage. They yell, We must avenge Brother Songfei! Scene shift with the MC using his stealth to dodge their magic. But then the archer from their team shouts, It's useless, we can easily detect your stealth. She fires her eagle arrow, which flies into the sky and spreads its feathers all around. Down below, we see that a girl's stealth has been broken. She was a newly joined assassin among the fangirls. The fat one yells, Sisters, attack with your strongest skills. Fangirls, charge forward. Not even a single blade of grass should remain visible. They cast their most powerful spells toward the ground, causing a massive explosion. But up above, People were confused because there was no notification of Shadow's death. However, an assistant from their own team had definitely died. Then that buffalo pig hybrid says, No, it doesn't matter. She wasn't a real mage anyway. She never truly loved Songfei. This is divine retribution. She orders, Hurry, use your eagle eyes again to find Shadow. The archer nods and starts loading another arrow. But suddenly the sound of 2 ghost fire bells rings across the area. The MC had used the special effect of ghost fire bells, which stuns all enemies within a 100-meter radius for 3 seconds. It has a cooldown of 521 seconds. As soon as the sound reaches their ears, everyone is stunned, unable to understand what's happening. The archer says, I can't move! Right then, MC charges in with instant shadow slash, striking down like a disaster. In just one move, they're all dead. No one even understands what hit them. After finishing them, MC heads straight towards Songfei. But Songfei can't see Shadow at all, so he hides behind the trees. He mutters, What's happening? How did everyone die so suddenly? Was it Shadow? But how? If he attacked, shouldn't his invisibility have broken? Why can't I see him? MC was standing right next to him. He leans close and whispers in his ear, Songfei, you already died the moment you betrayed Joseon. Songfei is so terrified that his soul almost leaves his body. Shocked, he yells, Damage! And quickly casts a magic shield. But MC's poison dart pierces through the shield and hits his forehead. Before he can even react, the poison deals so much damage that he collapses and dies on the spot. MC stands there calmly, holding the poison darts and staring at him. He then looks around and sees the loot of the fangirls scattered everywhere. MC says, I killed so many fangirls, and not one of them dropped even a single day of tradable lifespan. Did Songfei take all their tradable lifespan for himself? How terrifying. He really brainwashed them that badly. Even after all that, MC wonders, will people still think Godforsaken game is just a game? What a huge loss. I can't even absorb this non-tradable lifespan. I'll have to leave it for the monsters here. I can't do anything. I'm basically feeding the monsters. MC then looks at Songfei's loot and says, Wait, this guy had tradable lifespan. If I calculate it, he had about 2,000 days worth. The scene changes to Firefly Town's teleportation gate. Songfei and his team arrive through teleportation. Songfei is losing his mind, shouting, Damn it, I'm down to only 500 days of tradable lifespan. That bastard Shadow! He turns to the archer. Didn't you use your detection skill to find him? Then why couldn't you? The archer, with a trembling voice, replies, I did, but I could only detect our assassin sister. The pig-faced girl says, I checked the stealth levels in the attributes. Maybe Shadow has extremely high stealth. The archer then realizes, Oh right, my eagle eye skill only has level 1 anti-stealth detection. That means it can only detect targets with level 1 stealth. If the enemy has level 2 or higher, I can't see them. The pig girl tries to comfort Songfei, but he responds gloomily, Damn it, Shadow comes and goes without a trace. How do I defend against him? Then, acting again to brainwash the girls, he puts on a pitiful face and says, I never even made him angry, yet he stole my boss kill and kept attacking me. What if he's jealous of me because of my good looks? The girls see this pitiful face and get fired up again, yelling, No! For everyone's safety, we must level up faster. Wherever Songfei goes, we swear to follow him. Later, we see MC walking around in Firefly Town. He wonders, Strange. Where did Songfei and his group go? Did they move to another town or log out? Shadow walks up to a guy, breaks his invisibility, and asks, Hey, did you see Songfei and his group? The guy gets startled seeing the black figure and says, Wow, Expert Shadow, you really scared me. Yes, I saw Songfei. He went that way. Please go and kill him. Just, please spare my girlfriend. She's a female hunter named Feibao Kitty. Shadow replies, It's better if you find a new girlfriend. But deep inside he thinks, I'm sure she's the one who tried to detect my stealth earlier. Hearing Shadow mention a new girlfriend, the guy panics. Please, Expert. I worked so hard to get a girlfriend. But MC uses Shadow Sneak and walks away. The guy pleads behind him. Please, please. Ignoring him, MC thinks, I may know which direction they went, but not their exact destination. Searching the whole world blindly would take forever. If only I could find Guyu. Just then, as if fate heard him, a girl walks by. Shadow is shocked to see her. When he looks closely, he realizes it's the same healer with the owl. He immediately turns off his invisibility and says, "Hey, beautiful lady, could you help me a bit?" The girl is not startled at all. She replies, Your Shadow? Shadow pulls out a shiny gold tier staff from his inventory and says, "I heard your class can search for targets in a wide area. If you find Songfei for me, I'll sell this to you really cheap." The girl is surprised and says, "Wow, but how do you know I can do AoE search? I never told anyone." MC replies, "Don't worry about that. Do you want the gold tier weapon or not?" The girl says, "Yes, I want it, but I might not be able to afford it." Shadow says, "Even the cheapest gold tier item is worth 700 to 800 days of lifespan. Do you at least have 500? She replies, "Yes, I do." MC hands her the staff and says, "Then it's a deal." They successfully complete the transaction. She looks at the shining staff, drooling and giggling like a maniac. Hehehe, gold tier staff. MC lightly taps her head and says, "Hurry up!" She responds, "Oh, right," and activates her skill. She thinks, "This is my first time meeting Shadow, yet he feels strangely familiar." Shadow asks, "Aren't you worried that I'll take your staff and run away?" She replies, "Wait, you know I hate Songfei? Are you someone I know in real life?" Shadow laughs and says, "Wanna guess?" She says, "Nah, I don't care." She sends her owl flying into the sky to scout, looking very serious like she wants revenge. We then see the owl flying across Firefly Town and into the wild. There, it spots a team. The girl says, "I found Songfei. His coordinates are 3866 and 9527, but I can't guarantee they'll still be there by the time you arrive." Shadow rushes off in full speed and says, "Add me to your friend list and keep tracking them. Send me updates." The girl shouts, "But how long do I have to watch them?" Shadow interrupts, "It won't take more than a moment." The scene shifts to a wild area. Shadow arrives but suddenly stops, shocked by something he sees ahead. He steps back and leans toward a tree. There's a strange mark on it. On voice call, Guiyu asks, "Expert, why did you stop?" Shadow studies the mark carefully and says, "Check around. Are there any other trees with the same mark?" Guiyu scans and says, "Yes, there are 3 trees forming a triangle." MC injects energy into one tree's mark. She asks, "What kind of symbol is this?" MC activates the second mark and says, "Why don't you try guessing?" He activates the third, and suddenly a brilliant light emerges. A power triangle forms, and from the center, a treasure chest appears. Guiyu screams, "A jet tier treasure chest!" Shadow says, "I never imagined I'd encounter an ancient god's blessing in a starter village. I'm really lucky." He explains that these blessings can appear anywhere in godforsaken land. Some summon boss monsters, others summon treasure chests or give unique rewards. Guiyu hears this and goes crazy. "That's at least a 1,000-day tradable chest. That's 10 million RMB. She tries to memorize how he activated the symbols. Shadow opens the chest and receives the skill, Blossoming Curse. He's confused. Blossoming Curse? What kind of skill is this? He checks the info. A universal jet tier skill that can be used on any player's body within 15 seconds of death. It spawns a cursed flower that continuously drains tradable lifespan until the body is empty. No cooldown. Shadow is shocked. So, this is the broken skill I heard about in my past life. The name fits perfectly. He immediately learns the skill. Now whenever I finish someone, I just have to guard the body briefly, and this cursed flower will drain everything. He turns back towards Songfei and thinks, "Your good days are over. I'll hunt you down until you log out of the game. Then I'll rush to level 10 and extract all my abilities into reality. For the good of this world, I'll finish you in reality as well." The scene shifts to a monster being attacked by powerful lightning and fire magic. A moment later, it's dead. It turns out that Songfei and his team were the ones who kill it. Laughing joyfully, he thinks, "We've come so far, there's no way that shadow guy can find us now, right?" Making a twisted face, he adds, Once I grind my way to high levels, I'll settle the score with that shadow too. Next, we see another team fighting a fish-like monster nearby. A round-faced girl says, "Brother, look over there. A team is fighting the boss monster." Songfei acts surprised and says, "Oh my god, they look familiar. Aren't they Jiangsu's fans?" The moment she hears the name Jiangsu, the chubby girl transforms into a demon and starts screaming. Her entire team also transforms instantly. Everyone starts yelling, "Ugh, those annoying Jiangsu fans again. These fanatics never give up. They'll do anything to push Jiangsu to the top." The demon girl screams like a lunatic. "Sisters, charge! Finish them all! We won't let these fools mess with our brother's ranking." Meanwhile, the team fighting the boss monster also notices the incoming group. Their captain says, "Great, reinforcements are here." He turns to Songfei team and says, "Hey, we've almost defeated the boss. Let's finish it together." But the very next moment, a staff strikes his face with such force that he's knocked out and slammed into the ground. This attack came from that same demon girl who now looks completely insane. The opposing team is shocked. One girl nervously says, "What the hell are you people doing? Have you lost your minds?" Honestly, this girl seems smart. Just one look and she understood these people are out of control. With killing intent in their eyes, the demon fangirls say in a terrifying tone, "This is what happens to anyone who goes against News Jiang." The girl yells, "News Jiang? I don't even know what you're talking about." But suddenly, a rain of arrows hits her, knocking her out instantly. She's stunned and helpless. Her teammate, Misha, cries out her name. But it's too late. Meanwhile, the fangirls begin singing poems dedicated to Songfei and start charging up their attacks. Don't worry, I won't bore you by reciting those cheap poems. They launch their charged attacks directly at the boss monster and the enemy team. These attacks are incredibly powerful, causing massive explosions. It even looks like these girls are spitting poems along with their blasts. After the attack, the boss monster and the enemy team's loot and lifespan are scattered on the ground. Songfei is on cloud. He says, "Oh my goodness, thank you, my dear family. I was almost ambushed by those News Jiang fans. I never thought they'd be this ruthless." Hearing this, the fangirls start crying while singing poems. "You don't need to thank us," they say lovingly. MC, watching from behind, is fuming with rage. He uses shadow sneak and moves toward them. A voice echoes, "Songfei, you're already done for." That's the same line Shadow always says before striking. Everyone freezes in fear. Songfei looks around, but before he can react, the MC strikes him down again, ending the fight in one clean move. Everyone starts crying, calling out his name. But the MC just stands there calmly holding Songfei's lifeless body. Then he uses Blossoming Curse, and a massive cursed flower blooms from where the body lay. Seeing this terrifying cursed flower bloom from Songfei's body, the girls get shaken. "What is that thing?" they scream. The scene shifts to Songfei, who has teleported to Firefly Town. He's shouting wildly in frustration. "Has that shadow guy gone crazy? Why is he chasing me so relentlessly? Is he jealous of my female fans?" He collapses to his knees, screaming, "Damn it! Did he come to Rebirth Town because of me? Is it possible the girl he's obsessed with is one of my fans? But what does that have to do with me?" Suddenly, a notification appears. His tradable lifespan is continuously decreasing. It's now under 400 days and still dropping. He's horrified. Is there some kind of penalty for falling too much? What the hell is going on? He's overwhelmed and unable to think clearly. Just then, his fangirls teleport to him. One of the fangirls says, "Brother, something's wrong. That shadow used a skill. A bloody red flower started blooming from your fallen body and looked like it was absorbing something from you." Songfei gets even more shocked. "A flower? On my body? And it's sucking away my tradable span? Damn it! That shadow is deadly. He's trying to finish me off for good." He keeps getting notifications that his lifespan is draining. In his mind, he screams, "Log off, log off, log off. If I keep falling like this, I'll run out of tradable span. I need to log off now." He raises his hand and tells everyone, "My family, let's log off for now. I'll buy time from the real world, get some gears, and once we're fully equipped, we'll return and fight him." The fangirls cheer and chant his name. Songfei grits his teeth and thinks, just wait, Shadow. This isn't over. I worked for 2.5 years for this. I refuse to believe I can't crush you with money. But didn't someone else say this exact line before? The scene changes to a field of cursed red flowers, born from the fallen foes around him. Our MC has created this entire field by defeating enemies. He's absorbing their lifespan when a notification pops up. You've defeated too many players. Your Slayer title is now Tier 4. From now on, if you fall, 96% of your tradable time will be lost. But Shadow ignores it. He has ghost fire bells, so his lifespan won't drop anyway. Looking back, he says, nice, another 1,000 days of tradable lifespan. Looks like Songfei and his gang did a lot of farming, but the absorption stopped. Seems like they've logged off. High above, a UAB owl watches this scene and gets terrified. In her mind, she thinks, so this is the terrifying power of rank number 1 player Shadow. Then MC uses voice call to ask Sue, has Songfei logged off? Sue replies, yes, he and all his fangirls have logged off. MC says, great, keep an eye out, and the moment they log in again, notify me immediately. She says, okay, can I go now, expert? MC says, wait, I've got a gold tier skill book for a priest. Holy Judgment Sword. Do you want it? Her eyes shine like an owl's. Yes, I want it, she says. Shadow replies, then wait for me in town. She agrees, and the scene shifts to the town, where Shadow meets her and hands her the skill book. This book is worth at least 500 days of lifespan, but I'll give it to you at half price. On one condition. Hearing this, she gets nervous and says, expert, I hope this isn't something weird, okay? Shadow laughs. What nonsense are you saying? I just want you to join my team as a long-term healer. Relieved, she agrees. Fine, but if your team is weak, I'll complain. Shadow says, don't worry, they're decent players. I'll contact them now. The scene changes to a jungle where it's raining. Wang Ming has just killed a monster, but he's poisoned and bleeding from every hole. He turns to Xiao and says, quick, cleanse my poison. Xiao, trembling, says, yes. Wang Ming shouts, every priest has a cleanse skill. Do it now. I can't hold out much longer. Suddenly, Xiao remembers something and gets excited. Oh yeah, I can use this skill. She casts it, and it crashes into a tree. Wang Ming watches in horror. Little Black is shocked. Wang Ming starts coughing up blood. Still, Xiao just covers her mouth and says, sorry, I missed. Wang Ming's soul nearly leaves his body. His teammates scream. The scene moves to their town. Wang Ming's whole team is gathered. He's frustrated and banging his head. We need a new healer, but where will we find a hidden class healer now? All the good ones have already joined other teams. Meanwhile, Xiao looks completely guilt-free. She checks her screen and thinks, this game isn't hard. I feel like I'm just strolling in the park. Look, I even reached level 4. Great! If I continue like this, I'll meet Brother Songfei soon. Just then, Wang Ming gets a message from Shadow. I know a hidden class healer. Her class is White Avenger Priestess, and she's strong. Do you want her? Wang Ming is shocked. He badly needs a healer, but hides his excitement. Big bro, if you say she's strong, she must be. We'll definitely take her. Shadow replies, great, she's in Rebirth town. Not many people farm here. Bring your team and level up here. Wang Ming says, no problem. We were about to change location anyway. Cell Town is too crowded. Wang Ming turns to Xiao and says, Xiao, Cell Town is too dangerous for you. Your level is too low, so we won't take you with us. Xiao nods but gets scared inside. She thinks, I can do everything. Why are they leaving me? The whole team rushes off and she says to herself, you're all so cruel. If you wanted to dump me, just say so. No need for excuses. I'll find Expert Shadow and ask him to carry me. Scene shifts. Wang Ming reaches Rebirth town and sees Expert Shadow. He transfers 800 days of tradable lifespan. This is for the gear you gave us, but we still owe you 500 days. Once our captain returns, we'll pay you. Shadow thinks, Captain? Isn't Wang Ming the captain? Has someone else taken over? Wang Ming introduces a girl standing beside him. This is Snowy Day. Meet Wang Ming. Just then, a voice calls out, Wang Ming, I'm here. They turn and see a girl walking toward them. MC's eyes widen. It's Justice Executioner, the same girl who once declared in front of top officials that Shadow might be an incarnated person, which is why he became so powerful so fast. And it seems Shadow remembers her from his past life. In his mind, he thinks, she's really in you. Player ID, Justice Executioner. She has a unique hidden class, Dragon Knight. She was one of the global top 20 powerhouses in my past life. She was a pillar of Great Sia's official forces and a nightmare for foreign enemies. She walks up to him and cheerfully shakes his hand. Expert Shadow, I'm so happy to meet you. I really admire you. Shadow shakes her hand and replies, Hello. Inside, he's thinking, this is the first time I've met someone higher ranked than me in my past life. She says, Expert Shadow, your leveling speed is insane. Got any secrets? I even joked to my team that maybe you're a time traveler or reincarnator. She laughs and Shadow thinks, in my past life, she was never in Wang Ming's team. She had her own team. Suddenly, he gets a notification. 500 days of lifespan transferred. He thinks, looks like and you gathered a lot of tradable lifespan under the name of Jinghai High Official City. Dragon Knights have high survivability. Authorities must trust her to store it. She says, Expert, if you have any gears for sale in the future, please sell them to us. We'll buy everything. Also, I have all of Jinghai City's lifespan. You won't attack me for that, right? Shadow says, No, I'm not that short-sighted. Cooperation is good for both of us. She laughs and says, I knew it. You're smart, Expert Shadow. Shadow thinks, every sentence she says feels like a test. As rumors say, she acts childish but is sharp like a blade, ruthless when needed. She's the face of Great Sia, which means she can protect me from a lot of trouble. The scene shifts. We see an apartment building, and inside some people are shouting, Oh my god, beauty! We see the girls from Songfi crew. One of them is yelling into her phone, Have you seen the official announcement? The lifespan in Godforsaken game is completely real. If it hits 0, we'll die in real life too. Nearby, the archer girl is also yelling into her phone, This isn't just some small game. I gave all my tradable lifespan to Brother Songfi. Another girl crying over the phone says, I only have a few years of lifespan left. The second girl shouts back, That's impossible. You've only died 3 times. How could you lose so much? The crying girl explains, I've killed many players, so I have the killer status. If I die even once, it's like dying 2 or 3 times, and I lose much more lifespan. The second girl replies, If that's the case, I don't have many years left either. Then we see the 6th daughter of the pig overhearing all this. She says, Damn it, I'm a tank in the game, always charging at the front. I've killed many, but I've died plenty of times too. I only have 1 day of lifespan left. She reads the announcement. If your lifespan reaches 0, you'll die in real life. Shocked, she says, No, that can't be true. This is definitely wrong. I can't believe it. Then she looks at her phone, eyes wide. Brother Songfei is buying tradable lifespan? She instantly jumps out of bed. Perfect! I'll go to Brother Songfei. He'll help me for sure. She rummages through her clothes, saying, I'll wear my full Brother Songfei support outfit today. Oh, and his latest release, Songfei Ultra Thin Anti-Leak. Fully dressed, she rushes out, shouting Brother Songfei name as she heads toward his place. The scene changes to Shadow's residential building, where he lives with his sister. She wakes from sleep, sighing deeply. I'm back to reality, but now I can't even tell the difference between the game and reality. Like anyone, she checks her phone first. Seeing something, she smiles. Wow. At the current rate, 1 day of lifespan can be sold for 15,000 yuan. I have 200 days, so I'm already a millionaire. But then she notices something else and freezes. Her eyes widen, trembling as she shouts, Oh my god! Shadow is massacring Brother Songfei! And not once but 3 times! Her voice echoes through the room as she breaks into sobs. Her whole body trembles. That idiot Walming told me if your lifespan hits 0 in the game, you die in reality too. She realizes that originally, Songfei non-tradable lifespan was 100 years. But after dying 3 times, He must have just over 12 years left. Crying hard, she calms herself slightly, still shaking. But why? Why does Shadow want to kill brother Songfei? Reading the group chat, she sees people saying that even though dozens came to Songfei aid, Shadow still killed him. That's terrifying. How is he so strong? Suddenly, a message appears in the group from the fat pig girl. Beauties, brother Songfei needs us right now. All sisters in Zhongai City can sell him their tradable lifespan at Dajiang Plaza for a purchase rate of 1 to 10,000. This way we'll be rich and get a chance to help him. Meanwhile, Shadow Sister, ready for school, reads the message. Dajiang Plaza isn't far from me. I can't just sit here and watch his lifespan run out. I have to help him. She runs toward the plaza, shouting about how she had already spent over 200 days of her own lifespan because of that idiot and his team, and could have used it to help Songfei. The scene changes back to Shadow. We see a crab chopped into pieces, the aftermath of his chaos. Though past the 3rd level, he hasn't exited the game even once, obsessed with reaching level 10. Bosses, monsters, even small fish, everything he slays for experience. After much effort, he finally reaches level 10. He's congratulated and gains +2 to his 4-dimensional attributes, 5 free attribute points, and unlocks a career achievement. A huge notification appears. He's the first player in Zhongai City to reach level 10, earning 7 reputation points. In the whole Dajia country, he's also first, 14 more points. Globally, he's first too, another 21 points. When 7 level 10 players gather in Zhongai City, the teleport function to the abundant continent of gods will activate. A global announcement appears. Player Shadow is the first to reach level 10. Players gossip. I knew it. He was the one who killed that gold-level boss. Another says, I heard he repeatedly killed a small idol. You mean Songfei? He had it coming. In other towns, players are shocked. What the heck, Shadow's from Dajia? My hidden profession is only level 8. What kind of power does he have? Out of 1.5 billion people, who can catch up to him? Shadow then uses his 13 evolution points to upgrade his initial skill, Backstab, from Platinum to Emerald, gaining a 50% damage boost. Looking at the sea, he mutters, but I have just over 7,000 days of tradable lifespan. Still not enough. We see his details. Name, Shadow. Class, Shadow. Level, 10. Non-tradable lifespan. 10,219 years, 128 days. Tradable, 7,455 days. Strength, 39. Constitution, 39. Agility, 111. Spirit, 41. Prestige, 47. If I want to leave the starter town and reach the abundant continent of gods, I need 7 level 10 players. The highest level right now is 7. It'll take time. That's fine. I can handle some things in reality first. He vanishes from the game, and the scene shifts to his handsome real-world self, opening his eyes. A notification appears. Do you want to consume tradable lifespan to bring your abilities into reality? Unsurprised, Shadow says yes. Options appear. Extract class and levels, equipment, skills, lineages, divinity. He chooses class. Energy bursts from him. Class extracted at the cost of 1,000 days. Strength +3, Constitution +3, Agility +8, Spirit +5. Unsatisfied, he extracts level 2, costing 2,000 days, and reaches level 3 in reality. Strength +4, Constitution +4, Spirit +4, Agility +14. About to extract abilities, he realizes skill extraction cost is based on initial grade, not evolved grade. His basic Shadow skill, now Platinum, costs only 900 days. Relieved, he extracts it, then spends 262 days on Venom Dart, Silver grade. Feeling the power, he says, I still have 1,292 days left, but can't extract more for now. My Platinum Shadow skill costs like a cheap one. What a great deal. A dark aura surrounds him. Veins bulge on his hands. His gaze turns deadly. My basic stats are double a normal human's, agility beyond human limits, unlimited invisibility, poison darts with a 14-meter range. I'll find an opportunity and end Songfei forever. Checking his phone, he sees Songfei frantically buying lifespan, likely to upgrade before facing him. Dajiang Plaza, 7 to 8 kilometers away, at my speed, a little over 10 minutes. His phone vibrates. A call from Hu Kuben, the arrogant company supervisor. A text follows. Chin Fong has her eyes on you. This is your big chance, but you dare not cooperate? Call me back now or else. Shadow calls her an idiot, blocks her, tosses his phone in the air, hands in pockets, and walks on with swagger. These fools will soon realize what the real God-forsaken game is. Scene begins in the real world, where Songfei is hosting a concert. The stage is set grandly with lights flashing everywhere. The crowd is shouting Songfei's name from all directions. Among the crowd is Shadow's sister, who is cheering for him in excitement. Everyone is cheering for Songfei. On the stage, there are 2 thrones. One is for Songfei, and the other probably for his sister. Both siblings are dressed in idol outfits, sitting on their thrones, smiling as they enjoy the view in front of them. His sister tells Songfei, "Brother, I heard that you lost to Shadow 3 times in the God-forsaken game. Don't worry. I've asked our people to investigate Shadow's real identity." Songfei replies, a bit confused, "Oh, so what did you find?" His sister laughs and says, "I've sent someone to Celltown to approach Shadow. We'll offer him a deal he can't refuse, and when he comes to collect his money in real life, we'll confront him right there. Then you, brother, can settle things with him in person." Songfei smiles and says, "All right, let me know once you catch him. By the way, I've heard the Dajin industry is using the same method to control many players, pressuring them to work for them." His sister remembers those players, recalling how they were all gathered in one place and pressured into working. She laughs and mocks them, calling them clueless people who can't even gather a bit of lifespan. She adds, "Brother, your side is far better. You have so many girls willing to give up their lifespan for you. Some even say they'd go to great lengths for you." Hearing this, Songfei is filled with confidence and laughs with pride. Suddenly, someone from the crowd jumps up and starts yelling, "Hey, don't give away your lifespan just like that. Haven't you seen the official announcement? If your lifespan hits 0 in the game, something bad might happen in real life too." Normally, no one would notice a lone person shouting in such a crowd, but Songfei does. The man keeps yelling, "And you, Songfei, you already knew lifespan is tied to real life, yet you misled your fans and took their lifespan. You're putting people in real danger. We're going to report you to the authorities." Even after hearing all this, Songfei keeps smiling, calmly thinking to himself, there's always someone trying to cause trouble. He picks up the mic and stands before the couch. Coughing a bit, he says, "1 minute, please listen to me. To all my friends present here, my name is Songfei. I've noticed some debates going on. I regret that in the process of acquiring lifespan, I might have used some public resources. I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused." But the crowd immediately starts shouting, "No, brother, you don't need to apologize. You've done nothing wrong." Songfei continues, "I am truly grateful for the love and support of my fans. I hope all my fans stay positive and keep their spirits high. I want everyone to follow their ideals, protect themselves and their loved ones during this special period of the God-forsaken game. Let's work together positively and spread good energy in society." Everyone, including Shadow Sister, was listening to him carefully. It looked like tears were about to fall from everyone's eyes. Songfei went on, "This game has affected the entire world. I'm cooperating with the authorities and working hard inside the game as well. That's why I used my personal assets to gain lifespan. I hope I can become a quality idol inside the game, someone worthy of your love and affection." And honestly, his acting was amazing. He even brought out emotional tears while saying, "I did all this for my fans. I hope everyone gains something from this game. May all live with peace and safety and move forward toward a better future together. I never imagined that my small actions would hurt so many people. If my actions caused any of you any trouble, I sincerely apologize." The crowd went wild. Shadow Sister shouted while crying, "No, it's not your fault!" People started yelling like crazy, saying he had done nothing wrong. The person who tried to warn them was now being cursed and shouted at by Songfei fans. They called him names and told him to get lost. The poor guy started panicking. Just then, Songfei, 6th fangirl, yelled, "Don't believe these nonsense rumors." Out of nowhere, she jumped onto the stage and screamed, "How dare you question my brother? Do you have a pig's brain to believe such lies? How can lifespan from a game affect reality?" Everyone was confused how she got on stage so fast. She beat her chest and shouted, "I would gladly stand by my brother. When I logged out, I had less than a day of lifespan left. And look at me, I'm standing here perfectly fine. She kept shouting emotionally. The fans were now fully charged up. One shouted, I have 20 days of lifespan, I'll give it all to you. Others joined in. I have 17 days. I have 3 days. I have 2 days, Songfei shouted from the stage. Oh my! I can feel your energy, family. I love you all. Everyone went berserk. He looked at the pig girl and said, especially you. I'm very grateful someone like you loves me. Hearing this, she started crying from every pore and began saying super emotional lines. But suddenly, a shadowy object zipped across the air and struck Songfei's head. The impact was powerful. He didn't even realize what happened. His face was still smiling. His fans were stunned. Shadow's sister was terrified. Songfei's sister saw the scene and freaked out. He stood frozen, then collapsed. The girl beside him stared at him in disbelief. She screamed, her legs gave out, and she fell with him. His sister stood in shock. The girl crawled toward him and cried, Brother Songfei, what happened? Everyone screamed, Ah, Songfei, he's down! Brother Songfei is down! Suddenly, the girl beside him disappeared. Perhaps her lifespan ended. Meanwhile, Songfei's sister ran off, grinding her teeth in panic. The security guards were strangely emotionless and didn't react much. They said, Take the young lady to the exit first. There was some kind of weapon, secure the area. Everyone's eyes were filled with tears, worried about Songfei. But his sister was thinking, I need to escape now. She got to her car, trembling, and thought, I saw it. I saw a strange glowing light over his body right when he fell. Then it vanished into the air. It must have been picked up. That skill was definitely from the God-forsaken game. Running under guard protection, she got into her car and thought, can God-forsaken game skills be used in real life? But how could anyone take down Songfei instantly and steal his lifespan in a blink? Only one person could do that. But before she could sit down, another dark object flew through the air and hit her with incredible force. The scene cut abruptly. The guards still had no clue what just happened. Their young lady had collapsed. They called out to her, unaware that the killer was right there, invisible. And it was none other than our beloved Shadow. He had ended both siblings once and for all. And just like that, the curse of cringe on this series has finally been lifted. The next morning, the news reported the tragic death of celebrity Songfei at Dajang Square. Some of Songfei's most extreme fans had even sacrificed their own lives right beside him, taking their last breaths next to his body. According to the police report, Songfei's death was caused by something supernatural. After reading this news, MC's sister and her friend felt as if a huge weight had crushed them, or as if some ghost had possessed their bodies. All the color drained from their faces. Xiao, crying, said, I can't believe it! We were just watching Brother Songfei concert yesterday. She was still mourning when her friend suddenly shouted, Throwing knife and stealth! They're saying in the news speculation that the attacker probably used these two powers, but these powers, they're from the God-forsaken game. Xiao, do you think Brother Songfei was assassinated? Hearing this, Xiao was deeply shocked. Then her friend continued, I heard that Shadow killed Songfei 3 times inside the game. Both of them instantly fell into a state of disbelief, their eyes and noses streaming with tears. Her friend asked, But how could game abilities be used in reality? For Xiao, it felt like her entire world had ended. She couldn't speak a word. Songfei's death had shaken her to the core. She sat in a transport vehicle, still in shock, constantly watching the news. In her mind, she kept thinking, someone assassinated Big Brother Songfei. It's true that Shadow killed him many times inside the game, and the one who could kill him in real life must also be Shadow. Throwing knives and stealth. Those are assassin abilities. It must be him. He's definitely the killer. Even when she got into a taxi, her mind wouldn't stop repeating the same thought. Big Brother Songfei was killed by Shadow. There's no more light left in my world, she thought. Shadow has somehow brought his game abilities into real life. But I still want to go to him. Stay close to him. I just want to become stronger, no matter what it costs. The taxi stopped and she and her friend stepped out. Her friend tried to comfort her, to calm her down, but Xiao was lost in her own thoughts. In her heart, she had already decided. Her life now had only one goal, to kill Shadow. As she said this to herself, tears streamed from every corner of her eyes, nose, and mouth, making her look almost grotesque. Her friend, worried, asked, "Xiao, are you okay? You look really scary right now." But Xiao was still thinking to herself, "I will take revenge for brother Songfei." Meanwhile, the killer, Shadow, also known as Qin Feng, was sitting in a cafe, enjoying his noodles. As he ate, he thought to himself, even though entering the godforsaken game makes players invincible in reality, playing still consumes energy. If you get hungry, you have to eat. Just then, the phone beside him started buzzing like a bee. Still eating, MC checked his phone. It was a message that read, Qin Feng, who is extremely angry. He says you've blocked his number and even blocked him on WeChat. If you don't come here, you'll be fired and you won't get this month's salary. MC imagined this girl, young Shia. She had a good personality but was too weak and often got bullied. In his past life, she was a member of his Godslayer guild. He messaged her back, "You don't need to get involved in this trouble. There's no point in working anymore. You should also enter the game, and we can grind together." She replied, "Oh, Qing Feng, this godforsaken game. Have you already entered it? I heard it's very difficult. It has already consumed the lifespan of many people." MC advised, "It doesn't matter which profession you choose. At the start, just put all your attribute points into agility." She sent a smiling emoji and said, "Okay. I also heard the lifespan produced by this game is super expensive. Qing Feng, how much have you earned grinding so far? And how much have you saved?" MC replied, "Not much. I've spent almost all of it." The girl said, "Wow, you must have bought yourself a car and a nice house, right? No wonder you blocked Who." Reading this, MC thought, Who is just a piece of trash. The real issue is his boss, Queen Cece. He explained that Queen Cece was the daughter of the CEO of Quan Group, the company that owned the one he used to work for. She was a spoiled young woman who did no real work but loved to boss around her subordinates. Her behavior was so disgraceful that even the devil would spit in disgust. Once she went to a hotel with 6 foreign middle-aged men, and another time she went for fun in a sports car with 3 African and American men. Now she was threatening him. Queen Cece was the kind of person who worshipped foreigners, meaning she gave special attention and favor to men like that. After the game was launched, this woman left Daxia and moved to North America to pursue her dream of forming the Alliance in Wonderland Association. At one point, she even focused on bringing down Daxia itself. In his past life, she caused countless troubles for the Godslayer Guild and Daxia. Before it leaves the country, I must finish it off. Otherwise, once it departs for North America, dealing with it won't be so easy. If Queen Cece is defeated here, the Alliance in Wonderland over there will fail to establish itself. Rumors had it that many old foreigners there had close ties with Queen Cece, and the moment this girl falls, all of their founders will scatter, their communication links will be severed. Just then, the phone in his hand starts buzzing again, vibrating like a bee. The caller ID shows Xiao, his sister. When Qing Feng picks up and says hello, she shouts his name loudly. "Qing Feng? You actually know how to pick up the phone? I thought you'd been lost in the godforsaken game. Since you're still alive, I just want to tell you that I've earned enough money to easily buy myself a house. From now on, don't even think about bothering me." Shadow, still calm with a straight face, simply says, "Okay." That makes the girl pause for a second. Then she adds, "Don't ever try to reconnect with me again. I won't come looking for you either. And don't even think about finding my address." The MC replies, "If that's all, I'm hanging up now." The girl is stunned for a moment, then says, "Qing Feng, I'm cutting off all communication channels with you." Qing Feng answers, "Okay." Her surprised, "What?" is cut short as the MC hangs up before she can finish. He walks out of the restaurant, glances around and says, "Well, time for me to get back and level up. It won't take long for the others to reach level 10. Then they'll realize that the game's abilities can be brought into the real world. And when that happens, peace in this world will vanish." The scene shifts to a town in the god-forsaken game. Xiao and her friend are walking forward. Her friend says, "Xiao, is it really good to cut off all contact with your own brother? Why don't you apologize? He looked really upset this time." But Xiao, full of attitude, says, "Apologize? Me? No way. I sold my Life Force coin group for 2 million. The amount shocks her friend so much that she can only blurt, 2 million? Xiao smugly says, I even bought a house. We can live together now. And soon I'll get close to Shadow. When that happens, Qingfeng will mean nothing. He's just a useless waste. Just then, a crooked-looking guy calls out to Xiao. She turns and sees a middle-aged-looking man, though he's actually a student from her school. Acting sly, he walks up to her, hands her a skill book, and puts an arm around her shoulder. Here's the assassin skill book you wanted. Don't forget the promise you made me. Xiao laughs and says, I remember. I'll fulfill your little wish. But in her mind, she's thinking, once I get acquainted with Shadow, I won't even bother talking to people like you. Putting on a fake smile, she calls Wang Ming. Brother Wang Ming, I have an assassin skill book here, a control-type skill. Can you ask Brother Shadow if he wants it? If he does, I'll give it to him for free. In her thoughts, she continues. For a bootlicker, Jiang Wei is useful. He brought me a decent skill book. This book will be the key to getting close to Shadow. Shadow, just wait. Soon I'll be right by your side. I'll quietly stay with you, heal you, help you defeat your enemies, and level up with you. I'll make you feel like I truly care for you, helping you in every possible way. Slowly, you'll start trusting me. Maybe you'll even treat me like a part of your life. And once I become strong enough and your value is gone, I'll personally betray you. To avenge Big Brother Songfei, I'll make sure you lose everything. In Shadow's past life, this girl had actually done exactly that. Just then, she receives a message from Wang Ming. Big Boss says this ability is absolute garbage. He doesn't want it. You can keep it or sell it for cash. Her face falls instantly. The shock leaves her speechless. The scene shifts to a few hours earlier. Shadow has entered the game and is wandering around looking for opportunities when a voice behind him says, Move carefully out of my way. Surprised, the MC turns and starts to walk in that direction. Nearby, he hears voices saying, Damn, this is no ordinary boss, I have to survive. In front of him appears a monster with 4 arms, 8 legs, and countless tentacles, wielding weapons and slaughtering adventurers. After wiping out the team, the monster's attention turns to the tank. The tank tries to escape but gets caught in the jungle, curses, and then is torn apart along with his shield. From behind a tree, the MC watches, thinking, That's a level 8 arthropod. Things are getting interesting. If I remember right, this boss has level 2 anti-stealth. In other words, my stealth will be completely useless against it. After killing the entire team, the monster swings its swords wildly and roars, celebrating its victory. At that moment, Shadow emerges from hiding and dashes through it with an instant shadow slash, dealing absolutely insane damage. He advances a bit, then thinks, if you attack from outside the enemy's field of vision, they can't see you, even if they can see through invisibility. That's effective, but invisibility reduces my damage output a lot. Still, thanks to his legendary Divine Salvation skill, the Golden Arthropod's heart and head weak points are increased by 200%. Of the 9 strikes from his instant shadow slash, 3 are counted as hitting weak points, delivering triple weak point damage, more than making up for the damage loss from stealth. Because of this, he had become normal again. This truly was a legendary skill. I should go and thank Little Black again for this. Meanwhile, from behind, hiding quietly, Miss Grey Rose was also watching this fight, completely shocked. In her mind, she thought Shadow's slash damage was absolutely outrageous. 1 strike had taken away 1/6 of the Golden Earthport's health. On the other side, Shadow was dodging the monster's attacks while throwing his poison darts straight at it, dealing a direct damage of 10,685. The monster kept running but could do nothing, as Shadow's speed was greater. While throwing poison darts, Shadow thought to himself that the damage was still too low, since Poison Dart was only a silver-level skill. Looks like I'll need to level up my profession to get a higher-level stealth skill. Suddenly, the monster attacked Shadow with its tentacles. Shadow was surprised and stepped back. The scene showed the massive monster coming forward with all its tentacles and sword-like limbs, directly targeting the MC. It became difficult for MC to dodge, and seeing this, Grace grew worried, shouting an alarm for him to be careful. Seeing a girl worried for him filled Shadow with energy. Some unknown power surged inside him, and suddenly, he started dodging every attack at full speed. His movements were so swift that both Grey Rose and her team were left with wide eyes and open mouths. They exclaimed in disbelief, How could anyone move at such speed? Not only was his movement fast, but his reaction time was superhuman, and he seemed to understand every attack pattern of the boss perfectly. Another girl added, "Exactly! His speed is on par with bosses themselves, and he's dodging every single attack flawlessly. It's like..." At that moment, while dodging, Shadow himself explained, "Exactly. I've fought this boss so many times I can't even count. In my previous life, it didn't matter how many times we tried to kill it. We never succeeded. Eventually, I realized that domain-type bosses aren't the kind of monsters you can beat with brute force. You have to read their moves and feel their rhythm. That's how I became one of the top 100 strongest players." By the time he finished speaking, he had already beaten the monster badly. Its health was almost gone, and coughing, it looked at MC before turning to run away. Watching this, MC thought, compared to those special bosses with unstoppable attacks, like the golden ghost shape, handling this golden joint is way easier. Grey Rose's jaw dropped when she saw the boss running. She shouted in shock, "Holy moly! That golden boss is actually running away! But can Shadow's prey escape him?" Shadow, filled with anger, charged at full speed with his poison dart. With his unstoppable momentum, he went straight for its neck, taking its head clean off, an incredible sight to behold. After killing it, a notification appeared. "You have slain the level 8 gold tier boss, Golden ETH Drop. You gained 6,400 experience points, 7 evolution points, and 497 days of tradable lifespan." He then used his greedy hand skill on it, gaining an extra 7 evolution points and another 497 days of tradable lifespan. MC was overjoyed. Amazing. One golden boss had given him 28 evolution points and almost 2,000 days of tradable lifespan. While checking the loot list, something surprised him greatly. There was a skill book for assassins. It was a platinum tier skill called Black Light Shield. Its effect was to actively convert dodge rate into a damage immunity shield for 8 seconds, with a 60-second cooldown. The level requirement was 8, and the conversion rate was such that every 20% dodge rate turned into 1 damage immunity shield. A damage immunity shield meant that no matter how powerful the boss, its attack damage would be nullified. Once the shield broke or its duration ended, the dodge rate would return to normal. MC was shocked and immediately used the skill book. "Wait," he thought. "My epic grade Ghostly Blood skill already gives me 75% dodge rate. If I combine that with Black Light Shield, I'll get 3 layers of damage reduction shields. If I use this skill properly, I can fight even boss-level monsters without taking any damage, especially the bosses from the godforsaken continent. I even have enough evolution points to evolve this Black Light Shield directly to epic grade." He consumed 6 evolution points, upgrading Black Light Shield from Platinum tier to Epic tier. Now its duration increased from 8 seconds to 14 seconds, and its conversion rate improved from 20% to just 10%, meaning only 10% dodge rate was needed for 1 damage reduction shield. Reading this, MC laughed loudly. "Now I have 7 damage reduction shields. With this skill, I can explore high-level areas ahead of time." He still had 22 evolution points left, so he decided to evolve his poison darts to increase their damage. He spent 16 evolution points to upgrade his silver tier poison dart skill to emerald tier. Its maximum range increased from 14 meters to 17 meters, and its base hit damage doubled from 120 to 240. The poison's toxin now dealt continuous damage equal to 80% of his attack for 5 seconds, up from 50%. Hitting weak points still had no extra effect, and the poison could not be stacked. Reading the description, MC said, "By evolving Poison Dart 3 times, its damage has at least doubled. And since the skill has only a 5-second cooldown, in the end, its damage output is equal to the instant Shadow Slash." After getting this skill book, he also obtains 2 assassin-type equipment pieces, which he equips instantly without even checking them. The first is a platinum tier accessory, the Lightness Ring. It increases agility by 20, movement speed by 20%, attack speed by 20%, and reduces cooldown by 20%. Yes, you might notice that the information here looks a bit off. That's actually a writing mistake. I'm reading directly from the official comics, so trust me on this. Even the equipment name is written wrong here. City of Lightness? What's that? It's actually Lightness Ring. When I saw it for the first time, I was confused too. I had to investigate a bit more, and then I found out that sometimes even these panels have mistakes. Anyway, moving on with the story. The second piece is a gold-grade heavy crimson leather gloves. This assassin-type armor increases physical defense by 18, all elemental resistances by 15, constitution by 12, and HP by 588. After reading this, the MC happily says, "Because of these two equipment pieces, my cooldown speed has increased by 55%. My instant Shadow Slash used to have a 12-second cooldown, but now it's only 7.7 seconds. On top of that, my constitution is now 51 points, my physical defense is 106 points, and my HP is 157 points. Not bad at all. With these attributes, I can survive 2 or 3 hits from the golden arthropod. And as for the golden ghost ship, even its desperate attack can't completely kill me now. My survivability has greatly increased." He glances at his backpack and notices it's already half full. He sets it aside and looks up. Grey Rose and her 3 teammates are walking toward him. Grey Rose is shocked by MC's strength. She says, "An expert really is an expert. You took down a gold-level boss all by yourself. Do you have any skill or equipment I could use? I'll buy it directly from you." MC takes out a gold-level skill from his backpack and says, "For mages, I have this. Ice Bolt Bounce. It's a gold-tier group skill. You can create an ice ball, fire it, and it can bounce up to 10 times. Its price is around 800 days of tradable lifespan. The price is fixed. Boss loot from level 8 monsters usually requires level 6 to 8 to use. Naturally, higher level skills have better attributes. This Ice Bolt Bounce is level 7. Compared to a level 5 skill, its damage is about 40% higher. And of course, you can't learn the same skill twice. But if the new one is a higher level, it can overwrite the old one. Still, Grey Rose feels 800 days of lifespan is a bit too much. But she doesn't want to let go of this skill either. With it, her leveling speed will skyrocket. If she faces a large horde of small monsters, this skill can cause explosive damage. After half a minute of thinking, Grey Rose borrows some lifespan from her teammate and buys the skill. A notification pops up. Your Ice Bolt Bounce has been sent. You have received 800 days of tradable lifespan. After the deal, MC immediately turns invisible and leaves, while the others wave goodbye. In his mind, MC thinks, now that I have the power, I just need the locations of big bosses. I'll post a message in town. Anyone who gives me a silver-level boss location will get 30 days of tradable lifespan. Anyone who gives me a gold-level boss location will get 100 days. This way, I'll have an endless supply of bosses and maximize my development. He hasn't gone far when Wang Ming messages him. Hey boss, do you remember a girl named Xiao in my team? She told me to contact you. She wants to give you a skill book. MC is surprised. He mutters, Xiao wants to give me a skill book? It must be some useless brown grade one. Shadow thinks to himself, everyone believes I killed Songfei. This girl should be angry at me, but instead she's giving me a skill book? She's either trying to impress me or avenge Songfei in some strange way. MC tells Wang Ming, I don't need that trash skill. Tell her she can sell it herself. Wang Ming replies, all right, got it. MC thinks, if this were Qingfeng instead of me, that girl would fight him to the death in reality. But here she is, giving Shadow a skill book instead of trying to kill him. I understand her game. Wang Ming messages Xiao Yu. Big Boss says he doesn't need this trash skill. You can keep it or sell it for some money. Hearing this, Xiao is stunned. Meanwhile, Shadow tells Wang Ming, come to town. I have something to sell you. Bring your lifespan too. Wang Ming replies, awesome, I'm coming. MC thinks Xiao has always been like this. No matter how much Qingfeng cared for her, she never cared back. If she got even slightly unhappy, she would pick huge fights with him. Even though Qingfeng took care of her for 9 years, arranging everything, skills, equipment, lifespan, food, accommodation, she still thought she deserved it all. In the end, for Songfei, she personally gouged out my eyes. And the most amusing thing, even after doing that, she still had a happy smile on her face. Normally in someone's last moments, they'd think about the good someone has done for them. But she never cared about anything Qingfeng did. Qingfeng takes a deep breath and says, "Even if Songfei is dead, I will never accept her again. She will never change. I'm not falling into hell twice because of the same person." On the other side, Wang Ming looks tense. He sends MC a message. "Boss, I have a question for you." Shadow says, "Ask." Wang Ming says, "Boss, did you kill Brother Songfei?" MC pauses for a moment, then keeps walking forward and says, "Yes, it's true. I killed him." Without any further words, Wang Ming is left speechless. MC thinks to himself, Wang Ming is on my friend list. When Songfei died, I was offline. He must have noticed that. The timing and motive fit perfectly. The crime is obvious. If he's asking this, then he's already guessed most of it himself. If I were Qingfeng, I'd deny it instantly. After all, the other person has no evidence. But I have no reason to deny it. So I'll say it directly. Then he looks serious and says, "Why? Are you planning to arrest me?" He thinks, in just 2 or 3 hours, the other players will reach level 10. That means many people will find out about the fact that abilities can be brought into reality. So there's no point hiding anymore. This is the perfect time to see how Great Sia officially reacts to this matter. Consider it a test. What do you think the authorities' reaction will be? The scene begins with a wealthy town where a beautiful wooden castle stands. Our MC arrives there, killing a few low-level monsters along the way and filling his backpack again. When he reaches the meeting spot, the sly fox greets him with an attitude, asking, "Expert, do you admit that you killed Songfei?" Shadow replies confidently, "That's right. Do you want to arrest me?" The girl immediately changes her tone and starts laughing. She explains, "Honestly, we started a deep investigation, and our biggest prime suspect was you, boss. We were certain you were involved, but we discovered that Songfei and Zhang Li conspired against you. Also, Dazhong Industries really was kidnapping players and forcing them to work. So honestly, killing them counts as self-defense." Hearing this, MC thinks, they don't know my real identity, so they can't identify me. That's why they want to cooperate. It benefits them, too. In my previous life, I worked cleanly with the authorities, with no stains on my profile. But this time, I directly killed Songfei and Zhang Li. That changes everything. Let's see how my rebirth changes this era of the godforsaken game. He then pulls out a pile of silver, gold, and platinum tier equipment from his inventory, thinking to himself, I'll sell the platinum gear I'm not using anyway. The government buys every class's skills and gear. They also have plenty of lifespan. Seeing so much gold tier loot, and even some platinum, people exclaim, "Oh my goodness, platinum tier equipment and skills. Expert, did you kill a platinum tier boss alone? There was no global announcement." Shadow replies, "Just a bit of luck." Little Snow confirms, "I saw it myself. Boss opened a jade tier treasure chest and got platinum tier drops. It was just luck." Hearing Little Snow, Little Black gets jealous, grumbling, "He calls her Little Snow but calls me Little Black?" Shadow smirks. "Fine, I'll keep calling you Little Black," making her blush and yell, "Little Black is fine." Meanwhile, Wang Ming compares himself to others and feels proud, until he compares himself to Shadow, which crushes his ego. "Comparison really steals joy," he says. Justice Execution adds, "Yeah, we struggle against silver tier bosses, and he casually gets platinum tier loot from a jade chest." Shadow begins calculating prices. Platinum tier archer skill book, 2,500 days. Platinum tier berserker weapon, 10,500 days. Platinum tier mage skill book, 3,000 days. All gold tier equipment and skills, 8,000 days. Then he says, "I'll give you the remaining 25 platinum tier items and skill boxes at a discount, 16,000 days of lifespan." The girl immediately says, "Deal." Wang Ming freaks out. "Captain, you accepted without bargaining?" She replies, "Looks fair to me. I'll also settle Little Snow and Wang Ming's old debt now." The deal is completed quickly. Shadow compliments her decisiveness. She laughs. He then thinks, once tradable lifespan exceeds 10,000 days, it converts into years. 60 years is about 22,000 days. In reality, that's worth nearly 400 million in cash. Even for the government, that's massive, but the benefits far outweigh the cost. Zhenghai City will now be able to quickly train strong teams. The stronger the authorities get, the fewer unnecessary troubles I'll face. It might even give us an edge in international conflicts. Anu then says seriously, "Expert, Dajang Industries has kidnapped many players. We're going to rescue them soon. Will you join us?" MC wonders if they're trying to recruit him to erase the fact he killed Songfei. He says, "No, I can't join you. But your guess is right. I killed them using the game's power." Both are shocked. "You can use the game's power in reality?" MC explains. "Reach level 10, spend a bit of lifespan, and you can bring your abilities to the real world. Use your time well. You know what that means." Anu realizes, so that's why Dajang Industries is buying lifespan like crazy. Once their people reach level 10, they can extract abilities to reality, making our rescue mission harder. Shadow says, "Good that you understand. I'll go now," and vanishes using his Shadow Snake ability, impressing everyone as always. Anu then tells Wang Ming, "Let's split up for leveling. Our squad is high level now. If we stick together, we'll just one-shot mobs and waste damage. Splitting into 2 leading teams will boost efficiency." Wang Ming agrees. She adds, "Priority, get everyone to level 10. For now, log off and report this to the authorities." The scene shifts to a town where people notice, look, Shadow's setting up a shop again, but this time he's buying, not selling. Shadow's sign reads, 30 days of silver boss coordinates, 100 days for gold boss coordinates. The porcupine-faced man from before, who once helped level up the arrogant girl Zhang Li, approaches. He says, "Our young mistress says if you agree to carry her for leveling, she'll give you Dajang Industries shares worth over 300 million. Such chances come rarely. Cherish it." Shadow stares at him like he's an idiot. Someone behind says, "You must not have checked the news. Shadow killed Songfei and your young mistress in reality." The man is stunned. People gossip. "Young mistress dead? Shame, I saw her once, total beauty, what a waste." Some defend Shadow, saying she kidnapped and tried to enslave him in reality, so he one-shotted her. Probably government agents whitewashing his image. The man recalls how Zhang Li first offered Shadow 10 million to level her, but he refused. Greedy, the man asked her for 5 million. She agreed. But when he went for payment in reality, she beat him unconscious, locked him up, mistreated him for days, and forced him to grind lifespan and bring in more victims. Now he laughs inside. She deserved to die. Shadow says coldly, "If I remember how you licked her boots, you must have helped kidnap plenty of people for her, right?" The man panics. "No, I was forced. I have to go." Shadow waves. "Get lost. Trash like you will be handled by the authorities." 2 people then approach Shadow with Silver Boss coordinates. 30 days of lifespan for Silver Boss coordinates, he says, starting the trade. The scene shifts again, to another town. People there whisper, "That's Ace and Spades. Rumor is they belong to Queen Cece, heiress of the Quan Group." Another warns, "Stay away from her. She's killed many players and will steal your lifespan." Queen Cece walks with men from different countries saying, "This game isn't that impressive. Just spend some pocket money on skills and gear, outmatch others in combat power, then hunt players with lots of lifespan and take it. Simple." She recalls past hunts and grumbles. "Because of this damn game, I missed my flight. I should be in North America enjoying life." She then eyes the men beside her. Just her look makes them tremble. She says, "Instead, I'm stuck in Dark Sea City, can't even leave the country. Look at the local men, they're like insects. Tony, men from your place are much more charming." Tony replies smugly, "Miss Queen, your taste is excellent. We're naturally superior to locals, even in private matters. Once in reality, you can experience it firsthand." Her cheeks flush red as she says, "Okay, I'd like to see that." Then she says, "I heard that trash Songfei is dead. I played with him once. He was done in under a minute. Pathetic." Suddenly she trembles, tongue brushing her lips, and says, "People say his killer is someone called Shadow. Even if he's just another local, he's ranked #1 globally, worth getting to know." She fantasizes, if Shadow could kill Songfei so easily, killing an ordinary person would be child's play for him. I could use this chance to meet him. The ordinary person she wants killed is none other than Qing Feng, Shadow's real identity. She logs off to make a call, thinking, 3,000 days of lifespan. Shadow may not care for cash, but he won't refuse that. All he has to do is eliminate one insignificant ordinary person. Last time you rejected me, Qing Feng, I'll never forget your face. Qing Feng, you will die soon. Then scene shift. We see the same man from whom Xiao had bought a skill for Shadow. He kills a monster, which begins dissolving into life force, and falls to his knees. Xiao starts healing him, and this time her healing is successful. While recovering, the man takes a deep breath and says, Xiao, next time you heal, don't take so long. I was just one step away from meeting my ancestors. Do it quicker. Xiao replies in an annoyed tone. Why are you yelling at me? You're not dead, are you? He says, I'm not yelling, I'm just reminding you. Then the girl says, I'm getting a system notification that my hunger bar is above 90%, so I need to log off and eat something. Yun Yun, come with me. The next moment, both log off, leaving the man speechless and lost for words. After they leave, he shouts, Damn it! This girl used to call me expert so sweetly, but after meeting Shadow just once, why is she acting so high and mighty? Just wait. I'll tear that attitude to shreds. The scene shifts to the real world, to an apartment building. Xiaonu Place. As you can see, nothing is in its proper place. Clothes are thrown everywhere. She logs out of the game, thinking how hungry she is. Quickly, she opens her phone to order food, but finds no delivery places open. No riders are available. Of course, everyone is in the godforsaken game now. She thinks back to how, at home, Qing Feng always cooked for her. She never had to lift a finger, let alone think about food. He'd always bring something. Now she's regretting things even more. But her ego kicks in and she tells herself, Xiao, pay attention, it's just food. Compared to freedom, this is nothing. To motivate herself, she starts chanting, You're strong, you're the best. You can do this, Xiao. Without Qing Feng, you're even better. The scene changes back to godforsaken game, to a beach. From inside a cave, roaring sounds are heard. A crab-like monster appears, with a footprint mark on its shell. Shadow's silhouette is seen, and in the next moment, he kills the monster in one strike, tearing it apart. The monster dissolves into life force. Panting, the MC says, 4 silver tier monsters in an hour, not bad. Each kill gives me 16 evolution points. While absorbing the monster's life vault, he continues, an average silver tier boss gives me about 3,000–4,000 tradable lifespan. And as for my gear, even the weakest ones are gold tier or higher. He lists his equipment. Weapons, platinum tier ghost shift twin blades. Armor, gold tier ghost fire. Leather armor. Bracers, gold tier heavy red leather gloves. Necklace, gold tier disciple pendant. 2 rings, gold tier curse ring and platinum tier agility ring. After killing these silver bosses, Shadow replaced his brown gloves and inferior shoes with 1. Fleeting leather armor, gold tier assassin armor. Increases physical defense by 15, elemental resistance by 12, and cooldown speed by 35%. Level requirement 8.2. Councilman boots, gold tier assassin armor. Increases stealth duration by 20%, movement speed during stealth by 30%, and stealth break attack by 35%. Level requirement 9. Smiling, he says, my cooldown reduction is now from 55% to 75%. My instant shadow slash cooldown is down from 12 seconds to just 6.8. In these starting towns, there are no platinum tier bosses, only gold tier loot. The only way to grow faster is to upgrade his class achievement. Future platinum bosses will all have at least level 2 stealth detection, so he must advance to level 3 stealth quickly. For that, he still needs 20,000 XP. With level 3 stealth, he can reduce the risk of dying against platinum bosses. In his previous life, defeating a platinum boss required a perfect 20-man team with no mistakes. Looking back, he says, let's go back to town and send all this loot to the government. I'll always stay ahead, and the world's first platinum boss clear will be mine. The scene shifts to evening in town. The MC has sold all his items, reaching 105 years of tradable lifespan. The buyer waves goodbye, saying, next time, sell to me again, expert. Shadow thinks, 105 years. That's about 4,000 days of tradable lifespan. I can extract so many things into reality. While thinking about what to extract, a man steps out from a corner and waves, Hey, you're Shadow, right? With a slight smirk, he says, I have a task for you. The target is in the real world. The pay will be good. You all know Shadow by now. What do you think he'll do? Pause the video and comment. As always, the MC ignores him and keeps walking. The man runs ahead and says, Hey, wait. It's just a nobody, Qingfeng. You can deal with him easily. Didn't you take care of Songfei without trouble? I'll even give you his address. You can make good money. Hearing his own name as the target, Shadow stops for a moment, confirming, You want Qingfeng gone? He keeps his expression neutral and asks, Is it necessary? Why do you want him out of the way? The man laughs. That's none of your business. The payment is 3,000 days of tradable lifespan. Hearing that, Shadow thinks, 3,000 days? That's about 50 million in reality. Interesting. Who wants me removed? This guy's just a messenger. In my past life, my real-world enemies only appeared mid or late game. Acting this early is unusual. The man says, What's wrong? Tempted, right? Shadow thinks, Before God-forsaken game launched, the only one with both resources and motive to target me is Queen Cece. But if she really wanted me gone, she could have done it before the game launched. So her real goal must be to connect with Shadow, and Qingfeng is just a test. After all, I rejected her in advance. Smiling, Shadow says, All right, I'll take the job, but you'll deposit half the payment now, and I decide when and how it's done. The man gets uneasy. Wait, I'll need permission for that deposit. Later, he speaks to someone, then sends Shadow a trade request. I got permission. Here's half the payment. The MC opens his channel and sees a notification. 1,500 of tradable lifespan received. Accepting it, he thinks, I'll take this deposit as interest for your trouble. The real payment I'll collect from you directly, Queen Cece. Just wait. I'll come to you soon. The man sends Shadow the target's location and details, saying, With all your skills, tracking him won't be hard. Seeing the address, Shansui residence, Shadow is shocked. That's my place. Keeping his reaction hidden, he says, You'll get your results soon. The man curses behind his back. Damn, even when we're both working for Miss Queen Cece, he acts so high and mighty. Suddenly, a sweet voice calls out, Hey, expert, wait! A beautiful girl in black armor looking like a warrior class approaches. She says, I heard you're buying boss coordinates. I have the location of a gold tier boss. Interested? Without fuss, the MC replies, 100 days of lifespan. Payment after I see the boss. She gestures. All right, follow me. It's north of town. We'll need to climb a bit. I'll guide you. As he follows, he asks the boss's name. She answers, Plague Wraith. Hearing this, Shadow thinks, she knows its name, must have faced it before. The girl asks, Need a healer? The boss has an AoE poison damage skill. He replies, Just guide me. I don't need one. He thinks to himself, Plague Wraith, also known as Plague Bear. It's a gold-tier boss with a poison aura that drains HP from anyone nearby. The key is to kill it quickly before it wrecks you. With my current strength, it won't be too hard. I have plenty of good skills for this. The scene begins with the girl leading the MC up steep mountains until they reach the entrance of a cave. Pointing towards it, she says, The boss monster is inside this cave. My team has already defeated all the other monsters here, but we couldn't take down the boss. She starts guiding Shadow inside, and he follows silently. Deep inside, she stops at a pit, points down, and says, Look there. Shadow peers inside and sees a thick, poisonous mist filling the place. In the middle stands a tree-like monster with something glowing red atop its head. Shadow says, All right, this boss is real. He immediately transfers her 100 days of lifespan. She hesitates, looking as if she wants to say something but holds back. The MC, thinking to himself, notes, If I'm not wrong, this poison can be avoided by just touching it lightly. My 75% evasion rate and Ghost Shadow Step will be very useful here. The girl, sweating nervously, musters courage and says, Big brother, I need to warn you. This is actually a trap. As soon as you start fighting, some people will come here and try to kill you. I remember they even have a level 2 anti-stealth item. The MC isn't surprised. He had already heard voices from outside the cave. He knew these weaklings couldn't harm him, so he just tells her, All right, whatever. She becomes even more anxious and admits, The problem is, they told me to pretend to stop them, but actually get close to you and find out your real identity. They want your real-life information. This makes the MC momentarily speechless. Inwardly, he scoffs. What a pathetic plan. The girl, blushing with embarrassment, explains, I was forced into this. I just wanted to tell you the truth, so please don't hold a grudge. You can do whatever you want with those people. In fact, I want them dead too. They're blackmailing me in real life. Seeing her honesty, Shadow thinks, seems like killing Songfei has increased my influence in this world. Instead of trying to deceive me, she told me everything directly. He asks who's behind it. She replies, Dongfeng Jian. His ID in God-forsaken game is Xian Yun. He said you've already finished him once before. The MC recalls, Dongfeng. Wasn't he the one who tried to steal my golden ghost ship and later apologized by giving me a skill book? The girl, still sweating and trembling, says, Since you finished Songfei, you're confident you can kill him too, right? I'm being honest with you, so please don't give me false hope. Finish Dongfeng is the best option. If he survives... The MC thinks, what a childish plan. In my past life, I never even heard of this guy. He must have been eliminated early on. Aloud, he says, First, I'm going to defeat this boss. Internally, he likens it to finished a stray dog along the way. Shadow immediately activates stealth mode, leaps toward the boss monster and tells the girl, We'll use their own plan against them. Let them come here first. Leave the rest to me. He rushes at the boss, but the girl panics. She shouts, Wait a minute! Shadow is throwing himself into the jaws of death! She recalls how Dongfeng had brought 3 teams here before, each with 15 to 20 people, and all were wiped out in under 30 seconds. The poison damage was terrifying. They couldn't even take 5% of the boss's HP. Meanwhile, Shadow activates all his skills. Gift of Liberation's throat slit effect, backstab enchantment, weak point attack damage, and Reddy's instant shadow slash. Confident after stacking all these effects, he strikes. The evolved skill hits far harder now, with throat slit adding 150% extra damage over 3 seconds, and weak point attack boosting the first hit by 450%. Combined, after 3 seconds, the total damage is around 80%. The monster's red, eyeball-like protrusions glance at its HP bar, already halved. The girl, seeing just one attack slash away 2/3 of a gold-tier boss's HP, is stunned. Is this guy even human? She wonders. Shadow leaves the monster half dead, then vanishes using Shadow Sneak. Appearing behind the girl, he calculates, Gift of Liberation has a 25-second cooldown, but with my 75% cooldown reduction, it's only 14 seconds. The boss is just standing there, releasing poison gas that forms deadly pools. I'll wait for my cooldown, the gas to clear, and for Dongfeng underlings to arrive. Soon, a team enters the cave. Their leader, the same fool who interfered in the Golden Ghost ship fight, shouts, Everyone prepare to kill the boss! Anyone in our way, no mercy. They approach, but the girl steps forward with a massive golden shield, glowing with holy light. Shadow realizes, a gold-grade shield. No wonder they picked her for this role. Hardly anyone could break through it early in the game. She must have gotten lucky and received an ancient god's blessing, earning a gold-tier chest. Shadow blinks, then instantly uses instant shadow slash, cutting down the men before they can even touch the shield. He follows up with blooming flower curse, causing flowers to sprout from their corpses and drain lifespan into him. The girl, horrified, thinks, Just one skill killed them all. I'm glad I didn't follow Dongfeng plan. I'd be dead like Songfei and the others. She dismisses her shield and says, Add me as a friend. I'll get you Dongfeng real address within a day. The MC agrees. She blushes, saying, If you ever need special service, you can call me anytime. Free for you. Shadow almost bursts out laughing at her brazenness, thinking, no wonder she ruined Dongfeng plan so easily. The MC then speeds past her and delivers 2 instant shadow slashes, killing the gold-tier boss, Plaguebearer. A notification pops up. He gains massive XP, 7 evolution points, and 555 days of tradable lifespan. Looking at the loot, he complains. Not about the boss's drop, but Dongfeng team. Even after draining their entire lifespans, I only got a little over 300 days. And I didn't even use Greedy Hand on the boss yet, still got 555 days. They barely have enough to live, yet they pick fights instead of grinding monsters. He eyes the girl, asking sharply, "You're still here? Do you want something too?" Startled, she says, "No, no, I'm leaving. Bye-bye, big brother," and runs off. Using Greedy Hand, the MC is surprised. "Oh, it's been a while since I got an assassin class skill. Finally." He obtains a platinum tier skill. Darkest Movement. An assassin skill that releases a black light explosion, causing all nearby enemies to bleed. With his cooldown reduction, it lasts 10 seconds, affects enemies within 20 meters, and only has a 34-second cooldown. Reading its description, Shadow grins, "Perfect. If I can blind enemies without going into stealth, I can still trigger double damage. Doesn't matter what level anti-stealth they have, my attack efficiency and damage output won't drop." Our MC examining a poisonous blade, realizing it was dropped by the Plague Bearer. This Platinum tier Plague Blade is an assassin-type weapon. It increases attack power by 26, agility by 42, and weak point attack multiplier by 0.3. Its level requirement is 10. It has a unique effect. Any attack from the MC inflicts toxin, which explodes after 3 seconds, dealing 50% extra damage. After collecting everything, MC heads outside, saying it's been a great day with a good harvest. He has accumulated 98 evolution points and is close to upgrading his epic grade Greedy Hand skill to legendary. Outside, he spots some crabs, shrimps, and other sea monsters. These monsters panic at his sight. Shadow remarks that he needs just over 10,000 experience points to complete his job advancement, so he decides to grind on these small monsters. The monsters tremble at his gaze, but as soon as MC releases a bit of power and kills some, the rest panic and try to flee toward the sea. Unfortunately, they can't escape Shadow. In a blink, he kills them all. Taking a deep breath, he says he can finally do his job advancement. Clicking on job advancement, a massive amount of spiritual energy ripples outward like strange waves in water. The golden spiritual energy intensifies, and MC's eyes open. A notification appears. Your job shadow has advanced. Previously 0 tier, it is now 1st tier. His appearance gradually changes. Hood removed, white hair visible. Another notification shows that his job attribute bonuses are now tripled instead of doubled. Strength is now 9, was 3. Constitution, 9, was 3. Agility, 24, was 8. Spirit, 15, was 5. MC's new look radiates dangerous golden energy. MC, observing, comments that it's incredibly flashy but impressive. Another notification reveals all passive skills of his job. The first passive doubles strength duration, and now he can activate the second strength even while in stealth. Previously, he had to wait until the first strength expired and became visible again before reusing it. Now, as soon as cooldown ends, he can reuse it, stealth or not. Due to job advancement, MC gains level 2 strength, and a secondary passive boosts it to level 3. A third passive triples damage when attacking enemies from outside their field of vision. Shadow is amazed by these bonuses, noting that in his first-year job advancement, attribute bonuses tripled, and stealth can now be permanently activated as long as cooldown is sufficient. Damage from blind spot attacks also triples. He marvels that this is extremely dangerous for a first-year player, worthy of the strongest hidden class job. Suddenly, a broadcast in the sky announces, 7 players in Jeongai City have reached level 10 and are eligible to enter the God-Abundant continent. Shadow is shocked, realizing it's only 8:30 p.m., and many players have already reached level 10. MC checks a notification window listing players like Shadow, Grey Rose, Snowy Day, Black Plum Wang Ming, and many others. In his previous life, the leaderboard was full of foreign players. Seeing familiar faces makes Shadow extremely happy. He thinks his influence in selling skill boxes and equipment may now change the world's situation compared to his past life. The scene shifts to reality outside the God-forsaken game. At night, under bright buildings, the police raid a criminal organization, arresting members of Dajong Industries. 3 members remain in the God-forsaken game. Their bodies are still in virtual state and cannot be arrested. Officers discuss how hunger will force these members to log out to eat, at which point they can be arrested. Shadow's help proved crucial, providing criminal intelligence and advance notice that abilities could be extracted into reality. If they had been late, level 10 players could have extracted abilities, causing heavy casualties during arrest. The scene returns to the God-forsaken game. MC is in town, ready to teleport to the God-abundant continent. The girl who gave him coordinates for the gold-tier monster contacts Shadow, expressing admiration for him as a great hero. She explains that Dajang Industries collaborated with Songfei to kidnap players for labor and kill those who refused. Shadow remains silent, suspecting officials may be whitewashing him for future cooperation. MC asks if she found Dingfeng Jizian's real address. She hasn't, asking him to wait. MC thinks other matters can wait. The urgent task is reaching the God-abundant continent first. He moves forward, noticing people still using the teleportation area, but unable to access the God-abundant continent teleport yet. MC sets his target, and a notification confirms his teleportation. He realizes the current town is like a newbie village. The real game begins upon reaching the God-abundant continent. Teleported to Zhongai City ruins, the atmosphere resembles Mars. MC isn't surprised, having anticipated it. He notes that first-time players arriving from other cities appear in their respective city ruins. A house door opens behind him, revealing two glowing red eyes. A shadowy black figure bursts out, revealed as a demon spider-snake hybrid, attacking Shadow. A massive explosion occurs, but MC counters it using Ghost Shadow Blur. He then uses Instant Shadow Slash, defeating the enemy. Notifications indicate he has killed a level 11 normal-grade monster, Earthshaker. Immediately, 3 more similar demons surround him. They attack simultaneously, but MC evades with a jump. He activates Gift of Liberation and defeats all 3 in one strike using Instant Shadow Slash. Their life force dissipates, as usual. MC observes that previously, towns were safe zones. Now, monsters roam every street, capable of attacking any time. Shelters and hidden ruins allow players to establish strongholds and dominate areas. Ignoring monster loot, MC runs northeast, knowing the best shelter in Jiangai City ruins matches his past life's God-slaying guild location. The scene begins amid broken buildings, where a stage-like area shows a statue holding strange birds. Beneath this statue, shadows of a team moving around appear. This is Wang Ming team. Looking around in surprise, Little Black says, "Wow, so this is God-abundant continent?" Wang Ming replies, "Why does it look like a modern city ruin?" Little Black thinks for a moment and says, "It seems somewhat familiar." Then, pointing toward a tower, Little Black says, "Wait, isn't this the ruin of Zhongai City?" Gui confirms with, "Yes, that's exactly Zhongai City's tower and it's still standing." Little Black scans the surroundings and says, "Someone said Brother Shadow also transferred here. So where is he? Is he over here?" Gui, with a slight sarcastic smile, says, "Hey, Big Plum, don't panic, he could be invisible." Suddenly, 2 monsters emerge from the ground to attack them. Wang Ming, always alert, is confused seeing this. He shouts, "Watch out! There are monsters here!" Wang Ming takes the front line with his shield, while Gui sits on his head using her owl and casts Spirit Protection, a buff that increases Wang Ming's power, defense, reaction, and speed. Then 2 Earthshakers advance to attack them, but Wang Ming casts his shield, causing both monsters to crash into it like boulders, taking 500 damage each. The attack was powerful, and Wang Ming cries out in pain. Fortunately, Gui supports him with her healing spells, Wang Ming him to stay careful, as even normal grade monsters here are stronger than silver rank bosses in Small Town. Meanwhile, their team's archer shoots a powerful arrow called Binding Arrow, easily trapping both monsters. Excited, he shouts that these monsters are weak to crowd control, so he will lock them while everyone else goes all out. Little Black casts her spell, raising her staff to the sky, generating a massive fireball. She shouts, "Prophetic Fireball!" The fireball splits into 2, hitting both monsters simultaneously, killing them instantly. The archer cheers, raising his vote and shouting, "We defeated these monsters! How cool is that?" Little Black, overjoyed, starts dancing and singing "La La La" instead of actual words. Wang Ming tells Gui to send her owl to scout the area. Gui chants a spell and the owl flies up, spotting a vast number of monsters. Gui warns that there are too many monsters and their previous fights have attracted even more. There are no towns or safe zones nearby. "What should we do now, Captain?" she asks. The team is shocked. Wang Ming shouts, "There's no safe zone at all?" The archer yells, "What's happening with this continent? How did it suddenly turn into a survival game?" Little Black, frightened, grips her staff tightly. She instructs, Gui, can you try to find Boss Shadow? He must have arrived here at most 10 minutes before us. If we find him, we'll be safe. Her real name is Gui, but everyone lovingly calls her Xiao. Gui observes with the owl and says, I see no signs of anyone nearby. Then she notices something, eyes wide, and shouts, Wait! Ahead, a street shines brightly as if filled with swarming fireflies. Gui realizes, in the northwest, these lights are loot dropped by monsters. This must be the boss's doing. Their inventory must be full since they didn't pick up any items. Suddenly, earthshakers emerge from all sides. Little Black shouts, Watch out, more monsters are coming! Seeing so many earthshakers, Anu starts running northwest, shouting to everyone, Run quickly! Shadow has already cleared this area. It will be safe if we follow the line of dropped items. We'll definitely find Shadow this way. The team runs together, dodging the monsters while maintaining formation, ready to fight if needed. The scene shifts to show a massive swarm of earthshakers, which then gets sliced into pieces by blue lines, clearly shadow work. He turns the monsters into loot without even looking at it, saying that even without using the active effect of his gift of liberation, his normal instant shadow slash deals 20 to 300 damage. These small monsters are instantly killed by his hands. This place is truly paradise for monster farming. MC then reaches the Godslayer Guild's headquarters. The place looks broken and abandoned. Shadow remarks that under the ruins lies a massive area, discovered after a long time in his past life. The underground palace contains over 1,000 resting rooms and dozens of large halls. It was the largest hideout in Jungai City and the former base of his Godslayer Guild. Before claiming it as a hideout, it functions as a dungeon filled with mechanical monsters and guardian bosses. Shadow explains that the bigger a hideout, the stronger its guardian. Breaking a wall, he enters and recalls assembling 3 squads of 18 elite members each after forming the guild, all level 15 with strong skills and equipment, yet almost failing to conquer this palace. Descending the dungeon stairs, he goes deeper. A notification appears. You have entered a hideout. Footsteps echo in darkness as he approaches a large hall filled with dozens of dangerous spirit monsters. Another notification says, This is the land of soul purification. Confident, MC enters alone, saying that even though he brought his entire gang last time, he is enough alone this time. A notification appears. To claim this area, defeat the Territory Guardian. As he enters, all monsters focus on him, then suddenly go berserk, charging like mad wolves. Shadow continues forward. In a blink, he draws his dagger, dodges their attacks, and thinks, These are all level 12 gold tier elemental spirits. Time to use absolute darkness, my darkest skill. Darkness spreads, confusing the monsters. Taking advantage, Shadow uses instant shadow slash, attacking all monsters and cutting through them. He keeps attacking with his dagger, dealing dangerous damage even without skills. Turning back stylishly, he says, As long as they are blind, all my attacks will deal extra damage. Even my basic attacks are enough. After killing the level 12 monsters, the hall fills with loot, which Shadow ignores. Calmly, he says, I've cleared all 15 monsters in this main hall. There are thousands of rooms and dozens of similar halls in the soul purification area, a massive task. Smiling at the thought, he moves to the next hall. Clearing all monsters there would give him enough evolution points to evolve Greedy Hand. He doesn't pick up loot again, focusing on evolving his skill. Once all monsters in the area are killed, the Guardian boss will appear. Scene begins with some people from other cities and countries reaching level 10 and entering the God-forsaken continent. A boy and a girl use their town's teleportation circle to arrive in this continent. As soon as they arrive, they face this scene of destruction. The boy seems confused and asks if this broken-down place is really the God-forsaken continent. The girl, a little scared, responds that it feels very strange to her and somehow familiar. She wonders if these ruins are actually New York. Meanwhile, other players from different locations also arrive in the God-forsaken continent, all equally confused. For now, only a few select teams have managed to reach here. The scene shifts back to the confused couple, who shout in disbelief. They realize that people from different regions might be transferring from their hometowns into this continent. The girl is shocked and wonders if the city's geographical location actually matches the real world. At that moment, 2 Earthseeker monsters cast shadows over them. Shocked, They turn around to see a massive horde of Earthseekers. The boy screams in panic, realizing they must escape, but it's impossible for two normal level 10 players to avoid so many level 12 Earthseekers. Their screams echo, and you can imagine their fate. The scene changes to Zhanghai City's ruins. It's hard to pinpoint the exact location, but judging by the loot scattered on the road, Shadow must have passed through recently. Wang Ming team is hiding in a crack beside the road. Wang Ming says he doesn't see any other monsters nearby, so they decide to wait here for a while and recover. Nearby, laughing, the girl loses herself in her thoughts. She says there's no doubt now. Everyone calls Shadow the boss. She thought they were strong, but today she realized they can only survive under the shadow of the boss. Hearing this, Wang Ming feels a little embarrassed and tells Captain Anu to choose words carefully. Anu asks if she said something wrong. Little Black adds that fortunately, the boss has already cleared this area. Otherwise, they could have died along with so many monsters. She's also curious where they would respawn if they died here. Gui uses her powers to scout the area through her owl's eyes. Wang Ming tells Captain Anu that since there are 6 of them, they shouldn't rush to explore and should wait until every team member reaches level 10 before exploring together. Anu agrees. Gui, following the MC's path, reaches the shelter where Shadow is still clearing everything. Scanning everything, Gui notices that all the monsters died one after another in a line. But the trail seems to have disappeared. It looks like the boss Shadow has vanished from here. Among the loot, there are even some gold-level drops, and Gui wants to take them. Wang Ming says he will contact Shadow first to see if he needs all the items, and if not, they can collect them, and later pay an equivalent value in lifespan. Shadow realizes Wang Ming party and others must have arrived. He agrees to contact them later, as he also has equipment to sell. The MC enters a room filled with electricity, with a statue resembling an angel. Ignoring the current, Shadow charges in like a bull. Suddenly, a guardian appears, completely electrified and wearing knight armor. Its health bar floats above, and compared to Shadow, even 10 of him wouldn't match its strength. It's a level 15 soul purifier, a platinum-grade monster and the guardian of this land. To become the monster of this land, one must defeat it. Any fan would realize that level 15 monsters are the highest in this ruined city, making this the top-grade boss. It has 7,500 HP, 3 phases, and its single-target thunder attack was deadly in the MC's past life, even when he wore full gold-tier armor. Now he doesn't need to face it directly. He can dodge and strike using instant Shadow Slash. Shadow attacks the Soul Purifier with heavy instant Shadow Slash moves passing through it. Though the attack doesn't reduce much health, he activates his Gift of Glory's Throat Slit effect, reducing some of the boss's health. The boss, enraged, summons a trident-like spear with its thunder powers, launching it at Shadow. The spear multiplies into countless spears raining down, but Shadow reactions and eyesight allow him to dodge them. With his agility at 182, he could run at 40 meters per second. Shadow recalls that in his past life, his guild survived due to luck and priest shields. This time, he executes a slice attack and escapes, determined not to give the boss a single chance. His attacks, Throat Slit, Instant Shadow Slash, and Plague Explosion Blade combine to deal massive damage, instantly reducing 1,500 HP. The boss enters Phase 2 and electricity spreads rapidly. 3 lightning orbs condense around it. The MC realizes the boss is entering an invincible state, continuously generating lightning orbs and attacking. They must destroy the 3 orbs first, or the boss will enter a berserk state. In the MC's previous life, the boss wiped out his entire team in one attack while in berserk mode. Using venom darts, the MC destroys 2 lightning orbs, dealing significant damage. Destroying the orbs weakens the boss, who then unleashes a dark poison attack. Its health bar glows red as it becomes enraged. Electricity spreads chaotically, but the MC is unharmed. Flying into the sky, surrounded by a yellow shield, the MC observes that the boss's lightning is directed at the ground. He plans to attack from above while activating Gift of Glory and Dark Light Shield. The boss's lightning hits the MC's black light shield, but thanks to the shield, he takes no damage. Then, he attacks the boss with an instant Shadow Slash through off liberation, shredding its body to pieces in a single strike. Even mid-cut, the boss's head flies off, and the MC lands safely below. Before he lands, the boss's body had already started disappearing. 2 notifications pop up. One says he has defeated the platinum-grade Soul Purifier Faiza, leveling her up to 11. All her main attributes are increased by 4. She receives 10 free attribute points, 20 evolution points, and 101,520 days of tradable lifespan. Shadow is overjoyed and laughs, saying, "Excellent." But the system's congratulations aren't over. Another notification announces that he's the first person to defeat a platinum-grade boss, earning him 10 reputation points. Finally, the MC is congratulated for becoming the master of soul purification land. Overwhelmed with rewards, he doesn't even pick up the loot dropped in live span. I start to get frustrated myself. Why leave so much loot behind? Quietly, he turns and moves forward, explaining that this hideout doesn't just provide protection in the game, it also has storage functions. Most importantly, everything here can be brought into the real world. Yes, the entire hideout can transfer items from God-forsaken game into reality. Weapons will start manifesting in real life: broken guns, planes, tanks, and missiles. Deadly weapons like nuclear bombs will be unusable from day one. Fighter jets and tanks can function for a month, but eventually they become scrap metal. In other words, all future real-world wars will depend entirely on powers extracted from God-forsaken game. These hideouts, once transferred to reality, can activate magic defense barriers, which people will consider the safest haven in the future. Shadow pauses briefly, reminiscing about emotional memories from his past. Then he moves forward, saying that in his previous life, his Godslayer guild had made this place their base, and the guild kept expanding. Even though the place holds many good memories, he had seen many people come and go, filled with their own schemes and battles. Filled with determination, he declares that this time he will not follow that path. He will grow strong on his own until he reaches the top. The scene changes to a wild area where rain still falls. In the God-forsaken Game Town area, a demon boss, resembling a boar with silver armor and a large axe, attacks MC's sister, Xiao. A man shouts, warning her to move, but Xiao throws her magic wand aside, covers her face, and screams in fear, as if someone is about to save her. Predictably, her body is split in two. Even after death, her eyes remain open from terror. Instantly, she teleports back to her town's teleportation circle. Notifications appear. She has died, losing 14 years of non-tradable lifespan and 2 days of tradable lifespan. In shock, she mutters, "I'm dead. I'm dead again." Her teammate contacts her, shouting that the boss's axe was huge, yet she didn't dodge it. She snaps out of her shock, telling him he can't blame her since he couldn't even draw the boss's aggro properly. Her teammate, furious, explains it was an AoE attack affecting everyone, so he couldn't control the aggro. Suddenly, the boy gets a notification. Level 8 player Gale Storm has left the party. Xiaoface looks pitiful, ready to cry. But her friend contacts her, explaining that the boss is chasing her and asking for help. Moments later, the sound of a loud scream is heard. It's the boss's axe that split her head. Soon, her friend teleports beside her, but words fail to console Xiao. Her friend regains composure and suggests farming smaller monsters to level up, as they are low on lifespan. Xiao agrees. A town-wide notification announces that the player Shadow has become the first person to defeat a platinum-grade boss, earning 10 reputation points. 2 people watching nearby scream in disbelief, amazed that Shadow defeated a boss alone. The girl with black eye patch questions if anyone knows his real identity. Xiao and her friend check the notification. Xiao wonders why players are so weak that even killing a silver boss is a struggle, and how Shadow can be so powerful, achieving the first platinum kill alone. The scene shifts to the MC's new hideout in God-forsaken game. He sorts his items, feeling his powers, noting that after killing the Soul Purifier, he leveled up from 10 to 11. Every level up increases attributes and grants 10 points. He decides to invest all attribute points in agility to combine it with his strength for easy boss fights. Activating Greedy Hand, golden aura flows from him. The MC realizes that killing the platinum boss gave him 20 evolution points, enough to evolve Greedy Hand. A notification confirms he consumed 210 evolution points, leaving 15, and his Ascension-type skill Greedy Hand upgraded from Epic to Legendary. The skill now has a 500% chance for bonus loot, a 100% chance for higher-grade items, and a new passive effect, Greedy Space, adding 1 item slot to storage. MC's eyes light up. His bonus loot increased from 3 to 5, and his storage gained 100 extra slots. Using Greedy Hand, he collects loot from the Platinum boss. Notifications confirm 5 bonus loot items and 100 evolution points, bringing him to 115. Shadow observes additional loot, including 2 ascension items and a skill book, but his level is too low to use them, so he stores them in the hideout. Shadow summons his devotion follower, ordering him to gather all loot in the palace into one pile. MC now has 115 evolution points to upgrade his epic grade skills further. He evolves Shadow Strength 3 times, increasing duration, damage, and reducing cooldown. He evolves Backstep Enchantment twice, improving damage bonus, and upgrades Absolute Darkness to Epic, increasing blind duration from 10 to 16 seconds, and extending its range from 20 to 50 meters. He then evolves Curse of Blossoming Flower 3 times to Legendary, allowing it to erase dead bodies and absorb 50% of non-tradable lifespan from targets and nearby orbs. Shadow is astonished, shouting in disbelief at the new effect. MC recalls a dangerous place with floating islands in the dark, where high-level bosses could drain lifespan at speeds 100 to 1,000 times faster, consuming non-tradable lifespan first. A warrior girl named Milky White congratulates MC on killing the first platinum boss. Shadow, seeing her, simply asks about her work instead of complimenting her beauty. She informs him that Dongfeng just logged out and that his family is gathering at Zhangnan restaurant. MC's devotion follower piles up all the palace loot before him. MC stores the items in his inventory, noting half the slots are still empty. Greedy Space's 100 slots prove very useful. He plans to sell items to Wang Ming next. The scene shifts to Wang Ming's team. Shadow appears, making Anu extremely happy, jumping and calling out, "Boss, boss," as she tries to hug him. Shadow stops her midway, saying, as always, he will set the price, and if she doesn't like it, she need not buy. There are over 30 common and brown tier items, available for 950 days of tradable lifespan. Shadow's strong hand left a mark on Anu's face, but she laughs, confirming it's fine. The total estimated value of all items is slightly over 1,000 days of lifespan, rounded up to 2,000 days. A notification lists gold, silver, and even platinum tier gear worth about 18,000 days of tradable lifespan. The girl, astonished, shows her own gold tier equipment to MC, acknowledging his expertise. She happily remarks that with his help, Zhongai city development will progress rapidly. Shadow responds that he is just giving a hand. Little Black acts cute, teasing him about his huge inventory, but Shadow doesn't react to the joke, instead giving a tip. In the middle of Ruin City, there's a stone statue hiding stairs leading to a teleportation circle to return to the starting village. The first use requires 500 days of tradable lifespan, but subsequent visits are free. After leaving, Anne jumps in excitement, exclaiming that Shadow must be a reincarnated person to know so much hidden information. Wang Ming nervously asks her to calm down. Captain Anu strikes a seductive pose, joking about flirting with Shadow, irritating Wang Ming and Little Black. After selling his items to Wang Ming, Shadow moved a little away from them and activated his system. He clicked on the option where he could extract his abilities into real life. Shadow said, "Now my level has become very high, and my class advancement has also been activated. So, I must synchronize both of them." The next moment, a notification appeared, saying, "You have consumed 27,000 days of tradable lifespan. Your level synchronization and class advancement synchronization have both been completed. Now you can use their power in reality too." After synchronizing, a golden shining aura started to rise from within Shadow. Feeling it, the MC said, "This is amazing. Now I must extract my skills. Earlier, I had extracted stealth, but it was only level 1. This time, I will not only increase my real-life stealth level, but also extract many more skills." Then, Shadow used 1,946 days of lifespan to raise his stealth to level 10. After that, he went skill by skill, extracting them one by one. 900 days for backstab enhancement, 1,000 days for greedy hand, 3,200 days for instant shadow slash, 5,366 days for ghostly blur, 1,699 days for blooming curse flower, 11,313 days for blacklight shield. After buying so many skills, his level synchronization also completed, and now Shadow had only 7,480 days of tradable lifespan left. Then Shadow said, "Now it's time to extract my equipment." He spent 3,600 days to extract the gold-grade boots of concealment. Yes, he even renamed these boots. Earlier, they had a different name. Then, he spent 3,394 days to extract the gold-grade devotee pendant. Thinking about it, he said, This gold-grade devotee pendant is really useful. It not only reduces my skill cooldowns, but the most important part is that it summons a silver-grade devotee follower. For now, in reality, such a summon is practically invincible. But because of this, I have used up almost all my saved lifespan. All the savings I had kept were finished in one go. I only have 486 days of tradable lifespan left. But at least now my strength in reality is not much different from the game. Then Shadow logged out of the game. As he faded away, he said, I still need to earn a lot more lifespan. Next time when I return to the game, I will earn so much lifespan that before going offline again, I will be able to synchronize myself completely with reality. The scene shifted. In reality, thick black smoke was rising. We see Shadow below, and all this smoke was coming out from his own body. In that smoke, Shadow looked extremely dangerous. It seemed as if some spirit's shadow was upon him. Then Shadow took a deep breath, and that black aura vanished. He sat calmly on his bed at home. After thinking for a while, he said, Since Cece knows the address of this place, the safest option is to move to a new location. And if I try to extract my soul purification land into reality, it will take around 13,300 years of tradable lifespan, maybe even more. Right now, I am completely broke. I have no money. So first, I must find a temporary residence where I can live for now. Then Shadow raised his hand and used the greedy space of Greedy Hand. He started storing everything in his room into it. The bed, the cupboard, the table, everything. In the blink of an eye, his entire room became empty. But something seemed strange. He had only stored the furniture in his inventory. Then why was the room shining so brightly? Had he even stored the dust and dirt too? Whatever it was, after storing everything in his inventory, Shadow laughed and said, The space provided by Greedy Hand is really too useful. It feels like all my belongings have been placed directly in my pocket. Then Shadow jumped onto the window and sat there. Playing with his phone, he said, Dongfeng is currently in Jiangnan Hotel, about 15 kilometers from here. With my current speed, I will reach there in 10 minutes. Then, taking a deep breath, he activated his stealth and jumped down from the building. At such speed, even we could only see a blur. The scene changed to the same Jiangnan Hotel. Inside, Dongfeng was having dinner with his whole family. While eating, one person at the table said, From the way things are going, it seems that the abilities and lifespan of that game are also affecting the real world. This is a huge opportunity for our Dongfeng family. This time, Zainer has done excellent work. Not only has he increased his influence so quickly inside the game, but he even created a group. Here, Zainer actually meant Dongfeng Jian. Dongfeng Jian said, Grandpa, this is exactly what I should be doing. As a member of the Dongfeng family, I can at least achieve this easily. Their grandpa replied, Seeing Zainer's growth, I feel relieved. This time we received a huge amount of tradable lifespan. With that, we bought many skills and equipments. We bought all these so that the core members of our family can reach level 10 as fast as possible, so they can rise and shine in this new era and spread the influence of the Dongfeng family across the world in both reality and game fronts. If our family keeps developing like this, we will definitely become a regional overlord. After that, even creating a dynasty lasting 10,000 years will not just be a dream. Listening to this, the old man seemed a little drunk. But Dongfeng Jian became serious. He stared at his grandfather and thought, This old man, half his body is already in the grave, yet he clings to the patriarch position and still dreams of living forever. Then, with a cold look, he released his aura and planned darkly in his mind. Yes, once I capture Shadow, first I will make him reveal his secrets. Then, I will use him like a machine to earn lifespan for me. Once I reach number 1 on the ranking list, then all of you will have to disappear. The saying proved true. The father had schemes of 10, but the son had schemes of 100. Grandpa wants to be king, and grandson wants to be number 1. His grandfather asked, By the way, last time you were the one arranging the deal with Shadow. How was it? Dongfeng Jian smiled confidently and said, Grandpa, rest assured. I found a reliable woman who will lure Shadow and discover his identity. Very soon, we will have news about him too. The old man said, Make sure to capture him alive. If someone like Shadow serves our family, it will bring huge benefits for us. Hearing this, Dongfeng Jian nodded yes. While they were talking, the scene shifted outside, where Shadow had already dealt with all the guards. He was listening to the voices inside. He heard the old man's voice saying, "Come on, let's toast for the revival of the Dongfeng family." And everyone raised their glasses, shouting, "Long live the Dongfeng family!" Shadow ignored their nonsense and thought, I never expected noble family members to actually have guns. With ghostly blur and black light shield, I cannot achieve 100% dodge rate, and I haven't extracted my armor into reality. So, Shadow summoned his devotee through the devotee pendant. He thought, if a bullet pierces my head or heart, I will definitely die. I still need to be careful. He looked at the devotee follower and thought, this follower has giant claws for melee attacks and green flames for ranged attacks. As a silver grade boss, he also has strong damage absorption. Even firearms cannot bring him down quickly. Then Shadow ordered him, go inside. Do not leave any survivors. The devotee follower obeyed. He kicked open the door and entered the hall. The guests were shocked, staring at the strange creature. For a moment, no one understood what it was. Then they screamed, "Who are you? How did you get in here?" But as soon as the devotee follower saw living humans, he roared loudly and charged forward. From behind, Dongfeng Jian also shouted, "No! This? How is this possible? This is a monster from God-forsaken game! Everyone, fire!" Immediately, all the guards pointed their guns at the creature and unleashed a rain of bullets. But even after being riddled with bullets, the devotee follower kept growling and moving forward. Then it unleashed its green flames upon the guards. Their bodies burned rapidly within the green fire. They screamed in agony. The follower rushed at the captain of the guards, slashing him with its giant claws and piercing his body with one hand. Seeing this, the captain and the guards were shocked, but the massacre continued. After killing a guest, the follower lunged straight at the old grandpa. The old man screamed, "Zainer, help me!" But instead of helping his grandfather, Zainer ran straight towards the exit, shouting, "Damn it, I must escape! If I can just get back into the game, I will be safe." He was sweating in panic, confused how a monster from God-forsaken had appeared in reality. But ignoring that, he thought, once I reach level 10 in the game and extract my abilities into reality, then no one will be able to threaten me. But as soon as he rushed out, he saw Shadow blocking his path using his power. In confusion, he thought, wait, isn't that... Before he could finish his thought, Shadow attacked, and in the next instant, his head was separated from his body. Even at the moment of death, his eyes remained wide open in disbelief. The MC killed him and continued forward in stealth mode. But strangely, Dongfeng's severed head still seemed alive. Trembling, he shouted Shadow's name. Suddenly, red light flared around him, and flowers began blooming all over. His head, his body, his hands. Flowers sprouted everywhere. Yes, the MC had used the blossoming curse. Then Shadow extended his hand and absorbed all the lifespan inside him. A notification appeared. You have absorbed 27,000 days of tradable lifespan and 482 years of non-tradable lifespan. Seeing this, Shadow was overjoyed, and with a smile he said, "What a great loot." Turning his head with satisfaction, he said, "This time, the blossoming flower curse has truly done an excellent job. Not only did it absorb all the bodies here, but it even erased the traces completely. On top of that, it absorbed every last drop of energy from them. My non-tradable lifespan has now accumulated to 27 years. Even if I step into some berserk area in the future, I won't have to face too much pressure." Just then he heard some noises behind him. When he listened carefully, people were shouting, "Hurry up! Call the authorities!" Loud crashes and screams were just heard from this room. In the corridor, security guards were rushing toward the room. People shouted, "The Dong family is holding a gathering here! Hurry! If something happens to such a famous family, it'll be a huge problem." Since there were screams, there must be injuries too. But as soon as they entered, people started screaming in shock. What's going on? The room looked completely clean, though the furniture was scattered everywhere. Seeing this, the guards panicked. The head guard trembled and shouted, "This room is completely wrecked. Obviously there was a disturbance here, but why is there no one inside? Did anyone see someone leaving the hotel?" The guards yelled back, "No, none of us saw anyone." Another guard cried out, "Could it be that this hotel is haunted?" Outside, Shadow was already calmly walking away in stealth mode, still hearing their voices behind him. People shouted, "How strange! Where did all the Dongfeng family members disappear? It looks as if the entire family vanished together." Another said, "Forget it. Let's just call the authorities." Shadow ignored their panic and muttered, "One target is finished. Now, the next target, the Kwang family Kwang group." Still in stealth mode, he moved through the streets of Seoul thinking, but the Kwang family group had already shifted their headquarters to North America long ago before the godforsaken game descended. For now, I can only deal with one person. Queen Cece, daughter of the Kwang family group's president. Right now, she's trapped inside the Magic City and cannot come out. I must defeat her before she leaves this country. Shadow noted that the distance from Jianghai City to Magic City was about 300 kilometers. Walking there would take him 2 to 3 hours. That would waste too much time. So, he went a little further away and booked a room at a hotel called Sea Dragon. Preparing to rest, he thought, I must log into the game and find a way to obtain a mount, something I can ride. That will save me a lot of time. Then he logged back into the godforsaken game, where the system welcomed him. He was teleported back into his hideout. Moving forward in the game, he thought, there are still some silver and gold grade bosses left in Russia. I can go farm them. Just then, he received a contact request from Anu. When he accepted it, Anu immediately shouted loudly, "Big shot! Big shot! I have good news for you!" He was surprised, and Anu excitedly explained, "Little Black has just discovered the entrance to a tomb, but a gold-grade grudge ghost is guarding it." "We can't even get close to it," Shadow asked. "A tomb's entrance? How did Little Black find it?" Anu explained. "When we were returning to the initial town, we took a longer path to avoid some monsters. But suddenly we noticed Little Black wasn't with us. We searched for her and eventually found that she had slipped and fallen into a well. That well turned out to be a special area of the tomb's entrance. Team chat couldn't be used there, so Little Black couldn't send us any message. While trying to follow that pit, a level 12 gold-grade boss chased us and slashed at us. Luckily, we escaped quickly and returned to Shelltown. If you want to go there, Big Shot, I can send you the coordinates." Hearing this, Shadow thought, truly, a lucky charm is always a lucky charm. You're saying she just stumbled upon a tomb in a ruined city by falling into a pit? Tombs are like temples of faith and curse ruins. They appear randomly in forests. He then said, "Fine, Anu, send me the coordinates." Anu acted cute and said, "Okay, but if you get any drop from there that even Big Shot can't use, don't forget to sell it to us." Shadow agreed with a smirk, thinking this woman is indeed very clever. He soon received the coordinates and headed toward the spot. Before long, he reached the area and saw what looked like a large well. He said, "So this is the entrance to the tomb? How could someone just fall into such a huge well while walking with their team? That Little Black really is unusual." Then Qing Fang jumped straight into the well and landed smoothly at the bottom. A notification appeared. "You have entered the Tomb of Grievance. Normal communications are blocked." Ignoring it, he moved toward the direction where he saw 2 glowing red eyes. Soon, he heard a terrifying roar and saw a huge muscular figure releasing dark aura, holding a massive dark sword. Though its figure resembled a human, it was actually a level 12 grudge ghost, a gold-grade monster. Advancing toward it, Shadow thought, a grudge ghost. I never encountered this boss in my previous life. Judging by its appearance, it should be a physical attack-type monster with high attack power and range. No wonder Anu and the others ran the moment they saw it. The skill books and equipment I sold them weren't meant to boost defensive power anyway. The grudge ghost rushed at Shadow like a madman with its sword. Shadow considered, Wang Ming is a shield warrior. His health is around 5,000 right now. But a single strike from this boss could cut half his health in one blow. If even one hit lands on me, I'll definitely die. Then Shadow dodged the incoming strike with ease and thought, if I get hit even once, I'm finished. He immediately activated Gift of Glory and Instant Shadow Slash, slicing the monster into pieces in one move. As he moved forward, he muttered, its defense is extremely high. Instant Shadow Slash can cut 80% of its health, but when combined with the throat slit effect of Gift of Glory, its defense becomes useless. Suddenly, he heard crackling sounds, and the severed hand of the monster flew toward him. Shocked, Shadow Hands reacted strangely, and his eyes widened in horror. No, this is bad. Before he could react further, the monster's body exploded violently in a disgusting corpse explosion. It seemed Shadow was caught in the blast, but in reality, he dodged at the very last second. He shouted, "That was a corpse explosion." I was too careless not to dodge it immediately. Luckily, my ghostly blur skill activated, raising my dodge rate by 75%. Otherwise, I would have died right here. After the disgusting explosion, loot scattered around. Shadow recalled, "In my previous life, this also happened once. After we killed a boss we had never seen before, one of my teammates excitedly rushed to pick up the loot. But then, the boss corpse exploded, killing him instantly. Some teams were even wiped out completely because of such corpse explosions, usually from platinum or higher tier bosses. I never expected a gold-grade boss inside a tomb to self-destruct like this." Using Greedy Hand, Shadow picked up the loot. A notification appeared. "You have killed a level 12 gold tier grudge ghost. You gained 10 days of tradable lifespan, 20 evolution points, and a platinum tier skill book, Dark Knight Ring Blade. Due to the effect of Greedy Hand, you also gained 6,300 days of tradable lifespan, and a platinum tier grudge leather armor." Seeing this, Shadow exclaimed, "Excellent! This time I've got both a piece of equipment and a skill book that I can actually use." Then the narration described the new skill, Dark Knight Ring Blade, an assassin-type skill that enchants the blade with dark power, dealing 500 dark element damage to all enemies within 5 meters. Cooldown is 10 seconds, but for Shadow, it is only 5.7 seconds. The level requirement is 11. Shadow smiled with joy, saying, "This is actually an elemental output skill for assassins. Since my Shadow class spirit attribute is higher than my strength, my spell attacks will deal more damage than my physical attacks." He opened his attribute panel. Strength, 9. Constitution, 9. Agility, 24. Spirit, 15. Then he said, "Let's evolve this skill to epic grade and see what changes." After evolving it 3 times using 6 evolution points, he had 36 points remaining. Now, Dark Knight Ringblade had advanced from Platinum tier to Epic tier. Its attack range had increased from 5 meters to 12 meters, and its damage rose from 500 to 1,300. Cooldown and other details remained the same. Reading this, Shadow said, "So the only changes are the range and damage, from 5 meters to 12 meters, and 500 to 1,300 points. As expected, it's an area attack skill. Its bonus attack power isn't very strong, so its total damage isn't as high as Instant Shadow Slash. But for clearing groups of small monsters, this is a divine skill." Comparing both, he added, Instant Shadow Slash is linear, striking only in one direction, while Dark Knight Ringblade is circular. Its efficiency is highest when surrounded by many enemies. He then equipped the newly obtained grudge leather armor, which looked shiny and impressive. It increased his physical defense by 55, elemental resistance by 45, damage block by 42, and health by 777. Level requirement, 12. Its unique effect added 30 points to base attack power whenever he was attacked. Shadow remarked, 30 points isn't much for me. The unique effect isn't very useful, but the armor's base defensive power is excellent, and the resistances and block rate are solid. I'll definitely replace my level 5 gold-grade Ghostfire leather armor with this one. Finally, he walked toward a huge door and thought, if I add up the remaining loot, I still have around 20 items. Selling them would earn me more than 10,000 days of tradable lifespan. I've already killed the tomb's guardian, so I can enter now. Hopefully something good awaits inside, and if I get a mount from it, that would be the best. By mount, he meant a creature he could ride on. Scene shift then. We see a muscular goblin looking as if it had been living for weeks on some suspicious white powders. The goblin swung its weapon, releasing a slash so powerful that 2 players standing in front, MC's sister and her friend, were cut in half. The terror was written all over their faces. Their screams hadn't even finished when both were teleported back to town. But they weren't hunting alone. Their team had one more man. At first, he sat quietly, holding back his anger. Then suddenly, he roared like a furious king of monkeys. Grabbing Xiao by the collar, he yanked her toward him so forcefully that cold sweat broke out on her forehead. He shouted at her, calling her a useless idiot who only grew in body but not in brains. Every time they died, it was always because of her. He said he only had 2 years of non-tradable left, then shoved her away violently, making her scream. He threatened her not to show her face at school, or he'd deal with her there too. With that, he logged out of the game in anger. Her friend rushed to help her, calling her name and trying to comfort her. She said, "Why don't you come with me to my parents' small town? I've heard there are public welfare groups there that help the elderly and players like us who struggle in this game." But Xiao was seething with rage. Grinding her teeth, she thought to herself, "Just wait, Jiangwei. You dared to vent your anger on me. You worthless piece of trash. How dare you grab my collar? I don't believe none of the boys who used to chase me around could be stronger than you." She began logging out and told her friend Yan Yan, "You go alone." Yan tried to persuade her, but Xiao had already logged out. Back in reality, she jolted awake, grinding her teeth, cursing Jiangwei. She looked around for her phone and messaged someone named Han Han, asking if he could help her level up. But Han Han turned out to be shameless. He replied, "Sure, I can help you level up for a night. Just let me see how our school belle goddess performs in bed." Disgust twisted her face as she replied, "Have you even seen your own ugly face? And you want my body? Get lost." She cursed him and immediately messaged another man, this time with a smile. She wrote to Jianghua, confessing that she had always liked him, but her brother Qingfeng used to control her, so she couldn't accept his confession before. Now that she had cut ties with Qingfeng, she could finally be with him openly. But Jianghua, cunning as he was, replied with a devilish smile, "Idiot, are you trying to make me laugh to death? If you can cut ties with your own brother, who knows how you'll treat me in the future? Get lost." Hearing this, Xiao was left speechless. Desperate, she contacted young Master Rui, telling him no one was home and asking him to come over and keep her company, and also help her level up. But Rui scoffed and said, "Oh, Queen Xiao, I now have a platinum-grade talent. My flight has already taken off. In the future, women of all kinds will come to me on their own. Get lost." Her heart broke further, sinking into deeper despair. Then she contacted someone called Brother Sama, saying she was bored and asking him to come to Shelltown to meet her. But Sama mocked her, saying, "Everyone knows you messed up with Jiangwei. Believe it or not, if you contact me again, I'll let you taste my new slam skill." Hearing this, she hid her face and cried bitterly, saying, "Damn it, these disgusting men can never be trusted when needed." Sobbing, she muttered, "I only have 2.5 years of lifespan left. What will happen to me once this lifespan runs out?" In her despair, only one name came to her lips, Qingfeng. Her face turned red from crying in the dark room, but she wiped her tears and told herself, "Yes, he won't ignore me. He must have a solution for this problem. I must find him quickly." The scene shifts to MC old apartment building, where Qingfeng once lived. Xiao stood right outside his door thinking, "As soon as I go inside, I'll find him and apologize immediately. If I speak softly, he'll forgive me." But then she argued with herself, "Why should I apologize when I did nothing wrong?" Shaking off that thought, she moved to knock on the door, convincing herself, "No, this is temporary. I'll pretend to listen to him first, then ask him to help me level up. He'll definitely agree. Since childhood, he's always fulfilled my wishes." With a smile, she knocked and thought, "Once I level up and solve my lifespan shortage problem, I'll completely cut ties with him. Yes, that's how it'll be. Xiao, you're a genius." She knocked happily, calling, "Qingfeng, open the door! Open the door, Qingfeng!" For 2 minutes, she kept knocking, calling his name. "Qingfeng, stop sleeping and open the door. I'm back." But no answer came. Still, she kept knocking. "Qingfeng, hurry up and open the door." When still no one replied, her patience snapped. She kicked the door open, shouting angrily, "Didn't I tell you to open it? What are you doing, you useless bastard? Are you trying to take advantage of my kindness?" Her anger vanished into shock when she saw the room. It was completely empty. No bed, no table, no clothes, nothing. Qingfeng was gone. She muttered in disbelief. What happened here? Where did Qingfeng go? She hurriedly pulled out her phone to call him, but the response said, "The number you have dialed is switched off." Shocked, she tried again but got the same reply. Trembling, she whispered, "Where has he gone?" The scene shifts again, this time to an underground cave. The depths of the Tomb of Grievance. There, MC was cutting through waves of monsters like a true Sigma male, using instant shadow slashes to carve his path forward. Finally, I've reached the end, he muttered. He stood before a coffin glowing faintly in the dark chamber. Summoning his devotee follower, MC said, I've killed over 200 monsters on the way, including many brown and silver grade bosses. I'm now very close to level 12. All that's left is to open this coffin. The final boss will appear. I hope it's platinum grade. He ordered his follower to open it. The lid cracked open with a creak, and MC tensed. From within the coffin poured an ominous, deadly dark miasma, spreading across the room. Even his follower trembled in fear, growling and trying to back away, but the miasma wrapped around him, forcing its way inside. A notification appeared. His silver-grade summoned follower had been killed. Seeing the spreading darkness, MC thought, this boss is just gold grade, yet it has death miasma. How did I end up facing this monster? It has no physical form, meaning it's immune to physical attacks. I remember in my previous life, someone released it too. The miasma spread to nearby outposts, causing massive civilian casualties. He recalled the only ways to survive if possessed by it. Either your teammates dispel it for you, or you have special classes with invincibility spells to protect yourself. Otherwise, death was certain. But he also knew its secret. Its main body was hidden inside the miasma. He activated his Dark Knight ring blade, surrounding himself with magical power. The miasma swirled along with it, revealing a strange plant with countless eyes on its head. Without hesitation, MC combined his gift of glory and poisonous dart to strike it down. After a few attacks, he cut through it and moved forward. A notification popped up. He had slain the gold-grade monster, Death Miasma. He sighed in relief, thinking, its strength was clearly platinum tier, yet it was still ranked gold, and it only dropped gold-grade loot. The boss's remains dissolved into lifespan, and MC muttered, good thing I just learned Dark Knight Ring Blade. It's a magic damage skill. Without it, I would have struggled terribly against this. He happily collected the loot, using his greedy hand, and laughed. Finally, I've cleared this tomb. It wasn't too difficult, but it took a lot of effort. Still, only gold-grade loot? Before he could finish his thought, a notification appeared. He had obtained a rare loot, a Mount Bell. A bell appeared in his hand. Overjoyed, he exclaimed, yes, a Mount Bell actually dropped. Earlier, he had mentioned needing a mount, and now he got one, proving how generous the writer was to him. Shadow, staring at the Mount Bell, smiling with excitement. He says this really has a mount inside. Little Black was truly valuable. Talking to her was worth it. When Qingfeng checks the bell's information, he learns that inside is the ghost Night Wolf. By using this Mount Bell, he can summon a level 11 ghost Night Wolf, which will help him in battles, and he can also ride it. The restriction is that only someone level 11 and above can use it. Reading this, Shadow becomes very happy and says, excellent. Ghost Night Wolf is one of the fastest mounts available in the early stages. Then its full stats are shown. It's a level 11 gold-grade monster. Strength 148, Physique 155, Agility 191, Spirit 135. This mount will gain experience along with the player and level up automatically. But if you sell this Mount Bell to someone else, all its upgrades and levels will reset back to the initial state, making it just a normal level 11 gold-grade mount again. Shadow immediately uses the Mount Bell, and out of green flames appears a powerful roaring ghost Night Wolf that looks deadly. Seeing it, Shadow is overjoyed. He checks its skills. The first skill is Sprint, which increases movement speed by 245% when activated. The second is Nightwork. Activating it lets the MC permanently stay in level 1 strength during the night. While attacking, it breaks stealth and deals 120 stealth break attack damage. After breaking stealth, you must wait 60 seconds before going invisible again. The third ability is Counterattack, striking a single target 3 times, each strike adding 267 physical attack power with a 12-second cooldown. The fourth is Wolf Howl. Using it increases the attack power, physical defense, and all elemental resistance of all friendly targets, also adding 35 attack points. This buff lasts 10,800 seconds with a 600-second cooldown. Reading this, Shadow checks the wolf's body and says this is both a mount and a battle pet. and it even has built-in invisibility. Not bad. This is truly a huge profit. Then the scene shifts above the room where Shadow is. Everything is silent. But the next moment, Shadow rides out on his wolf with a loud howl, breaking the silence. Before any monster can even react to the noise, he has already vanished at incredible speed. Using stealth and invisibility, Shadow enjoys the ride. While riding, he says now, I need to upgrade myself to level 15 and earn enough lifespan to extract this mount into reality. Next time I log in, I'll immediately ride this mount to Magic City and finish off CC first to remove future troubles. Since Shadow has now set his target, he rides the wolf at full speed in one direction. Jumping across rooftops, he says I'm heading to River and Sea Arena. It's a huge area filled with monsters. It has 2 underground floors and a very complex environment. It will be the best place for me to level up quickly. He leaps across rooftops and rough paths until he reaches the River and Sea Arena. As he said, there are countless monsters here. The moment he enters, a powerful joint boss in red armor and silver armor chases him. The environment here is perfect for his mount. The wolf keeps leaping and luring all bosses and monsters behind him. Seeing this, the MC says this is paradise, but only for the strong. His wolf leaps onto another rooftop and a boss monster stares at them. From this jump, MC and his wolf get a perfect angle. Like bloodthirsty wolves, they leap and activate their skills, charging at the monsters. The MC opens his eyes wide and uses instant shadow slash, cutting all monsters into pieces. The scene changes. It's a beautiful evening, except for the ruined city. At this place, Anu kills a monster with one strike, wipes her sweat, and says, "Good, we won." But this time Anu had brought along a sycophant in her team. He claps like some strange human and praises her, saying, as expected from Captain Anu, her damage is insane. His name is Meleong, the pampered son of Zhanghai City's director. He thinks to himself that the hidden profession Dragon Shortsword is truly awesome. Anu is really worthy of being my favorite woman. He keeps flattering her. But Anu says this boss was just level 8 gold grade, yet even together we took over 10 minutes to kill it. I really don't understand how Shadow managed to kill a platinum boss all alone. From behind, her new sycophant says he's just a sneaky assassin who uses hiding techniques to kill bosses. It's just his luck. He will remain unworthy forever. Deep inside, he thinks, luckily this girl has no background. With my status as a government official's son, I can easily trap her. But when Anu hears him calling her boss a mere sneaky assassin, she mockingly says, "Really? Then for an archer like you, shouldn't it be even easier to kill a boss?" Hearing this, he stutters. Grinding his teeth, he says, "Unlike me, who is a simple and good person, I don't use such lowly tricks." Then, like a cunning fox, he starts poisoning the team's ears, saying, "I heard that in real life, Shadow is a bloodthirsty, low-class person. I know a hunter from the Shanghai police force. He has level 3 anti-stealth. In my opinion, the best way is to set a trap, discover Shadow's real identity, and then control him. Only when such a person works as our official staff will we be at ease. Otherwise, things like what happened with Songfei and Dongfeng will keep happening again and again. Do we have to clean up his mess every time?" As he shares his plan, Anu and Wang Ming stare at him wide-eyed. They glance at each other and then burst into laughter. Wang Ming says, "You don't understand." Anu points at him and says, "Right now it's not that he's begging us to clean his mess. It's that we must clean it. Only then can we keep a constant position with him and cooperate." Wang Ming explains that the world's first gold boss kill and the first platinum boss kill, both he did alone. If you can't win cooperation with such a person, why offend him? Anu laughs and mocks him, asking if a creeper ate your brain. Hearing all this, Meleong feels so embarrassed his face turns red. Wang Ming says, "Stop scolding him. He's a second-generation young master." Anu says, "So what? Do second-generation people not need brains?" Wang Ming says if you say a little more, he'll start crying. But Meleong embarrassment turns to anger. He shouts, "Damn, Shadow! Isn't he just an assassin who can be crushed like a fly? I'm giving you a way to keep up with his level, yet you're afraid you can't control him. And how dare you people without any background scold me? Anu, just watch. I will surpass Shadow and capture him. Then I'll make you all kneel before me to beg for mercy." He keeps ranting like a monkey, but Anu and Wang Ming ignore him and check the boss loot. Anu says here's a gold-tier priest equipment. She lists out items, then thinks aloud, saying Big Boss recently sold us so many gold and even platinum items. To get all that, how many bosses must he have killed? Or maybe he has treasure hunting talent, finding many chests filled with rare items. Wang Ming gets lost in thought at her words. Meanwhile, the monkey-like Mai Liang keeps shouting, but they ignore him. Someone says, Captain Anu, I'm a little worried. Anu asks about what? He says about the recent Jiangnan hotel case. The Dongfeng family was having a party there, but suddenly the entire family disappeared. If Shadow really did this, should we still help him? We still don't know his true character. What if he actually a dangerous and devilish killer? Anu says I also know about this case. The higher-ups are taking it very seriously. They too suspect Shadow, but so far there's no evidence. Then with a faint smile, she looks at Wang Ming and says, even if this really was Shadow doing, I'll still choose to cooperate with him. Even if higher-ups refuse to clean his mess, I'll personally clean it myself. Hearing this, Wang Ming is shocked, speechless, and shouts, why? Anu calmly says who wouldn't want to please Shadow? Just then their team's swordmaster comes running and shouts, Team Leader Anu! While exploring further, we found a huge place like a gladiator arena, but all the monsters inside were already dead. The ground was filled with monster corpses. We don't know which team was so powerful to kill them all. Hearing this, Anu is thrilled and shouts, let's go check it out. Seeing her excitement, Wang Ming starts sweating. The scene shifts to the arena. Loot is scattered everywhere. Mai Liang arrives and shouts in shock, damn, so much loot! There must have been at least 100 or 200 monsters. Which team could have killed them all? Anu happily says this must have been Shadow. Look around, maybe we'll find him here. Let's search for Shadow. Hearing this, Mai Liang grows jealous and irritated. He says, how are you so sure Shadow did this? Anu explains, because he's rank 1 on the list. Our official team is just one step behind him, and we couldn't do this. So it must be him. Mai Liang sycophant angrily shouts, if I were invisible, I could also do this. It would just take more time. But Anu ignores him again and messages Shadow, boss, are you still here? After clearing so many monsters, you must have many extra skills and equipment. You can sell them to us. Her sycophant keeps praising himself, but suddenly he feels something strange. Behind him, Shadow is standing with his wolf in stealth mode. He deactivates it, and suddenly he becomes visible. The sycophant gets so scared he falls back, screaming, even wetting himself. But Anu, seeing such a huge mount, falls in love instantly and with sparkling eyes says, wow, boss, you even have a mount. Where did you get it? Shadow says, thanks for the coordinates. I got it in the tomb. And a special thanks to Little Black, since you were the one who discovered the tomb. Hearing this, Little Black laughs happily. MC then says to Anu, let's trade. You can pack all the items scattered here, same rules as always. Anu cuts him off, saying, yes, I know. If I don't like the goods, I won't buy them. I know Big Boss always gives fair prices. They start trading, but behind them Mai Liang is still trembling in fear from wetting himself. Their swordmaster notices and stares, asking, did you just wet yourself? Mai Liang, red with anger, thinks to himself, damn Shadow, damn beast. They humiliated me so badly in front of everyone. Shadow, just wait. Then we see Shadow riding his joint wolf leaping across tall buildings. A notification appears showing the ranking list. Shadow has reached level 13. Justice Execution, meaning Arnia, is at level 10. Wang Ming is also level 10. Black Plum, or Little Black, is level 10 as well, ranking 4th. Shadow checks his lifespan, which has reached 245 years of tradable life, and he has 255 evolution points too. He says, after clearing the entire arena and killing all the monsters, I got a decent gold rank skill. Its name is Quiet Hideaway. At first it looks like a funny skill, but its effect is quite amazing. With it, you can enter stealth mode just by standing still. As long as you don't move or attack, you can remain in stealth forever. And when you break stealth to attack, your attack power increases by 300 points. It has a cooldown of 120 seconds and requires level 13. Though it looks ordinary, once MC understood its true potential, he was overjoyed. He said, this not only enhances my stealth, but also gives me the option to use Stealth Break twice in battle. The Stealth Break damage is 300 points, but with my other stealth enhancements and skills, the damage can rise up to 3,000. And the best part, whenever I enter the game, my real body becomes intangible. People can see me but cannot touch me. But now, if I instantly use Quiet Hideaway, My body also becomes invisible, which means every time I enter the game, my body is both intangible and invisible. I'll completely vanish from reality. No one can see me, no one can touch me. Realizing this, MC immediately evolved the skill to Epic Tier, spending 11 evolution points. Quiet Hideaway jumped from Gold to Epic. Now its stealth break damage increased from 300 to 800, and the cooldown dropped from 120 to just 60 seconds. Everything else remained the same. Then Shadow thought, I still have so many evolution points left, let's evolve more skills. He spent 34 points to evolve Poison Darts twice, pushing it to Epic Tier. Its maximum range increased from 17 meters to 20. Attack damage rose from 240 to 400. The poison, which previously dealt 80% of real damage over 5 seconds, now dealt 100% continuous damage every second for 5 seconds. But if it hit a weak point, poison wouldn't apply, nor could the poison effect stack. Next, Shadow used 200 evolution points to evolve Gift of Glory to Mythical Tier. From Legendary to Mythical, its power skyrocketed. Earlier, weak points appeared 200% larger. Now they appeared 300%. Weak point attack rate doubled. Its active skill, Throat Slit, which gave 150% extra damage for 3 seconds, now gave 200%. Its cooldown dropped from 25 seconds to just 15. And for MC, only 9 seconds. Shadow was thrilled. He said, mythical skills truly are terrifying. Except for a few special monsters, every attack of mine will now count as a weak point strike. Then he pulled out a pendant he had obtained in the arena. A platinum tier assassin accessory called Swindler's Pendant. It increased physical power by 45, strength by 20, and constitution by 20. Its level requirement was 13, and it had a special effect that boosted strength by 1. Shadow was overjoyed. Adding up his stats, he said, now my stealth is at level 4. At this stage, no one can hide from me, and no one can find me either. Pointing to a cloth covering his mouth, he said, this is Shadow Veil. It increased my dodge rate by 83%. I also got it in this arena. A gold tier assassin item that increases constitution by 5, strength by 5, and dodge rate by 32%. Celebrating his gains, Shadow was moving ahead when suddenly a loud explosion echoed and thick smoke filled the air. Investigating, he stopped midway and said, wait, what's that? Behind a building, a shadow appeared, something with a triangular head. When revealed, it looked like a golem shaped like a pyramid, with jointed robotic arms and giant sickles, its entire body made of metal. Watching in stealth, MC said, Saint of Steel. Who unleashed such a dangerous boss? The Saint of Steel was swinging its sickles casually, killing all nearby players. MC recalled in my previous life when it appeared in Jangai City ruins, thousands attacked it, but still more than 4,000 were killed. In truth, it was a guardian of a sanctuary called Church Sanctuary, the second largest shelter in Zhonghai ruins. MC thought, I originally planned to deal with CC first, then this boss, but since it came on its own, I'll deal with it now. He leapt with his wolf onto another rooftop, looking down as Saint of Steel slaughtered players with ease. One man sacrificed himself to save a teammate, but the teammate cried his name in vain before also being cut in half. MC scoffed. You people think you can face the Saint of Steel now? That's arrogance. But then he froze, shocked. He recognized someone riding a tiger mount, dodging the Saint's strikes. He exclaimed, Chen Wuming! He has a hidden profession, Knight Templar. In my previous life, I fought him 9 times, but neither of us ever had a clear victory. He was cunning, always using dirty tricks to escape whenever I was about to win. It was his guild, Knight Templars, that finally defeated the Saint of Steel. After that, people spread legends. God of Death in the west, Holy Temple in the east. Both of us controlled Zhonghai ruins, one ruling east, one ruling west. But when Knight Templars first recruited members, they made them sign a harmonic contract. Safety was guaranteed, but in exchange, members had to pay 50% tax for lifespan. Most of them became little more than top-level black slaves. Staring at Chen Wuming with fury, MC muttered, This time you won't escape. Meanwhile, Saint of Steel kept slaughtering. Shadow slipped into stealth between it and the players, activated his skill. His eyes turned blood red, dark aura spread, and he unleashed Dark Knight Ring Blade. Many players were caught and killed, notifications flooding in. MC ignored them, but Chen Wuming saw his comrades dying and roared, Who did this? Is it Shadow? We have no enmity with you. Why kill our people? Shadow appeared behind him and whispered, because I don't like beef. Chen Wuming was stunned, but before he could react, Shadow used instant Shadow Slash, slicing through him and his group in one move. Then, with flair, he spun, cloak fluttering, and cast Flower Curse. Beautiful red petals swirled, flowers bloomed on their bodies, draining their lifespans. Soon, all respawned in the ruin's center. Chen Wuming shouted angrily, Shadow, just because you don't eat beef, what does that have to do with us? His lackeys cried too. One screamed, Boss, my tradable lifespan is gone. Another yelled, This must be Shadow Dam's skill. Let's organize and fight back. But Chen snapped, You idiot. Do you want to die again? We need to find a new place to recover from this loss. Among them was a familiar face, MC's sister. Her life had become worse than death. After dying again, she fell into depression, crying helplessly in front of everyone. She thought, Shadow, why are you targeting me? I hardly have any lifespan left to live. MC received a notification. Flower Curse drained 4 days of her tradable lifespan and 1 year of non-tradable. MC frowned. Wait, did I just drain my sister life too? It only absorbed a little. Looks like she's nearing her end. That's why she joined Knight Templars as a black slave. This is all your fault, he muttered. You deserve everything. But before he could continue, the boss attacked him with a devastating strike. A huge explosion shook the place, dust covering everything. In the haze, we saw MC dodge with ghost blur. He thought this boss's first stage isn't that hard. But the boss floated in formation, confused at not seeing blood on its sickles. Ignoring it, it spun them wildly in all directions. Faster and faster until its blades became a storm. MC thought, it will keep spinning endlessly. At this point, fixed point or ranged physical attacks can work. He activated Gift of Glory, Throat Slit, gripped his black blade, and leapt onto the boss. With one Shadow Slash, he tore through it. It looked like a single strike, but it dealt thousands of damage, plus an additional throat cut strike that ripped its neck open. Blood gushed like a fountain, and half its health was gone instantly. MC stood calmly, but the boss glared, chanting ominous words. Strange incantations filled the air. MC thought, so this is why it's a sanctuary guardian. Its terrifying second stage. The boss completed its chant, releasing a monstrous dark aura. Shapes of huge clawed hands formed within it. MC realized, when its health falls below half, a demon awakens within its body. Metallic clicking echoed from inside. He thought, all the damage it takes now will reflect back. And I've heard that inside its belly lies a portal. Anything it swallows gets teleported to an unknown place. Some said victims ended up deep inside a volcano. In my past life, none ever returned alive. We first see a team standing on a rooftop. A warrior from the team says, This guy in dark colors is so ruthless. With just one skill, he cut down so much of the boss's health that it entered the second phase. Are you sure it was really Shadow who did this? After all, this is a platinum tier boss. Another replies that he had been watching from the start till now. This boss had been summoned by the Knight Templars, also known as the Knight Centuries Guild. But Shadow suddenly appeared out of nowhere and completely wiped them out. Shadow is not only ruthless, but also incredibly powerful. After finishing them, he struck the boss just once, and the boss lost half its health. Now the Steel Saint was still transforming into its second stage. The group kept chattering nonsense, but the MC had already noticed them. Still, he didn't pay much attention, because his full focus was locked on the boss. He thought to himself, even though the Steel Saint in its second stage can reflect damage back at attackers, it still has one weakness. When it attacks itself, its damage reflection deactivates temporarily. In other words, you can only strike when it attacks you. That way you can avoid its counterattack. My skills like Instant Shadow Slash, Slit Throat, Plague Blade, and Poison Feed all deal continuous damage. If I use them, that damage will definitely be reflected back onto me. With my current development, each skill deals over 1,000 damage. If even one of them reflects back, I'll be finished instantly by my own skill. And besides, on the rooftop nearby, a group of players had been watching me for quite a while. Maybe I can use them. Then we see this team again when a heavy voice sounds from behind them. Everyone move aside and let me see what's happening here. Hearing this, the three turn around in confusion. The moment they see the face, they shout in joy. Boss Ankin! In the real game, this player's name is Safety First. His team quickly explains everything in detail. Then the warrior-looking guy says, "We've been observing for a long time. This boss doesn't have many new skills, and we've memorized them all." The green-haired girl laughs and says, "But after losing half its health, the boss suddenly stopped moving, and its body changed a little. It might have gained some new skills." Ankon agrees. Then he asks, "Was the one fighting just now really Shadow?" The green-haired girl answers, "Yes. The moment the boss entered its second stage, Shadow completely vanished." Hearing this, Ankon grits his teeth angrily and says, "Little rabbit, activate your red eyes and check if Shadow is still nearby." The green-haired girl agrees, meaning her name is Little Rabbit. She activates her power, and from her wand, countless green shapes of light emerge, and from within them leaps a dangerous-looking black and white rabbit. The rabbit jumps from a tall building straight to the boss and begins scanning the area with its huge glowing eyes. During the scan, its master's eyes also glow green. The girl then says, "I've scanned the surroundings, but Shadow isn't here. He must have left." Safety First replies, "If even your level 3 anti-invisibility can't detect him, then he's surely gone. I can't believe he has level 4 invisibility." He suddenly jumps down from the building. His teammates just watch as he descends, shouting, "Little Rabbit, stay alert. If you see Shadow anywhere, alert me immediately." His teammates keep calling his name, but Little Rabbit trusts him completely and nods. Now, Safety First jumps directly behind the Steel Saint. On another rooftop, 2 players witness this. One says, "Damn, is he trying to solo a platinum boss?" The other says, "Wait, I've seen this guy before." Yes, when he was in the initial town, he finished a gold-level boss without taking any damage. The first replies, "Oh damn, that means this is boss Safety First." Then, we see him draw his twin swords with a confident smile, activating his skills. The 2 observers continue commenting, saying they've heard he's a soul warrior. Whenever he rolls on the ground, he gets a 100% dodge effect. It's also said he was once the world's top soul game anchor, with top-notch operations, reflexes, speed, and reactions. Meanwhile, the Steel Saint notices him and lets out a terrifying scream. Dark, skeletal arms lash out at him, but Safety First is ready. He dodges swiftly and gracefully, rolling away. But he knows dodging alone isn't enough. He keeps using his perfect dodge to roll further away. The Steel Saint, however, saw him as nothing more than a flying cockroach. It sent more dark skeletal hands at him, but Safety First kept dodging without attacking, focusing entirely on safety. The Saint had endless arms. One attack was dodged, then 2 more appeared, which he just barely avoided again. On the rooftop, his team cheered loudly for him, calling him awesome, and praising how calm he remained without being greedy to attack. On another rooftop, 2 more were analyzing the fight. One with messy hair said, "Safety First is amazing. He's dodging every attack." The other, calculating, asked, "But if he's just rolling, why is the boss's health dropping?" Messy hair replied, "Yes, it's weird. I saw flashes of light on the boss while he rolled. Could it be that soul warriors can even deal damage while dodging?" Little Rabbit happily shouted that perfect dodging was only the basics for Ankon and Teiji. Their true strength was their attack. The Steel Saint kept striking, and Safety First kept rolling and dodging. The girl explained with a cheeky smile, "As soon as Ankon triggers a dodge during a roll, his next attack will ignore 50% of the enemy's defense." She looked so confident in him. Now the decisive moment came. Ankon raised his swords, activating his skills, shouting as he charged. His teammates behind cheered in awe of the special effects. The girl said, "I'm sure this attack will deal at least 4-digit damage to the boss." With a twisted grin, he dashed so fast that the Steel Saint didn't even have time to react. In the next moment, countless slashes landed, and its health bar flickered. The move was revealed to be called Dancing Under the Moon, passing through the gap of knife blade. What a name! It must have taken him ages to come up with it. Another effect activated. Operation Knife Tip Blood, releasing all the strength he had built up in a devastating strike. The boss's health dropped even more violently. Honestly, the move wasn't bad at all. His team cheered wildly. The boss now had only 1/3 of its health left. Then he unleashed another move, Shadow in the Gap, slashing violently before saying, "Health is wealth." He was confident this would finish the boss, so he posed proudly with a smug grin. But the very next moment, boom, all the damage reflected back onto him. His entire health bar emptied instantly, and in 1 second, he was dead. Everyone was shocked, especially his team. They couldn't believe it. Their eyes bulged and jaws dropped so wide that an elephant could fit inside. They called to their security brother, but the dead don't answer. In confusion, they wondered why he died. He had dodged every attack and landed all his skills clearly on the boss. The boss's health had obviously dropped a lot, yet he still died. The reason became clear. It was the work of our MC who had been hiding in stealth, attacking the boss repeatedly while it was distracted by Safety First. Now, still in stealth, Shadow moved towards Safety First's loot, thinking, "Thank you, Safety First, for constantly distracting the boss and forcing it to use its moves. Without you, the boss would have stood still like a statue. While it attacked you, I attacked it over and over, leaving it with just a third of its health." Meanwhile, the Steel Saint, laughing menacingly with its axe raised, turned and began heading back toward its sanctuary. Seeing this, Shadow thought, "No, this is not good. The boss has lost too much health, so now it wants to return to the sanctuary. If I let it go, it will recover to full health, and all our efforts will be wasted." He looked again at the rooftop players, realizing Safety First's death had scared them so much they wouldn't dare attack again. But if the boss doesn't attack, its reflection effect will remain active. That leaves me with only one difficult technique to use. Then Shadow deactivating his stealth and appearing directly in front of the Steel Saint. In his heart, he thought, "No, I cannot let it return to its shelter." Seeing an enemy blocking its way, Steel Saint also got ready to fight. It let out a terrifying laugh. The spectators watching shouted in confusion when they saw Shadow appear. "Look, it's Shadow. Could it be that all those bright flashes of attacks earlier were from him?" So all this time Shadow had been secretly attacking and lowering its health. How terrifying. Luffy said, "I thought Safety First was the boss here, but he turned out to be a clown. The real boss here is Shadow." But Little Rabbit was the most shocked to see him. She said, "Is this really Shadow? How is this possible? Why couldn't my level 3 anti-stealth detect him? Could it be that Shadow already has level 4 or higher stealth?" On a nearby rooftop, another player was greedily staring at Uncon loot, drooling as he said, "Wow, that solo warrior dropped so many items after dying, and Shadow is still busy fighting on the battlefield. I must find a way to claim this loot for myself." Meanwhile, before facing Steel Saint, Shadow cast Black Light Shield on himself. In an instant, 10 layers of shield covered his body, each capable of blocking one attack. Steel Saint raised its axe and charged at him. As the blade came close, the MC thought, "Now is the time." He used his instant Shadow Slash, striking Steel Saint multiple times before dashing past it. When he landed, only 7 of his 10 shield layers remained. He thought to himself, out of the 9 strikes of my Shadow Slash, the last 3 hit when the boss's reflection effect was active. If not for my Black Light Shield, I would already be dead. Seeing its health reduced so much, Steel Saint roared in rage, intensifying its aura. Its dark power condensed and transformed. Its hands became sharper and harder, and the spreading dark energy turned into fire. The flames spread in an instant and reached Shadow. He tried to dodge, but all his shields shattered at once. He realized this was no normal fire. Its damage frequency was extremely high. Even with an 80% dodge rate, it instantly broke through 7 layers of his shield. If he had been half a second slower, he would be dead. But that greedy monkey on the rooftop saw this as his chance. He moved toward Uncon loot, thinking, "Shadow is too busy. I'll quietly take it all." Just as he reached out, a poisoned dagger flew and pierced his forehead. He couldn't even understand how Shadow noticed him while so distracted. His head burst apart in the next instant. From behind, Shadow shouted, "You cannot steal my loot." He collected both sets of loot. From Safety First, he gained 62 days of tradable lifespan and 67 years of non-tradable lifespan. From the Thief, Clean Hands and Feet, he gained 355 days of tradable lifespan and 20 years of non-tradable lifespan, plus Shadow used his Flower Curse. Absorbing the loot, Shadow thought, "This Safety First seems interesting. I won't use my Blossoming Curse on him." Looking at the numbers, it seemed he had lived a long life, maybe from the beginning without dying once. Steel Saint's body was now fully enhanced. Its metallic surface gleamed as it charged toward Shadow. Shadow thought, "I can only slowly wear down its health with my Black Light Shields and ordinary Shadow Slashes. But after this enhancement, it looks deadlier than before." Steel Saint threw its dark hands everywhere, but Shadow dodged using Ghost Blur. He thought, even if it's slow, compared to before this feels safer. The fight continued like this for some time. The boss spread flames all around, while Shadow attacked using Ghost Blur, Blacklight Shield, and Instant Shadow Slash. The spectators whispered, "Oh my god, Shadow is terrifying. Look how he moves, dodging every attack." Another said, "This fight is giving me goosebumps. I always doubted how he managed first kills of every boss, but seeing this, I believe it now." Shadow then prepared his final attack. With Blacklight Shield and Instant Shadow Slashes, he rushed in, slicing Steel Saint into many pieces. Its health was gone. Shadow barely survived too. His shields shattered, but he lived. Notifications appeared. "You have killed a Platinum boss, Steel Saint. You gained 48,000 experience points and 120 evolution points. Congratulations, you have also obtained the key to Church Sanctuary, making you its master." The audience could hardly believe it. They screamed in shock. He really killed a Platinum boss all alone. So this is the rank number 1 Shadow. Shadow focused on the loot. Using his greedy hand, he obtained many items, but one caught his eye. Gift of Black Flame, Born-Piercing Leather Armor, and Emerald Tier Assassin Gear. It boosted physical defense by 95, elemental resistance by 120, damage resistance by 77, and constitution by 77. Requirement was level 13. Shadow was thrilled. One piece of this armor gave him more defense than an entire set of others' armor. He noticed a special effect too, Gift of Black Flame. Whenever you attack or are attacked, the target gets covered with a layer of black flame, stackable up to 5 layers, each reducing defense and resistance by 7%, though less effective on higher tier bosses. Shadow smiled. This effect is even more useful than what the Soul Purifier dropped earlier. He also obtained a skill, Assassin Intuition. With it, he could see the outlines of hidden units, giving him level 2 anti-stealth. Requirement was level 13. Excited, Shadow said, "This is an anti-stealth skill. I must evolve it to legendary." He spent 33 evolution points, raising it from Emerald to Diamond, Epic, and finally Legendary. Now he could see invisible units' outlines, and his anti-stealth rose to level 5. A new effect appeared. He could now spot others' weaknesses more clearly, increasing weak point attack correction by 50%. He thought, with this plus my Gift of Liberation passive, my weak point correction is now 350%. Even if I attack blindly, I'll hit the enemy's weak point. He then decided to upgrade his Ghost Blur skill to Legendary, spending 80 evolution points, leaving him with 17. It went from giving 75% dodge rate to 85%, and whenever dodge was triggered, he would become immune to all damage for a short time. He was delighted. Just then, Anu arrived shouting, "Boss, boss, I'm here! What amazing things did you get?" Shadow thought. This woman must have been born in a dog year, sniffing her way here every time. She said, "Expert, I never imagined you would reach level 13 in one night. That's amazing." Behind her, Wang Ming said, "We worked all night too, but we're only halfway to level 11. Boss, you're too fast." Before he could finish, Anyue hit him on the forehead and said, "Shut up. Who said only one person can be fast?" She then turned to Shadow, showering him with praise, leaving him speechless. Shadow didn't waste words. He activated the system and put many items on sale, saying, "Here, everything I marked is for sale, prices included. Buy what you want." Anu said, "Fine, 45,000 days, pack it all." The deal was confirmed. Shadow then said, "There's something even better on sale. Do you know about hideouts?" Anu replied excitedly, "Yes, in Yanghai City there are no safe zones, but players can occupy hideouts as bases, storing supplies and activating magical defense barriers during monster invasions." Shadow said, "You must only know the smaller ones gained from killing gold-tier bosses, right?" She admitted yes. So far, officials only found one in Magic City, already taken over by authorities. Shadow pulled out a shining golden key and said, "The boss I just killed dropped this, the key to Church Sanctuary. This hideout covers 800 acres. Go back and discuss its price with your authorities, then bring me an offer." Shocked, her team shouted, 800 acres! Anu thought to herself. The larger the hideout, the stronger its defenses and infrastructure. Even all the officials of Yanghai City could have their own rooms there with plenty of space left. She asked, "May I know how much you plan to sell it for?" Shadow said, "Discuss first with your higher-ups. Don't worry, I'll consider your offer first." He thought to himself, In my past life, such a hideout sold for 2,000 years of tradable lifespan. Even if I get less now, if I sell it to the officials and combine it with my current lifespan, it will be enough to extract all my skills, equipment, and levels into reality. Anu agreed to arrange someone to report to her higher-ups, but then asked one more favor. Shadow said, "Fine, tell me." She explained, "We just got news that in Dark Moon Town, 7 gold-tier bosses have gathered together. Many people have died because of them. We are ready to sacrifice 10 years of lifespan if a big shot like you can help us eliminate them. We can't let all our past efforts go to waste." Shadow replied seriously, "Even if 7 gold bosses gather, officials could clear them with time. But since you came to invite me, it must mean there's a real problem." Hearing this, Anu's eyes shone, and she said, as expected of a big shot, "You guessed it right. We separated one boss and killed it, but soon after, it revived. Not only that, all 7 bosses' attributes increased greatly, and they instantly wiped out our team." Hearing this, Shadow was shocked. He thought, so these bosses stay in groups and can even resurrect themselves. Could they be puppets created by some ancient god's cursed tablet? If an ancient god's slate is involved, I cannot miss this. He accepted the deal. Anu paid him 10 years of tradable lifespan in advance. Shadow confidently asked for the coordinates and set off immediately. Anu cheered behind him. "Come on, boss, you can do it." As he walked, Shadow thought, Anu is so down to earth. Items dropped by 7 gold bosses could sell for 40 to 50 years of tradable lifespan, yet she gave me an extra 10 years as a reward. How kind she is. Just a while ago, didn't I call her dog-like, sniffing around everywhere? People change sides so quickly just for 10 years of lifespan. Scene shift. We see Shadow riding his ghost knight wolf heading toward the city center. After traveling for a while, he reaches near the statue built in the center of the city. He needs to go under that statue, because to enter Dark Moon Town, he must use a teleportation circle that exists only in the middle of this city. But as he sneaks into the city center from behind, he sees something in an alley that leaves him shocked. We see Xiao surrounded by 3 girls. The 3 of them are attacking her harshly and mistreating her. One girl grabs her hair while another laughs and strikes her face, shouting, "You fool, how dare you! You've only been in our guild for a few days and already you're trying to charm our guild leader." They hit Xiao so severely her face is damaged. But still Xiao pleads desperately, "I never did anything like that, please trust me." Ming Ming yells in anger from behind, "Do you think I'm blind? I'm warning you for the last time, stay miles away from the church or I'll tear you into pieces." The 3 girls continue, raining kicks and punches on Xiao. In the shadows, the MC is watching everything in stealth mode, but he doesn't even think of interfering. Inside his heart, he thinks, it seems after joining Night Stars, Xiao has officially gotten herself tangled in the internal matters of the guild. In my previous life, she played many such power struggle games too. Of course, I was the one who suffered because of her back then, but this time I'll just sit back and enjoy life. Meanwhile, the 3 girls keep beating Xiao. She cries out, "Ming Ming, stop, please, it hurts so much, I'm about to die." Ming Ming shouts, "Today we'll beat you to death." Another one says, "Who knows how many people this girl has seduced." But beside them, Shadow is quietly sneaking into a wall. He explains to us that under the joint statue in the ruins of Zhenghai City lies a hidden room. Inside is a teleportation formation, which allows you to teleport back to your original town. Most people don't know about this route, but the teleportation is not free. The first time you must pay 500 days of tradable lifespan, the next time 1,000 days, and the third time 2,000 days. Every time you teleport back, you always need to pay double the lifespan from last time. As time passes, the initial town gradually evolves into an advanced district city. The monsters there evolve into bosses, and hidden treasures also start appearing. For example, this time, there is the ancient god slate, which is definitely something I cannot miss because it is an excellent treasure. Shadow steps into the middle of the teleportation circle. A notification appears asking, "Do you want to return to land abandoned by gods, Dark Moon Town?" The MC is surprised, Dark Moon Town? Did this town appear later? What? I've never heard of it even in my past life. Then he says, "Fine, teleport me." His 500 days of tradable lifespan are deducted and he starts teleporting. The next moment he appears right in the center of Dark Moon Town. Despite being night, the place is still lively. Some elderly people are still out walking. Seeing this shadow moves forward thinking, there are far more people here than I expected. But why are most of them old? As the MC heads out of town, he reaches the gate where two men are helping an old grandmother inside. The grandmother trembles, saying, "Oh, finally we're back in the safe zone." My heart was about to explode. One man says, "As we promised, we helped you upgrade to level 3. The other says, "As agreed earlier, because you were in our team, part of the monster's loot also went to you. If you check your stats, you'll see you gained 72 days of tradable lifespan. You must give that to us." Hearing this, the old woman suddenly becomes fierce, like she has the strength of 100 elephants. She pulls her hand away and yells, "What, you still want money? Aren't you supposed to be a non-profit organization that only helps us?" Shadow listens quietly to the whole matter.
The first man explains, "Granny, we're not asking money from you. When we formed a team with you and defeated those monsters, part of the lifespan they dropped also went to you." The second says, "Yes, we only want that small portion back. You had agreed to this before." But the old woman opens her doors and windows and shouts, "I don't care what nonsense agreement you're talking about. You're young men, and yet you want money from an old woman like me. How shameless are you?" The first one says, "Granny, you misunderstand. We helped you level up for free. Just return our lost lifespan." The second adds, "If you hadn't joined our team, you wouldn't have gotten any loot, any lifespan, or even any experience points. Then, how would you have leveled up?" The grandmother screams, "Don't come near me. Don't touch me. I'll scream and call everyone. Such horrible people. The Max Guild people are disgusting." Suddenly, someone in stealth mode appears behind her, grabs her collar, and drags her back, shouting. The old woman screams in confusion and runs. Then the MC lifts her and throws her outside the city walls. Everyone is stunned. The old woman is confused, saying, "What's happening?" Shadow is now furious. In anger, he grabs her by the neck, pulls out his poison dagger, and with a furious gaze strikes it deep into her body. The next thing we see is her body bleeding heavily. Yes, such a cruel act is done by our MC Shadow himself. Did the MC do right or wrong? Tell me in the comments. The two men stand shocked. They ask what was that. The MC voice comes, "Outside the city, your life depends on yourself. Now that she's gone, her lifespan belongs to you. Day by day, our MC is becoming more ruthless." At first, these two tried to act good, but after her death, they start celebrating happily. One shouts, "Wow, what a shot." The other says, "My name is Jing Jing. May I know which expert helped us?" The MC replies, "I'm just a passerby. For me, this was nothing, just a piece of cake. Don't take it to heart, this was no favor." After saying this, he walks away. But while leaving, he thinks, "The rule of not hurting anyone inside the town is really bothering me now." The two men check their lifespan and find exactly 72 days of tradable lifespan, making them very happy. They thank the MC. Meanwhile, the MC keeps thinking, the Max Guild. So this guild originated from Dark Moon Town. This guild is dedicated to public welfare activities. When it was first established, it supported elderly people in places like land abandoned by gods, helping them level up. Later, it was officially recognized. Talking about population, the Max Guild became the biggest guild in China. In such chaotic times, we really need people like them. Then at night outside the town, we see a place where a monster is trapped tightly by huge vines.
The monster struggles fiercely. In front of it stands Xiao's friend, who is using her magic to bind it. She shouts, "Mommy, now!" Her mother responds, "Yes, come, thunder!" She casts a thunder spell. As the spell completes, a powerful lightning bolt strikes the monster. Then a man rushes in with a sword and slices the monster into two. This sword master is the girl's father. He says proudly, "See, I did it." The girl exclaims, "Mom, Dad, you're awesome." The girl and her mother look almost identical. The mother says, "Yes, after watching other people's tutorials, we can kill these monsters so easily. It's becoming easier." As night falls, they start heading back to town. Yan Yan's father says, "By the way, Yan Yan, I heard your close friend Xiao joined the Knights Templars. People say that guild puts heavy taxes on its members." Yan Yan replies, "Yes, I told her to join our Max Guild, but she refused. I told her our guild works for public welfare. Many people here don't know how to play games, but they help each other. There are even people who can guide us. But still, she didn't want to join." Looking at Yan Yan, it's clear she is sad about it. Her mother says, but she's already reached level 10, and it was the Night Sentry Guild who helped her rise so fast. Her father says, even if she's level 10, to that guild she's just a tool. They walk quietly. The mother sighs and says, in the end, if you don't have special skills, then just kill monsters quietly and collect some lifespan. The father agrees. Yes, like us. If you see a monster, kill it. If you see a boss, then run away calling for help. But Yan Yan still looks downhearted and says sadly, but Xiao thinks she's extraordinary. After all, she has a hidden class. In that sense, she really is better than us. Suddenly, a rain of arrows comes from nowhere, striking directly at Yan Yan's father. Each arrow deals 429 damage, killing him instantly in one wave. Yan Yan screams in confusion, "Father!" But he's already dead. Of course, his items will drop. Still, the family is devastated, especially his wife, who is almost crying. Then we see a group of people laughing loudly after watching this scene. Their archer shouts proudly, "Did you see my skills? I killed him with just one move." A man beside him scoffs, "What nonsense. Is there even a strong person in Max Guild? They're all trash. Why boast about killing trash?" Another says, "Exactly. If anyone had real skills, would they be leading these old people?" The three then rush toward the mother and daughter arrogantly, saying, "Hand over your bodies, lives, and lifespan to us." Yan Yan becomes frightened and stammers, "The authorities banned killing people in the wild. Aren't you afraid of ending up on the wanted list?" The archer bursts out laughing. "Go ask the police who I am. Do they even know me? No one knows anyone here. I'll give you 3 seconds, otherwise whatever happens is on you." Hearing this, Yan Yan gathers some courage and shouts, "Don't even think about it. Mom, I'll try to hold them off. Quickly, call the guild channel for help." Her mother immediately agrees and opens the guild channel to call for aid. The archer laughs. "Looks like you're tired of living. Go, kill the old woman, and keep the young one alive for fun." The two assassins advance toward the mother and daughter, but the girl has her mage staff ready. Before the clash can happen, a wolf suddenly flies in and bites both assassins, dragging them away. Yan Yan gasps in shock, then screams loudly at the sight of the wolf. The archer is also confused. "What?" In the next moment, his head is sliced clean off his neck. Even as he dies, his mouth still mutters, "What?" Nearby, the wolf chews the assassins to death. The girl trembles in fear, watching all this. On the other side, the MC stares at the archer's face as if he recognizes him. The archer too looks at him and says, "What? A dark shadow."
Now all those thugs had teleported back to the town. They were depressed, wondering how they had died so easily. One screamed, "Damn! How did so much of my lifespan drop?" Another cried, "No! My entire lifespan is gone!" The archer shouted that his whole lifespan had also disappeared. He asked if this was happening because of their killer status. But another assassin said, "No, that's impossible. Even if we have killer status, it can't just erase all of our lifespan." Then the archer urgently told them, "Head to the forest quickly. If this continues, we'll die for sure. We need to kill monsters fast to recover some lifespan." They all rushed at full speed into the forest. But suddenly, something came toward the archer. A strong light flashed, and before anyone could understand or react, a joint sword of light struck directly upon all three of them. Now they couldn't even move. The archer shouted, "This person must be very skilled. He has injured us just enough to stop us from escaping. I can't move at all." A voice came from the front asking, "Are these the three? Black Dragon is also a dragon. Turkey Flavor, Rice Crust, and Flying Prism. Yes, these were their names." The assassin shouted at the figures, asking who they were. The voice replied, "These three are the player killers who have been murdering players everywhere. Finally, we've caught them." In front of them stood some church people. One looked like a bishop, and the other a swordmaster. The bishop said, "We are official hunters. Please provide us with your real-life information. We will arrest you according to the law." The killers mocked, "Wow, such polite people." But then the swordmaster beside the bishop said, "If you resist, we'll beat you until your entire lifespan is drained."
And just as the talk about draining lifespan was happening, the scene shifted. We saw the archer's dead body, and the blossoming flower curse was sucking away all his lifespan. Beside it, Shadow was silently watching. Behind him, Yan said, "Thank you, Boss Shadow. If you hadn't helped, my mother and I would have been in huge trouble today." Seeing her manners, Shadow thought to himself, I never imagined Yan was such a good girl. From what I've seen, she's so kind-hearted and brave. She's completely different from Xiao. I don't understand how these two even became best friends. Luckily, fate has now separated their paths. Then Shadow went back into stealth mode and tossed an orb filled with lifespan in front of Yan Yan. She was shocked. When she picked it up and checked inside, she realized it contained exactly the same amount of lifespan her father once had. She understood this was her father's orb, meaning Shadow hadn't absorbed it but returned it to her. Meanwhile, her mother was still innocently looking around for Shadow. She asked her daughter, "Where did that man go?" But her daughter was lost in thought. The mother asked again, "My dear, why did he suddenly disappear?" Yan Yan was thinking, I can't believe it. The #1 boss in the world, Shadow, is such a good person. The scene shifted to later that night deep in the forest. A group of men guarded a path. They said, "Didn't Captain Anu say Shadow would be here in minutes? It's already been half an hour. What's he doing?" But Shadow was already there, passing right in front of them. They continued talking, wondering if Shadow could kill the monsters inside. One said, "No, those monsters can revive indefinitely." Another laughed and said, "Shadow does have guts, though. He dared to accept this mission against gold-tier bosses that can revive forever." Hearing this, Shadow thought, these people are just common workers. They've never seen real power. Ignoring them, he went ahead, telling us in his mind about the ancient god tablet. This tablet adds 1 positive and 1 negative affix to equipment. If you're lucky, it can even change your class characteristics. In his past life, he had seen the world's 7th-ranked master use 7 ancient god tablets to summon an ancient god, Sukai, with which he killed even a legendary boss. The bosses created by these tablets often had special mechanisms and unique abilities. Some even had high-level invisibility, killing players without them even knowing how they died. Sometimes the real boss was actually a summoner wizard hiding somewhere, endlessly reviving the bosses players killed. Soon, Shadow reached the 7 gold-tier bosses. Still in stealth, he thought. According to the information, these bosses revive after death and gain berserk attributes. Official data says if one is killed, resurrection and berserk trigger. So what if I kill all 7 at once? Will they still revive? It's worth trying. He activated a skill, summoning his devotee follower, and equipped the devotee pendant. Sending his follower forward, he ordered it to attack. The follower roared, activated its powers, and rushed all 7 bosses with heavy attacks, dealing 250 damage each. But the bosses barely took any damage, healing immediately. One boss glared at the follower, and suddenly a dark aura entered and tore it apart from the inside. The follower screamed, then dissolved into orbs of lifespan. The bosses turned back and sat as if in a council meeting. But in that short time, Shadow had already figured out their information. They were all level 10. None had attack reflection. Their attributes were double those of normal gold-tier bosses. He thought, then die. He activated his Night Ring blade, spreading a dark red aura everywhere. Heavy damage hit them all, leaving them half dead. Then he launched poison darts straight into their bodies. They didn't even have time to scream before all 7 bosses were dead within 3 seconds. But something strange happened. Their bodies dissolved, but no loot dropped. Shadow was confused. Why is there no loot? Then suddenly, all their masses began merging into one. The sight was disgusting and revolting. The merged form took a humanoid shape with legs, arms, a head, mouth, eyes, and ears. The monster roared, trembling. Shadow readied his stance. He thought killing all 7 at once was the right decision. Now the monster had entered its 2nd phase. But wait, those strange symbols on its body? Aren't those words of the ancient gods? The monster attacked with its claws, and Shadow barely dodged. He studied the words, realizing it was ancient god script. Disaster. Nothingness. Ancient Tao. Gaji.
Translating it properly, it meant calamity ancient god Ji. He had never heard of this god. In another language, it translated as the god of natural disaster, also called Uthos. For now, he decided to call it God Ji. Shadow stepped back, realizing he had to target the words on its body. In his past life, he had spent massive manpower and resources just to understand these divine texts, to conquer ancient ruins. It was worth it. He attacked, stabbing its leg with his first dagger, its arm with the second, and its chest with the third. Poison spread through its body, and the boss vomited toxic blood, roaring so loudly that the whole forest shook. But then something strange. How was this boss walking on water? And even Shadow was standing on water? Strange, but the boss melted back into its monstrous form without dying, still growling. As it growled, ripples spread across the water. Many coffins rose from beneath. The disgusting monster floated in the air in liquid form. Shadow was shocked, but instead of fear, he felt excitement. The monster twisted its eyes around. Then its body released many meatballs that took different shapes and spread. Shadow quickly prepared his strategy. He noticed each coffin had a slate with a unique word. Each meatball monster also had a word. The coffin's word matched the monster's word. He realized he had to lure each monster to its corresponding coffin and kill it there. He had studied divine slates well. This seemed like the final stage. All the meatball monsters charged at him. Shadow released his full power, shouting, "Come on!" Scene shift. It's night and the scene shows the forest. Birds are fleeing wildly, and below, many police officers standing in the area start shouting. They wonder, was this an earthquake? Their leader says something is wrong inside the valley. The bosses there must be going berserk. He instructs them to go inside but warns not to get close to the bosses. Then, one of them says, "Hey, why hasn't Shadow shown up yet? Is that darn Shadow even going to come?" Their leader replies, "If you ask me, I don't think even Shadow can kill this boss. He definitely won't come here." Suddenly, one man ahead of them says, "Quiet, look over there." When they move forward, they see broken, empty coffins everywhere. The entire valley is destroyed as if a terrifying battle took place. Shock and confusion spread among them as they wonder where all the bosses went. They look around and notice the ground is still cracking. Someone says, "The earth is still splitting apart. Where did the bosses go? Did someone actually kill them?" Just then, they receive a call from Anu, who excitedly announces that everyone can return now, because Shadow has killed all the bosses. Hearing this, every soldier is stunned and exclaims in unison, "What? They can't believe it!" Just moments ago, they were doubting whether Shadow could even fight the bosses. At most 10 minutes have passed, and yet all the bosses are gone. None of them even noticed when he arrived. But weren't those bosses capable of rebirth? How did he manage to kill them permanently? Now they finally begin to understand their leader's decisions. Beside them lies a coffin with a slate inside, its chains broken. They think this slate must be fake or already broken, otherwise Shadow wouldn't have left it behind. The scene shifts to Shadow, who is still in stealth mode, carrying a slate. He smiles and says, "This time's harvest was really great. I've reached level 14 now, and by using my greedy hand on those 7 bosses, I gained 294 evolution points. But more importantly, I obtained an ancient god's tablet. The official government won't be able to understand the mechanisms of this tablet for at least another month. By then, their losses will be enormous. After all, this tablet is already mine. On top of that, they'll even have to sacrifice 10 years of their lifespan." The tablet is shown clearly with 2 eyes engraved on it staring directly at Shadow. Its description reveals that it is the ancient god of natural disasters, Uthos's ancestral curse tablet. Within it lies the cursed power of Uthos. To actively use it, it must be attached to a piece of equipment. The curse will then provide a beneficial effect based on the equipment and the user's class traits, but also a negative effect depending on the same factors. Shadow already knows what to do. He immediately activates it and says, "Attach it to my gift of black flame bone-piercing leather armor." The armor, a Jade-level equipment, already has the effect of reducing an enemy's defense and elemental resistance by 35%. The moment the curse activates, countless eyes appear around him, and powerful lightning erupts from his armor, overflowing inside his body as if fully charged. After the violent surge,
Notifications appear saying that Uthos's pursuit curse has been attached to the armor. The effects are revealed. The curse enhances the Black Flame's maximum stack count, allowing Shadow to stack it up to 15 layers. We already know from past episodes that Black Flame's stacking effect is incredibly dangerous, but the curse also has a negative side. It reduces the equipment's base attributes by 31%. But since MC has multiple equipment pieces, losing 31% of just one is nothing to him. Even as he hangs suspended in the air from the curse, Shadow is thrilled. He laughs, saying, "Black Flame state can now stack up to 15 layers. With this, I can even reduce bosses' defenses and resistances into negative numbers. The positive buff is insane, and the negative one is nothing worth worrying about." Excited, he decides to evolve his skills using his remaining evolution points. He first chooses Instant Shadow Slashes and evolves it to Legendary by spending 210 points, leaving him with 115. The skill, which used to slash forward 30 meters in one direction, now extends 40 meters. It used to give 12 seconds of invisibility, now it gives 15. Every enemy on the path is slashed, each slash's damage rising from 500 to 700, and the width increasing from 5 to 6 meters. The cooldown remains 12 seconds, but it now has a legendary effect. Every slash that hits grants the MC a shield equal to 100% of his maximum health, stackable up to 9 layers, lasting 60 seconds. Shadow excitedly says, "If all 9 slashes hit, my health will be 10 times greater than my original. With that much health, even if I make mistakes, I can easily recover." Overjoyed, he goes to hunt more monsters, saying, "At this leveling speed, I'll reach level 15 in just 5 hours. Then I can head to Magic City." The scene shifts to God-forsaken continent, at the city center near the statue, where Shadow had just exited the teleportation circle. He sees his sister still being beaten mercilessly by a group of women. They hurl abuses, calling her a shameless witch and saying they'll beat her to death. Shadow thinks to himself how ruthless these women are. His sister pleads, "No, please," but they refuse to stop. One woman complains her back hurts. Another says her hands are swollen from beating her. Finally, they slam her to the ground one last time, spit on her, and say, "That's enough for today. Remember this lesson." Barely conscious, Zhao Yu shakily rises, blaming everything on Shadow. She says, "It's his fault. Just because I told him I was cutting ties, he stopped caring about me. Doesn't he know women always mean the opposite of what they say? Such hypocrisy." She then steadies herself with her wand, declaring that she has signed a contract with the Knight Templars Guild. For the next 3 years, she won't need to worry about survival. Even if she has to sacrifice 50% of her lifespan, she'll still have enough left, and her growth speed will surpass Yan Yan and others. Using all her magic, she activates Holy Healing to restore her health, and screams that once she grows stronger, all those who look down on her won't even be able to eat in peace. She vows to ruin their lives, telling Shadow to wait for her, and threatens to devour those cruel women alive. But something strange happens. Her healing skill activates, but it accidentally targets the MC, who is still moving stealthily. He doesn't even realize it while she exhausts all her magic and collapses, thin and frail. She cries, "No, wrong target again." Then she kneels, completely defeated, wondering where her skill really went. The scene shifts again to Magic City ruins. A team is battling an energy golem. Their tank defends against its fire attacks with a shield. But it isn't just their team there. Behind them, Queen Cece and her group are hiding, waiting to steal the kill once the boss's health is low. Cece mocks, saying Daxia's men are so weak, sending 18 people just for one boss. Black Anaconda beside her laughs and says, "My lovely Cece, don't be harsh, they're working so hard for us. We should thank them." She gives him a playful kiss and says sarcastically, "You're too polite." They watch the fight as the golem's health nears its end. The team leader shouts for everyone to attack harder. With excitement, he prepares his final skill for the last blow, but before he can release it, a spear pierces his throat. His health vanishes instantly, and he dies. As his body fades, Queen Cece's captain appears, thanking them for their hard work. Shocked, the surviving team realizes they've been ambushed by Spades, a group of bandits consisting of a mysterious Daxia woman and foreigners. They accuse them of betrayal, but the captain rallies his team, telling them not to fear, since their enemies are few. Cece sneers and commands her team to slaughter them all. Black Anaconda, ready with his twin giant hammers, smashes down with thunderous hammer, shaking the ground. Then Cece dashes forward with her twin daggers, slicing through the enemies at lightning speed, laughing that Daxia people are trash, unable to resist even a single skill. She suspects officials have noticed them, but doesn't care, saying Daxia is nothing but garbage. Black Anaconda agrees, saying ordinary players can't compare to them since they have Capital's support. Cece adds that although their true identities remain hidden, they should leave Daxia soon and move to North America, where they'll create a guild dedicated to hunting Daxia's pigs. They decide to name the guild Alice. Just then, Cece feels strange, collapses, and says that's enough for today. It's time to log out. In her mind, she already imagines parties, money, and pleasure surrounded by black cobras, and says, "Let's celebrate the establishment of Alice Guild with a grand party." Scene shift. Then we see Anu looked very happy and confidently called Shadow. She said, "Expert, I talked to the higher-ups about your hideout. They have agreed to buy it and have given a good price. Can we talk for a moment?" On the other side, Shadow was hunting monsters to reach level 15. When he saw the message, he said, "All right, tell me, how much did they offer?" Anu replied, 1,500 years of tradable lifespan. For the MC, this wasn't much. Still, he said, "That's too low." Anu immediately shouted, "Yes, I told them 1,500 years is definitely too little. That's why I argued with them so much with all my heart, and in the end, they agreed to 2,000 years of tradable lifespan." "It took me a lot of effort, expert," Shadow replied. Fine. Come to the statue at the city center. We'll trade there." In his mind, he thought, this Anu is such a cunning girl, trying to lower my price. The scene shifts to the statue in city. Anu stood there nervously scratching her head, with fully armored soldiers behind her protecting her. Seeing this, she felt even more embarrassed. Just then, Shadow arrived. Anu said shyly, "Big brother Shadow, please don't take this to heart. The truth is, I have too much lifespan right now. The higher-ups were worried, so they sent an entire army to escort me safely." Shadow looked at the army and thought, "To me, this small army is nothing." Out loud, he said, "That's fine." In his mind, he thought, seems the officials still don't know my true strength. This so-called army could be destroyed with just a single skill of mine. Without wasting time, MC opened the trading panel. Anu also didn't delay and immediately transferred her lifespan to him. A notification popped up saying the trade was successful. The church century key had left his hands, and in return, he now had 2,000 years of tradable lifespan. When Anu received the church century key, she was shocked to see such a massive hideout key for the first time. She admired it with awe. But MC had work to do. He still had to reach level 15. So he said, "The trade was successful. I'll be leaving now." Honestly, with this kind of attitude, Shadow will never get a girlfriend. Behind him, Anu waved goodbye, calling him Big Brother Shadow. The knights behind her were whispering, "Is this small key really worth 2,000 years of tradable lifespan?" Another knight said, "You don't know. Inside that hideout, there's enough space for thousands of people to live together. Only someone like Shadow would sell such a place to others. Otherwise, any assassin leader could have turned it into an incredible base." The scene shifts back to Shadow. He said, "Anu lifespan came at the perfect time. Now I can fully equip myself before heading to Magic City." He spent 72 years of lifespan to extract level 15 into reality. Then 161.7 years for Gift of Glory, his mythical tier skill. 72 years for his legendary skill Assassin Intuition. 37 years for his epic Dark Knight Ring Blade. 24 years for epic Silent Concealment. 35 years for epic Darkest Hour. And finally, 144 years for his Mount Bell. After extracting all this, Shadow said, "Now my skills, levels, and equipment are all synchronized." Just then, a warning notification appeared. "Your hunger bar has reached 90%. Reading this, MC panicked a little. He said, "I haven't eaten in so long. I'll log off and deal with my hunger first." And with that, he logged out. The scene shifts to reality in the hotel, where MC was staying. As always, he woke up releasing his dark and deadly aura. But then he looked around confused because his bed was surrounded by a cage. Two men were watching him, one bald and fat, the other fit and tough. The thug said, "This kid is awake." The bald man crushed his sandwich in anger after hearing this. Both pulled out knives and sticks, ready to fight. Nearby lay a girl's dead body, her head smashed open, blood flowing everywhere. The thugs threatened MC, "Give us all your lifespan or you'll end up like the others in this hotel." The bald one laughed loudly, saying, "This apocalypse is great. Now I can kill anyone I want." Instead of fearing Shadow Aura, they kept taunting him. One said, "What are you staring at? Hand over your lifespan." The other said, "Boss, I feel like chopping him to pieces." They mocked him, thinking he was frozen in fear. But suddenly, red aura flashed everywhere. The aura not only struck the thugs, but sliced through the entire building. MC had used Dark Knight Ringblade. The whole building collapsed into massive chunks, rubble scattering everywhere, smoke filling the air. Out of the smoke, MC calmly walked out carrying a large packet of noodles. He said, "The more power I extract into reality, the more energy my body needs to use it. With my current strength, this ordinary food can't satisfy my hunger at all. I still feel no satisfaction." After finishing the noodles, he tossed the packet aside, summoned his Mount Bell, and said, "Cece is a cunning girl. Songfei won't find her so easily. It will be difficult. Oh, right. I once accepted a mission from her to kill Qingfeng. I can use that as bait to lure her out. But I'm still hungry. First, I'll head toward Magic City and look for food on the way." The scene shifts to Magic City. Cece was blushing bright red, unable to walk properly, leaning on her two anacondas for support. She said with trembling voice, "After hours of fighting with you and then sleeping sweetly, logging into the game feels like the best feeling ever." One anaconda said, "My dear queen, your skills are unparalleled. You are truly amazing." The other laughed and said, "You're one crazy hot chick." Then a message arrived. "Shadow has killed Qingfeng. He wants to meet you in real life in Magic City to deliver Qingfeng's head and collect his remaining payment." Cece thought, meeting Shadow in real life? That's too dangerous. She said, "No need to meet, just send me his photo." The reply came, "Shadow doesn't use a phone to avoid being tracked by officials." Hearing this, Cece smirked evilly and thought, "Oh, so even Shadow doesn't have good ties with the officials. Right now, the government is increasing their search for us. If we can recruit Shadow into Alice Guild, Dacia's pigs will never threaten us again." She smiled and said, "Tell Shadow I want to meet him in-game first. The coordinates will be 6728331. In her mind, she planned to first put on a little show to test where his loyalties truly lie. She entered the game with her two anacondas and contacted someone. She said sweetly, "Baby, Tianxiang, are you free? I miss you so much. I have a task for you that comes with great benefits." The scene shifts to Shadow, sitting on a tall tower with his wolf. He had activated silent concealment, making him indefinitely invisible as long as he didn't move. He said, "So Cece wants me to meet her in-game. As expected, this girl is cunning. These coordinates belong to Evil Spirit Academy. It's not far from here. Let's see how many tricks she has." He rushed toward the location with his wolf. The scene changes to Evil Spirit Academy ruins in Magic City. Shadow, still in stealth mode, stood on a rooftop hearing voices below. Officials shouted, "Ace of Spades, we know everything about you. From now on, cops will lock down your spade gang and hunt you one by one. Surrender quietly, or we'll take forceful action." In front stood Cece team, surrounded by many officers. Cece, full of attitude, shouted, "Tianxiangjian, go back and tell your Daxia. Pigs to remember this. We are no longer Spade Gang. From now on, we are Alice Guild." She activated her protection skills and declared, "We are Alice Guild, specialized in killing pests like you from Daxia." Blood gushed from the officers' noses from her display of power, shocking them. Their captain could hardly contain his excitement. Still, he laughed, "Darn you, Spades! Daxia's officials will bring you justice." Even the officers blushed in excitement, embarrassed but unable to resist. The captain whispered nervously on a voice call, "Baby, aren't you going too far?" But looking at her, it seemed she was high on countless packs. She shouted, "Come on, pigs of Daxia, come at me." She laughed softly and whispered, "Did you like that? As long as you help me finish this show, tonight I can go even further with you." Up above, Shadow watched like a god,
already knowing the dark truths of the future. He thought, so this is Chu Haonan, codenamed Tian Xiangyang, the infamous traitor who leaked government secrets to Alice Guild. In my past life, the government only found out about his betrayal 6 years into the godforsaken game, and he was killed on the spot. But right now, he's passionately shouting, "Ace of Spades, you vile people! Today we will arrest you," Shadow thought. Interesting.
So Cece and Q Honan are already working together to put on a show, just to test me. If I help Cece, it means I become the enemy of the officials. If I don't, Cece may never meet Shadow in real life. Thinking this, Shadow leapt down from the roof in stealth, laughing. If that's the case, let me show you my sincerity. He activated Dark Knight Ringblade midair, striking the group of officials with devastating power, wiping them all out within seconds. Kill notifications flooded his screen. Everyone watching was shocked. Cece and her anacondas screamed together, "What the? What dominating power?" But Shadow didn't even glance at the loot. With full attitude, he walked past them and said, "Hello, Ace of Spades. I am Shadow." Seeing the MC's power, Cece was lost in her own world. She thought, "Oh my, he is so unbelievably handsome. I'm only attracted to powerful men like him." Clearly, she was completely flat in front of Shadow. But the very next second, she quickly changed her expression, held back her reaction, and thought to herself, how shameful. This man is a pig from Daxia. Why is such a powerful man from Daxia? Beside her, both Black Cobras were excited. They shouted, "Oh God, over 400 damage. So this is the power of the world's #1 player." Another one calmly greeted, "Hello, Shadow. It's a pleasure to meet you, brother." But before they could even high-five, our MC pulled out his knife and instantly dealt 400 damage straight to them. Their necks flew off. They couldn't even react. Shadow killed them and walked away. He said, "I couldn't understand your language, but I guess you were insulting me, right?" Seeing this, Cece screamed, "No, they weren't insulting you. They were greeting you." The more panicked she became, the calmer Shadow stayed. He said, "Oh, I see. I apologize. But to avoid such mistakes in the future, it would be better if everyone here spoke only in Daxia language." Then Shadow said, "All right, let's begin our transaction. Oh yes, put your clothes on first." He had just eliminated her guards, yet he was speaking so calmly. Seeing this, Cece was left speechless. She had no words, but the next moment she calmed herself down, adjusted her armor, and asked, "Where is King Fang'e, head?" She thought, this Shadow is such a weird person. But honestly, I like it. Shadow confidently replied, "The head is with me, but I can't bring it into the game. If you want to see it, I can show it in the real world." Cece sighed deeply, activated her system, and said, "Fine. I've already seen Shadow's power, so I trust you won't lie to me." She completed the deal. A notification popped up for the MC saying he had received 1,500 days of tradable lifespan. The MC turned around and said, "All right, I'll be leaving now." But Cece shouted, "Wait." Then, in a desperate and seductive tone, she said, "You have power, I have money. Can we form a long-term partnership? I have some new missions. If you're interested, how about you come to my place tonight?" Sticking out her tongue, she added, "Whatever preference or wish you have, whatever you want, just tell me. I can fulfill every single wish." But the MC replied in a flat tone, "Who is the target and what's the reward?" Cece couldn't hold her desperation, so she logged out. As she left, she said, "Let's meet first. Then we'll discuss everything. Just know this. What you've received so far is nothing compared to what's coming. The rewards ahead will be many times greater. Tonight, I'll be waiting for you at Magic City Port." Saying that, she disappeared. The MC thought, a house above the port. Could it be her own hideout? The scene shifted to the god-forsaken continent inside the Magic City in the central region. The officials that Shadow had defeated had already revived here. Their captain, grinding his teeth, shouted, "Curse you, Shadow, I knew it, he betrayed the government." But deep down, he was smiling, excited, thinking, this is good. Cece has successfully teamed up with Shadow. Now I'll also receive a great reward. Then, in anger, he ordered an assistant. "The people of Zhonghai City keep making deals with Shadow. We must demand an explanation from them." He called out to a subordinate, "Lin, go and take everyone to collect lifespan. We might need to take more action ahead." Lin agreed, but thought to herself, is Shadow really allied with Alice? If so, then even if we have to risk our lives, we must eliminate him. She checked her powers and began doubting herself. She thought, is the gap between me and Shadow really so huge? I couldn't even look at him before he defeated me. The scene changed back to reality. A large ship was shown, where a party was still going on at night. A hooded figure appeared at the port. 2 squad captains approached him. Introducing himself, the hooded man said, "I am Shadow, and I've come for Cece." Hearing his name, one captain said, "Oh, so you are Lord Shadow. Cece has been waiting for you. Please come in." The second captain reported on his walkie-talkie, "Shadow is here. Prepare the ship to sail." Shadow entered the ship. Soon the ship was sailing in the middle of the ocean. Shadow stood still, not moving, just observing the surroundings. Then Cece approached from behind with a wine glass in hand. She said, "Big brother Shadow, we finally meet." She handed him another glass and said, "I didn't expect you to be this mysterious in real life, too. And that figure of yours? Not bad at all." But Shadow didn't get trapped in her tricks. He directly asked, "Tell me, who do you want me to eliminate?" Cece moved closer, pushed his shoulder, and handed him the glass. She said, "Oh my, you really don't know how to have fun. Right now, you have such a rare and beautiful sight before you, along with such a beautiful woman beside you. Why talk about boring things? Let's put that aside and add a twist to this lovely night." She offered him the glass again. This time, Shadow took it and downed it all at once. Seeing this, Cece laughed loudly, unable to control her laughter. She said, "That's more like it." Then, suddenly calming down, she shoved the MC onto the sofa, licked her lips, and said, "So how was that, Shadow? Do you feel something now?" Sitting beside him, she grabbed his hand and laughed maniacally. She revealed that the wine contained her secret special formula. Anyone who drank it would obediently follow her words. The MC felt dizzy, his face flushed. Cece grew even more desperate. Breathing heavily, she said, "Just as I expected. Shadow is also just a man after all. What's so magnificent about that?" Looking at him like a hungry wolf, she trembled and said with a wavering voice, "Don't be nervous, just relax your body and enjoy it. Once we reach the peak of my plan, I'll remove this hood and engrave your face in my memory. I'm sure you're an incredibly handsome man. But for now, let's keep things mysterious." Then the scene skipped what happened next. Instead, a fish jumped out of the ocean, pausing the scene. From the background, we heard Cece's voice screaming, "Oh my god, I never thought such a magnificent man could exist in Dacia. Oh my god, why is he so powerful, like fire? This is Shadow." She screamed for almost half an hour. I won't describe everything, but let me tell you the peak moment. After a while, the MC unleashed his ultimate power, creating a real tsunami. But this tsunami was extremely hot, so hot it began burning Cece. She screamed in shock, saying, "Why is it so hot? Is this fire?" But the fire wasn't actually damaging her. Then, a hand appeared, picking up a pendant around her neck. The voice said, "A protective crystal pendant. I never thought you'd have such a thing. It saved you from death." Cece was still screaming. The pendant was explained. It was a gold-tier accessory, usable by any class. It increased Constitution by 10, HP by 300, and had a unique effect. Every 300 seconds, it granted 1 damage immunity shield, which could only block once. When Cece looked up, she saw Qing Feng standing there, releasing dark aura, staring at her. Confused, she shouted, "Qing Feng, why are you here? Didn't Shadow eliminate you?" Qing Feng, without emotion, replied, "Of course, there's only one reason. I am Shadow." Hearing this, Cece screamed hysterically, panicking. "Just Shadow? Then who was that man earlier?" Before revealing who it was, the narrator teased, "Go to the comments and guess who it might be. Pause the video, write your guess. No cheating." Finally, the reveal came. It was Shadow's devoted follower. In his past life, he never had the chance to experience such joy. But now, even in death, he did. The happiness and laughter on his face said it all. The devoted follower had reached the 7th heaven. Cece completely shocked after knowing the truth. She immediately fell to her knees in front of MC, hit her forehead on the floor, and shouted, "Big brother Qing Feng, no, Daddy Qing Feng, please forgive me." This girl was changing roles faster than pages in a book. She bowed before MC, shaking her waist and pleading, "I was wrong. Please let me go. I will give you my entire lifespan and live as your slave forever." Seeing this behavior made MC feel even more disgusted. Yet she didn't stop. Calling him daddy, she said, "You can abuse me however you want. I will always stay with you and never betray you." But Shadow is Shadow. He is so strict that his heart didn't melt. He felt no pity. In a cold tone without emotions, he asked, "Where are the 5 foreigners who were with you?" But Cece was too deep into her roleplay. She panted like a dog and said, "Daddy, I'll tell you everything, but can you let me go?" She even stuck her tongue out like a dog while saying it. Ching Feng felt so disgusted that he twisted her neck right there. Yes, twisted, not cut. I've seen many manhwas where villains are killed by the MC, but never such a brutal death. Her head literally turned onto her back. MC then pulled her phone out and muttered that those 5 people weren't here. The moment he picked up the phone, a notification popped up saying he gained 659 years of tradable lifespan just from killing her. If he had used the flower curse, he would have gained even more. But he didn't use it because that would have erased her body. And he still had some use for her body. Shadow held the phone seriously and said, "How shameful. I was hoping to capture all of them together and finish them off. But maybe those 5 are lucky today. First, I'll use Cece phone to call the officials here." Then the scene shifted. Under the moonlit night, MC boat was still sailing among the waves. Suddenly, several government boats cut through the waves, heading straight toward MC boat. Inside one of the boats, someone shouted, "We got reports of a massacre on this boat." Among the dead was the daughter of the Kwang Group's chairman. According to our informant, the skills used by the culprit resemble shadow skills. Basically, we've already identified the culprit. The search team has been dispatched. In this search team was that fool again. He was still worrying about his Cece, remembering her, and angrily shouted, "Shadow is completely lawless. Lawless means someone who doesn't follow the law. Yes, someone who openly challenges the nation's law. This guy barges into people's homes and kills them. He's challenging the entire country's system." Now Shadow Ship was surrounded by 5 government boats. The fool yelled, "As soon as we board the ship, I'll use my search skill on a corpse to lock Shadow's position. The moment I lock it, open fire with all your guns. Make sure Shadow dies." He was even crying inside. "Cece, I'll revenge you." But nothing went as planned. There weren't corpses everywhere, only one body lying there. Cece. 2 officials performed a preliminary autopsy. One said, "Cause of death is neck twisted." The other said, "We found unidentified DNA inside her oral cavity." Hearing that, the fool went speechless for a moment, then screamed, "Darn you, Shadow! Not only did you slaughter people, you even assaulted the dead." He fell on his knees, placed his hand on Cece's chest, and swore, "I, Tian Xiangyang, swear I'll get you justice." He activated a skill called Last Words of the Dead. Touching a corpse reveals its killer's location for 5 minutes. It was a powerful skill, and it worked. He locked Shadow's position, pulled out his gun, and shouted, "Everyone be alert. Shadow is right there. 6 o'clock, full direct." But before he could fire, a poison dart flew and pierced through his hand and straight out of his mouth. Everyone froze, horrified. Next moment, his body fell dead beside Cece. Both of their heads were smashed. People kept calling Captain Tian, but the dead don't answer. Furious, the other officials pulled out their guns and fired in one direction. This time they activated group shields to block poison darts. A white-haired girl shouted while firing, "Shadow, you killed an investigator. Do you want enmity with the government?" They emptied their magazines in one direction, but while reloading, MC shouted, "Calm down. No need to panic. I killed Tian because he was leaking government secrets to Cece for benefits. He was a spy, and the evidence is on his phone. Check it." Later, a cop confirmed it. Captain Lin, both Cece and Captain Tian phones have records of their communication. And we also confirmed that in the game, the guild leader of Spade was Cece herself. Captain Lin was shocked. She shouted to show her. The cop hesitated, but she grabbed the phone herself and scolded him. "What are you waiting for? Is there something I'm not allowed to see?" She checked the evidence herself, and what she saw left her blushing like a tomato, gasping, trembling, asking, "What is this?" The guard said, "I told you to wait." Anyone seeing her staring at the phone like that would remember the saying, "Once a lion tastes blood." But she wasn't thinking anything dirty. She was calculating about Shadow. She thought everything Shadow said was true. Last time in the game, Shadow killed us only as a performance for Cece. He gained her trust, tracked her down in real life, and killed her, solving two big government problems at once. Her partner teased, "What happened? Are you addicted after seeing that?" But she was only thinking how terrifying Shadow was. Luckily, he isn't our enemy. Otherwise, I can't imagine what would happen. Still, I did shoot at him just now. I don't care if he holds a grudge against me, but if it ruins his relationship with the government, that would be a huge problem. She pulled out her gun, said, "Thank you for your help, Shadow, and I apologize for firing at you." Without hesitation, she pointed the gun at her own leg and shot. The bullet pierced through, but she didn't even cry out. Tears welled in her eyes as she looked at Shadow and said, "Now we're even. Please continue your cooperation with the government." Her comrades rushed toward her, but she stopped them with a hand gesture. A cop asked if this was really necessary. In her trembling voice, she said, "We don't know Shadow's true personality. Whatever it may be, at least now we're on the safe side." Meanwhile, Shadow was watching everything from the rooftop in stealth. He thought, in-game. Her name is Wen Yu. In real life, it's Lin Kuang. We'll call her Lin. She really shot herself just so she wouldn't become my enemy. Exactly as expected from the future leader of the Magic City officials. In my past life, she was the leader here, someone who wouldn't hesitate to risk her life to protect her people. Then the scene shifted back to God-forsaken game, to the Forsaken Continent. A team was fighting a flower demon. Their leader's health dropped and he shouted, "Xiao, heal me quickly." MC's sister, Xiao, confidently replied, "Okay," and used her healing skill. Their team had only 2 people left, so there was no chance to miss. She cast her heal toward her captain, but instead the heal hit the flower demon boss, healing it instead. The captain roared from the demon's mouth, "You missed again! You're useless!" Furious, the boss attacked, striking through the captain and piercing straight through Xiao as well. Once again back to respawn point. Long faces, gloomy expressions, and Xiao endless excuses. This time she cried, "Oh no, I died again. But I didn't see anyone near me, it must be Shadow. Why is he targeting only me? Does he know I want revenge for Brother Songfei?" The captain slapped her hard, shouting, "Fool! Shadow doesn't have time to waste on you. The one who killed us was the platinum boss, headless assassin Cher. He said it was her missed heal that triggered the boss's aggro. If the guild leader dares to put her in my team again, I'll kill myself." Holding her head in pain, she cried, "It hurts." But suddenly something strange happened. As they came out near a statue, the same platinum boss that killed them earlier had followed them right to the respawn point. The headless assassin stood before them. She cried, terrified, but her captain had already fled. He shouted, "Oh no, it actually followed us. Run!" Scene shift. It was night, and we were shown a shining house with lights still on. From inside came sounds of things breaking. Indeed, inside, bowls full of food were being smashed. Inside was a red-haired angry woman shouting into the phone, "You useless loser! This was a perfect opportunity to kill Shadow, and even after being a high government official, you're giving up like this? For years you've hidden your identity inside the government, and now at such a critical moment you've turned out to be this useless? I don't want to hear excuses." He wiped out the entire Dongfeng family. The blood of the Dongfeng family cannot be spilled for nothing. I don't care what method you use, Shadow must pay with his blood. Even your own father-in-law died at his hands, yet you hesitate? At that moment, a little boy with small hands walked forward carrying a large blood-soaked whip. He was no monster, but a real human child. Just moments ago, this boy had beaten a girl to death with that whip. The boy looked at his mother and said, "Mom, I have a plan to kill Shadow." His voice was sweet and melodic, like a child singing a beautiful song. Only the lyrics were deadly and demonic. His mother lowered the phone from her ear and asked, "Nellian, what's your plan?" Remember, only adults above 18 can enter the God-forsaken game. You can't enter yet. The boy smiled with a deadly look. Even if I can't enter the game right now, I can still use my brain, right? Shadow enjoys killing people, doesn't he? We'll send some people to anger him. Then we'll trap them inside the dead fireworks factory, where everything will already be prepared. The moment Shadow comes to kill anyone there, we'll detonate the entire factory. Thousands of fireworks will become Shadow funeral pyre, and the whole world will witness his death. Even if the mission fails, Shadow will never be able to trace it back to us. Hearing this, his mother smiled proudly. "It looks like the values I raised you with have truly borne fruit." She then turned back to the phone. Did you hear that, Chu? My son is more useful than you. From the other side came a voice. Fine, but remember this must remain completely secret. The government's main goal is to recruit Shadow. My eldest and second brother will never agree to this plan. The woman agreed. All right, I understand. I'll arrange everything immediately. Then she cut the call. Looking at the dead girl's body nearby, she muttered, Well, did this lowlife still not give away her lifespan? Her son, in his innocent voice, replied, I'm sorry, Mama. Then with a smile, he laughed lightly. I couldn't stop myself and I accidentally killed her. To him, killing someone seemed like nothing at all. What a twisted child. But the real twisted one here is the writer of this series, who keeps introducing such villains. By the way, have you subscribed to my channel? The scene changes again. Inside the godforsaken game, we are shown the ruins of Magic City. Magic City, also called CC Magic City. Suddenly, someone moves at lightning speed and begins slaughtering everyone, including the MC's sister. All the players die and their lifespans are absorbed. From a distance, some others were watching this massacre. They whispered among themselves, Did you see that? A bunch of people were instantly killed. Someone in stealth must have done it. That must be Shadow. But just then, the same figure flashed forward at lightning speed, slicing through their bodies too. Terrified, the survivors screamed, Run! Run! Shadow has gone insane! Shadow continued moving forward, killing even innocent bystanders along the way. Then the scene shifted back to Shadow in real life, whistling while walking across the sea. He stopped at one spot and said, This isn't such a bad place. I'll extract my hideout here. A notification appeared before him. Do you want to consume 1335.2 years of tradable lifespan to extract your soul-closing land hideout into reality? That amount was enormous. This was clearly Shadow's most expensive item. Another notification followed. Your hideout is an underground structure. Please mark its exact location on the map. We were then shown beneath Shadow feet, where a massive castle-like structure lay hidden underwater. Another message appeared. Once extracted, any matter overlapping with the hideout's location will be annihilated. Do you still confirm? Without hesitation, Shadow confirmed. Immediately, the sea began swirling, forming a giant whirlpool. Waves rose high, and in an instant, the hideout started emerging from beneath the ocean. It was so enormous that it occupied half the sea alone, and this was only the tip of the iceberg. The rest of it remained underground. A notification confirmed, extraction complete. Yet there was no smile on Shadow's face, because he had already set his next goal. Now it's time to obtain the Divine Book of Ordination. He then teleported into the god-forsaken game. Right away, messages from Wang Ming appeared. Boss, someone reported you for randomly killing players. Shadow was confused. But Wang Ming continued. When I checked your player ID, I saw you weren't even online. So I knew it wasn't you. I investigated and found out the one attacking players is a platinum-tier assassin boss. His name is Saruo. His stealth is so high that no one can sense him. Boss, please, can you deal with him? The scene shifted to the assassin boss's area, where many players were still being slaughtered. From behind, a swordsman muttered angrily, What kind of broken boss is this? My anti-stealth skill is level 3, yet I can't detect him at all. If only I could see him, I'd kill him myself. Even Shadow can't beat him. He was bitter because last time, Shadow had stolen his Steel Saint kill. The green-haired girl beside him whispered, Keep your voice down, or you'll attract the boss's aggro. They quietly moved forward. The girl suggested, Let's climb somewhere high so we can watch everything. But as they moved, the swordsman's foot landed on a banana peel, making noise. He panicked, realizing he'd alerted something, and quickly rolled back. Suddenly, an attack wiped out his entire team in one strike. Only the Soundmaster survived by rolling away at the last second. He shouted, Holy shit! Who threw a banana peel here? Looking around, he thought of his fallen teammates, muttering their names in grief. But then, like a zombie, the assassin boss slowly advanced toward him. The Soundmaster rolled aside to dodge and shouted, Demon! He readied his powers, preparing for battle. The assassin charged, powering up for a deadly strike. The Soundmaster rolled again to evade, but when he steadied himself, he realized the assassin hadn't attacked. She simply stood with her hand raised. He muttered, Damn it, I rolled too early. The assassin raised her leg again to attack, so he rolled away once more, carefully watching this time. Still, she didn't attack. Confused, he thought, Why hasn't she struck yet? He kept rolling around her, but soon dizziness overcame him. No, I've reached my rolling limit, he groaned. Meanwhile, the assassin glitched strangely, her figure flickering. He stopped in confusion, wondering if she had vanished. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared above him. Dizzy, he muttered, "I'm seeing stars." In that instant, the assassin broke her stealth and attacked with boosted power. He couldn't resist and was killed in a single strike. But right after that, another figure appeared from behind the assassin. Copying her move, MC unleashed his true stealth-breaking strike. Where the assassin's damage ranged between 3,000 to 4,000, Shadow's strike landed a massive 28,560 damage. This alone showed the immense power gap between them. Driving his blade into the assassin, Shadow said, "Oh, so you're the one they call Saruo. But if you're really this strong, then you shouldn't have died in just one strike. The chaos in this city, it couldn't have been caused by you alone." Scene shift to a few minutes before Shadow arrival. The city was silent, so quiet that even the sound of the wind was clear. Then the scene showed one corner of the city where everyone was pointing at Xiao and shouting. She was the girl who had mistakenly used her skill on the boss, which activated the headless assassin. That boss had locked onto her as its target and chased her all the way to the resurrection point. Hearing this, Xiao cried in a trembling voice saying she hadn't done it on purpose. But everyone was irritated and told their guild leader that their party couldn't afford to keep such a girl with them. Others agreed, saying if they kept her, they wouldn't even know when they'd get killed. The guild leader told them to keep their voices down or they might attract the boss. Then, folding his arms, he arrogantly told Xiao that she wasn't fit for combat. From now on, her job would be to gather information about hideouts. If she found a gold-tier hideout, he would reward her with 3 years of tradable lifespan. If she found a platinum-tier one, she would get 10 years. He thought to himself that when he first saw her with a hidden class, he believed she was a gem, but now she was nothing but coal. Then he told her from now on he would only give her 1 day of tradable lifespan, daily. Otherwise, her repeated deaths would be too costly. Xiao didn't argue and simply said, "Thank you, Guildmaster." Just then, she received a notification that she had gained 2 days of tradable lifespan, leaving her with only 2 days, 13 hours, and 32 minutes in total. What a pitiful life she was living. Nearby, the jealous girls of her guild looked at her and complained that she got away too easily and had chances to see the guild leader every day. One of them said now she understood that this must be Xiao's strategy. Another cursed and suggested they repeat what they did to her last time, and the others agreed. But suddenly, they saw a wave of lifespan energy behind them and heard a shadowy voice saying, "So you are the one they call Xiao." In shock, they turned to look, and Xiao was already dissolving into lifespan energy because Shadow had killed her. They saw Shadow absorbing her lifespan, and the sight terrified the knights present. They immediately dropped to their knees in fear, because last time Shadow had wiped out their entire guild alone. And now, the same assassin that had destroyed the whole city was slain by Shadow single-handedly. Their guild leader was left dumbfounded, his mouth and eyes wide open. He slapped one of his subordinates, demanding an explanation, but even they knew nothing. At that moment, space around Xiao began to warp. Everyone was stunned, even Xiao herself. She couldn't control her body or powers and was terrified, wondering what was happening. People whispered that it might be some kind of curse. Sensing danger, her guild leader kicked her into the sky to get rid of her. She screamed, but no one cared. Instead, her guildmates applauded their leader. But her desperate scream reached Shadow's ears. Looking up, he saw her flying. Thanks to his high-level anti-stealth, he saw not just her, but 4 platinum-level bosses lifting her in the sky. Shadow immediately realized they were the real cause of the city destruction. With their invisibility broken by his anti-stealth, everyone else could see them too. Solinter and his entire team watched from the respawn point, shocked to see 4 bosses at once, especially since Shadow had already killed a 5th one instantly. Solinter exclaimed that no wonder it had felt like the boss was everywhere. When Xiao looked down and saw Shadow, hope filled her eyes. In desperation, she screamed with excitement. "It's Shadow! I'll be saved!" She reached her hand out toward him, calling repeatedly, "Lord Shadow, Brother Shadow, please save me!" But hearing her call him brother triggered a burning rage inside Shadow, as if a bomb had been set off. Fire blazed in his eyes as fury consumed him. He activated instant Shadow Slash, and as all 4 assassins and Xiao fell together in a line, his slash struck through them in one strike, cutting them and Xiao into pieces. Even after that, his anger didn't subside. Then a notification appeared. He had killed the headless assistant and Xiao, gaining 48,000 experience points, 20 evolution points, and 1,520 days of tradable lifespan. He mocked her fate, saying it was just her bad luck. Seeing the massive loot beside him, he activated his greedy hand skill. He noted that aside from the 1,520 tradable lifespan days dropped by the boss, there were many lifespan orbs lying around. These must be the non-tradable lifespans absorbed from other players that the boss hadn't digested yet. Just then, Wang Ming appeared with Anu. She called out to Shadow, asking him to sell them whatever he didn't want. Shadow thought to himself how perfectly timed they always appeared, almost as if it was planned. Then he told them they had arrived at the perfect time, because he was going to a place filled with even more treasures. If they paid well, he could take them there too. They eagerly agreed. But when Anu asked to join, Shadow stopped her. Pointing at Wang Ming, he said women couldn't come with him. She pouted innocently and accused him of discriminating, then teasingly lowered her clothes, saying she had planned to seduce him but didn't expect he preferred men. Shadow smacked her on the head with his fingers, asking what nonsense she was thinking. He then explained that outside the Northern Gate ruins was a divine tower authority. Completing its challenges could yield great rewards, but the NPCs inside hated women. If there was even one woman in the team, the difficulty would increase tenfold. Hearing this, Anu cursed those NPCs in anger and stormed away, vowing that once she became stronger, she would slaughter them all. She took Little Black along to scout the mountains ahead and vent her anger by killing mobs. The other girls said goodbye, while Shadow turned and told the rest to follow him. Then Wang Ming and the others received a notification that Shadow had sent them a team request. Excited, they all accepted. The Swordmaster nervously admitted he was anxious to team with Lord Shadow for the first time, but Wang Ming told him this was their chance to learn from Shadow's skills. Later, the scene showed Shadow walking calmly, but his figure seemed blurred. Wang Ming and the others were running hard to keep up, yet still couldn't. Gasping, they wondered aloud why Shadow seemed to move so slowly, yet they couldn't catch up. Swordmaster sighed, asking how they could learn like this. Wang Ming explained that Shadow's agility was just far too high. Meanwhile, Shadow was checking the loot dropped by the platinum bosses. There were over 20 items, but only 2 were useful to assassins. The first was a Jade-grade assassin weapon, Pale Bone Blade, which boosted attack power by 388, armor penetration by 125, strength by 39, and agility by 48, requiring level 15. It also had a unique effect. When activated, movement speed doubled, and during that time, dodge rate increased by 30%. Shadow tested its power and noted it was 80% stronger than his current Plague Blade, and it added piercing, strength, and agility. Not bad, so he equipped it. The second was a platinum tier skill called Shadow Blade, which let him throw a condensed dark element blade to deal damage within 20 meters, causing an additional 600 damage and dispelling 1 random buff of platinum grade or lower. Its cooldown was 12 seconds, but only 7 for him. Shadow thought its damage was low, but the buff dispel effect wasn't bad, so he decided to evolve it to legendary grade, consuming 56 evolution points and leaving him with 219. The skill advanced through platinum, emerald, diamond, and epic stages until it became legendary. Its damage increased from 600 to 800, 1200, and finally 1500. Now it could dispel even a legendary or lower buff with a 12 to 7 second cooldown, but only 3 seconds for him. As a special effect, if he hit an enemy's weak point, the cooldown instantly reset. Excited, Shadow realized that effectively his skill cooldown was just 0.78 seconds. But then he sensed something wrong. He turned back and saw no one. The area was silent. No footsteps, no movement. Confused, he called out for Wang Ming. The scene then shifted 2 kilometers behind him near a residential complex, where Wang Ming team lay exhausted. The Swordmaster was drenched in sweat, saying Shadow was impossibly fast and no one could keep up. One of their teammates collapsed, saying he couldn't go any further. Their captain grabbed him and dragged him forward, encouraging the team to push on, saying Shadow must have stopped and they would reach him soon. Shift scene to a huge tower surrounded by thick fog. This is where the MC has come to complete his mission. Looking at the tower, he says they have reached their destination. Once they go inside, an NPC will give them a challenge. This NPC is very cunning. If powerful players come before him, he secretly increases the prices of all items sky high. And if the prices go too high, they will never be able to get good items. That's why the MC says he will only use 1% of his power. The rest of the team will have to give their best to defeat a gold grade boss. As he was explaining this and turned around, he was shocked speechless. Wang Ming and his team already looked half dead, drenched in sweat. Wang Ming, struggling, gave a thumbs up and said, "Boss, don't worry. We give you 100% guarantee. We will definitely complete this mission." He barely managed to say that line, while the rest of his teammates just nodded weakly. Their enthusiasm was already gone before even starting. The MC encouraged them, telling them that after completing the challenge, they could buy amazing items from the NPC. He assured them they would not be disappointed, but he reminded them to always use their team communication channel if they needed to talk, so the NPC couldn't overhear their discussions. Then Shadow moved forward and opened the challenge tower gate. Soon everyone entered. In front of them, a skeleton lich-like spirit floated in the air. It said, "Welcome, welcome, my friends from Blue Star." Laughing, it added, "I guess this god-forsaken game event has scared you all a lot, hasn't it? This is the Tower of Divine Authority. You must complete the challenge I give you. If you succeed, you'll get the chance to trade with me. Prepare yourselves and tell me once you're ready." One teammate said, "So there really are NPCs in this game after all." Another nervously asked Shadow what kind of boss they would face. Shadow simply told them to follow his commands during the fight, that the boss would be simple. But the Swordmaster pressed for more details, asking how long the battle would last, how many phases the boss had, what kind of skills it used, whether it was mechanical or stats-based, if it had instant kill skills, movement skills, targeting skills, or weak points. The MC thought to himself how surprising it was that this guy still had energy to talk so much even after all that running. Then Wang Ming, already thin and exhausted, explained, "Boss, don't take his words too seriously. His name is steady as old dog. He's cautious like an old hound. During a mission, an accident happened and 2 of his teammates died. Since then, he has become extremely cautious about everything." Meanwhile, the cautious man kept shouting more questions about cooldowns and abilities, but the MC stepped forward and declared they were ready, telling the NPC to begin the challenge. The cautious man shouted, No, wait, I'm not ready." But once confirmation was given, the NPC bowed and said, "Very well, let's begin." Then he used his magic, summoning a whirlpool of dark power beneath him. From within it, a purple monster started forming. The next moment, a monster popped out. Its torso was split down the middle, divided into 2 parts from head to navel. A notification appeared. It was a gold-grade monster, Obsidian Skullcracker Golem, level 20. The cautious old dog panicked, saying their highest level was only 11. But the MC calmly said, "Everything's fine. Wang Ming, go." Wang Ming responded, raised his shield, and charged forward at full speed, slamming it into the monster. Blood gushed from the monster and it screamed in pain. Roaring, it countered by smashing Wang Ming's shield, sending him flying back. But the MC rushed in to save him midair. The teammates shouted, "Lord Shadow, Wang Ming!" But Wang Ming reassured them, telling the archer to use Starglow Shot and the swordsman to use 3-stage landing slash. The archer agreed immediately, circling the monster with his agility and firing arrows. The swordmaster followed, striking with his skill, and the monster's already cut mouth tore even wider. It roared furiously and slammed both fists on the ground, releasing a powerful aura. The swordmaster was closest and nearly consumed by the darkness, but the MC quickly realized what was happening and shouted, "It's enraged! It's going berserk! I'll handle it! You all dodge! Don't let that black oil touch you!" The monster was spilling black oil everywhere as the archer and swordmaster barely escaped, shouting how close it was. Then Shadow used his new skill, Shadow Blade, forming a dark dagger in his hand. He launched it straight at the monster's head, striking its weak point. It caused only 4,500 damage, but still the monster screamed in a disturbingly human-like voice. Because of the unique effect of Shadow skill, the monster's berserker buff was dispelled, leaving it weakened. Wang Ming's teammates wondered aloud if Lord Shadow had unequipped all his gear, since the damage didn't match his stats. The swordmaster said Lord Shadow must be a great actor, making the NPC think he was just a noob by hiding in the corner. Then the archer asked Shadow how he knew the NPC increased item prices against strong players. Without hesitation, the MC replied that the god-forsaken game was full of secrets and hidden information in ruins. He asked them if they had explored enough and grown their knowledge base. His confident answer left everyone speechless and silent. Meanwhile, the monster roared again, forming a huge fireball in its mouth. Fire spun in circles inside it. The MC shouted loudly, Everyone be careful. The boss is about to release fire breath. It will spin clockwise around the area. Dodge it. Don't let the black oil touch you, and the fireball will burn you to ashes in just 3 seconds. Avoid it at all costs. Everyone ran desperately. The old dog ran in the wrong direction, so Wang Ming shouted to him, "Hey, this way! The fireball is coming from there! You're running the wrong way!" Seeing this, the MC shouted urgently, "No time to dodge! Wang Ming, use your invincibility skill and block with your shield." Wang Ming instantly understood, activated his skill, and leapt in front of the swordmaster, shielding him successfully. The MC praised him. "Very good. As soon as the flames end, use your highest damage skills and finish it off." When the flames died out, Wang Ming, the archer, and the swordmaster charged together, unleashing their strongest skills in perfect coordination. They struck the monster endlessly, giving it no chance to react. In the next moment, it was killed. A notification appeared. Obsidian Skullcracker defeated. The team erupted in joy. On the stage, the word "congratulations" appeared in big letters. The MC thought to himself that the hardest part about this boss was that it entered Berserk mode after losing 70% of its HP. But once the Berserk state was cancelled, its strength dropped to the level of a silver-grade monster. Just then, the lich-like NPC absorbed all the surrounding energy and laughed loudly like a ghost. "Congratulations, players of Blue Star! You are the first to pass my trial." With a wave of his hand, he opened many books of his system and said, "And now, as long as you can give me your lifespan, you can buy anything here. You can even buy the Book of Divine Ordination." The only requirement was lifespan. Then NPC raised his hands and pushed all the books toward them, and it was shown above him that his name is Warlock Weekly. Seeing this, the swordmaster standing below said, "Look, the NPC's name is visible. His name is Warlock Weekly, and he actually has 6 fingers." Hearing this, the warlock snapped. He created some kind of laser in his eyes and blasted an electric current straight at the swordmaster, hitting him with 9.99 damage, killing him instantly. His body turned into lifespan. Wang Ming shouted his name, "Old Dog." Why did this NPC suddenly attack like that? Here, Old Dog is the name Wang Ming uses for this swordmaster. His real name is Steady as Old Dog, meaning cautious like an old dog. MC then said, "This so-called cautious old dog isn't actually that cautious. No need to worry. Players and NPCs cannot attack each other unless players themselves violate their taboos. This NPC's taboo is related to his fingers. As long as you don't talk about them, you'll be safe." After killing one person, the NPC closed his laser-like eyes and only stared at the group. Wang Ming hesitated and asked, "Expert Shadow, can you beat him?" MC looked straight and replied, "No, not right now." It was then explained that in fact all these NPCs who appear here are beings from other times and spaces, extremely powerful, who have attained divinity. They are bound by ancient rules, which is why when they come to Blue Star, they act as NPCs to collect players' lifespans. Then the NPC said, "You can choose whichever divine book of ordination you want. Trade your lifespan during your time and then leave." When Wang Ming and his team looked toward the shop, they were shocked. They cried out, "Holy shit, what the hell is this?" By trading lifespan, we can actually create supplies here in reality. Any kind of food, water, drinks can be made just by paying lifespan. With these divine books of ordination, even if a disaster happens in the real world, we can still get food and water supplies. Seeing this, both of them were overjoyed. They said, as we expected from Brother Shadow, "The things he has shown us are truly amazing." Wang Ming added, "No joke, Brother Shadow has never let us down." Then suddenly they noticed another divine book of ordination from which a mechanical maid could be summoned. They exclaimed, "Wow, I must buy this." Meanwhile, Shadow ignored them and focused on his own purchase. He consumed 9,000 days of trade lifespan and bought all 9 volumes of Zhanghai City's divine books of ordination. While buying, he thought, "These 9 divine books can completely satisfy all my daily needs." Inside this tower of divine authority, there is also an achievement that grants a lot of reputation points. I must get it, because reputation points will be very useful in the future. Then he looked at the NPC and said, "I want to challenge the tower's highest difficulty alone. Is that allowed?" The NPC replied, "Judging by your current performance, you cannot even complete the first level challenge, and yet you dare to attempt the highest difficulty?" Shadow quickly made an excuse, saying he was just curious to see what the highest difficulty looks like. The NPC then explained, "The tower's difficulty is divided into 5 levels, and the highest is the 5th level. Its boss is still the gold-grade Skullcracker Golem, but its attack, HP, defense, cooldown speed, everything will increase by 500%. Hearing 500%, Wang Ming and his team were shocked. They cried out, 500%! We were already drenched in sweat just dodging its normal skills. How will Boss Shadow even dodge it now? With 5 times the health, defense, attack, and speed, how long will it take to kill? One mistake and we'll be dead. We must move perfectly. Then in a deadly tone, the NPC warned, "If you die during the challenge, your dropped lifespan will belong to me. Do you still want to continue?" Shadow firmly replied, "Yes, I'm sure." As soon as he said this, the NPC burst out laughing loudly, generating his power. He said, "If you really want to put your lifespan in my hands, I'll gladly accept." This game on Blue Star has just begun, and already players are becoming so arrogant. You're just begging for death. With that, he activated the highest level challenge, and the same gold grade monster appeared, but now it looked far more powerful as its strength was enhanced 500%. Even its color had turned golden. MC drew his new dagger thinking, weekly can enhance his summoned creatures, and 500% is not even his limit. In my previous life, when I killed him, he had enhanced his creatures by 2,000 times. Still, this is the perfect time to test my new weapon. He instantly used his poison dart, threw it at the monster, and activated stealth to disappear. Because of his dagger, the gift of black flame activated, reducing the enemy's defense element by 7%. The monster roared and activated its fire techniques, launching them straight at Shadow. Even though Shadow was in stealth, the flames managed to detect his location. But then the Pale Bone Blade's special effect triggered, doubling Shadow's movement speed for 5 seconds. That was enough. As the attack came near, MC blurred away and vanished. Flames burst from the monster's torn mouth, rushing toward him. But MC suddenly reappeared right beside the monster's face. If you could even call it a face. Without hesitation, MC stabbed his Pale Bone Blade straight into its mouth, triggering another special effect. The monster roared in pain, but before its roar could escape, MC vanished again. Watching this breathtaking fight, Wang Ming and his teammate were shocked. Their mouths hung open as they shouted, "He disappeared again." "Is Expert Shadow's stealth cooldown so short?" Wang Ming yelled. No, Expert is just too fast. Moving so quickly it looks like he vanished." The next second, the monster spread black oil all around, but MC had already appeared beside it. He activated the Gift of Glory's throat slit effect, and with instant Shadow Slash unleashed countless strikes flashing past it. The damage numbers were insane. The screen was filled with weak point damage after weak point damage. Thanks to Shadow skill, more than 70% of any enemy's body counts as a weak point. Shadow, still midair after attacking, looked back at the result and thought, "I knew it. The Ancient God Slate's buff is incredible, and using it feels even better. If I hadn't increased the level cap of the Gift of Black Flame, each of my Ancient Shadow Slashes would have dealt at most 18,000 damage." Wang Ming and his teammates stared in shock. Wang Ming shouted, "1/3 of its HP is gone in a single strike. Boss Shadow, what kind of skill is that?" His teammate cried, "This is the first time I've seen Boss Shadow's attack so clearly. It looks like instant Shadow Slash, but that normally has only 3 slashes." Meanwhile, the NPC was judging Shadow silently, thinking, "This god-forsaken game just launched on Blue Star. How could anyone become so powerful so quickly? What level of talent is this?" Shadow watched the fight with shining eyes, thinking, "Thanks to my throat slit effect, 200% of my original attack will keep hitting it every second." And it was true. The throat slit effect was overwhelmingly powerful. The monster writhed in unbearable pain, its legs trembling, unable to even move. Damage numbers like 426,600 and beyond flashed on the screen. Obviously, the monster couldn't withstand such damage and was killed in the next moment. Shadow was congratulated for completing the Tower of Divine Authority's highest level challenge, earning 5 reputation points. Completing this achievement also meant he was considered to have cleared the other 4 difficulties as well, so he received 10 more reputation points. Then he calmly descended. The boss had already turned into lifespan. Another notification appeared. "Congratulations, you are the first person in this world to clear the Tower of Divine Authority alone. You gain 75 reputation points. This achievement will be announced globally." The announcement spread everywhere. In one city, people were confused. Tower of Divine Authority? What the hell is that? Someone asked, inside the city ruins? Where am I then? I haven't seen such a tower building. A girl, excited, shouted, "Good heavens, Shadow is still ahead of everyone." Inside the tower, the NPC went mad. He shouted, "Damage, damage, scammer, scammer. You Blue Star people are too cunning. If I had known earlier, I would have charged you 10,000 days of lifespan for every divine book of ordination." No, not 10,000, a full 100,000 days. His body glowed with furious light as he screamed, "Get out! Get out! All of you get out of here! Don't ever show your faces here again!" A blinding light burst behind him, forcing everyone to cover their eyes. Someone cried out, "What is this NPC doing?" Another said, "It's over. We're going to die. He's about to use his ultimate move." The next moment, the NPC raised his hand and light surged toward them from all directions. Seeing it, everyone screamed. But MC quietly stood there with his hand in his pocket. In the very next instant, all of them were teleported away mid-scream. MC knew it was just a teleportation circle. That's why he remained calm. But the others had no idea and were completely confused. One asked, "Is this the outside of the Tower of Divine Authority?" Wang Ming explained, "Yes, we didn't die. We just got teleported outside." MC said, "I told you already. No need to worry. NPCs normally cannot attack players." Then Shadow turned and said, "We've got everything we needed, so let's split up. I'm logging out now. I'm hungry, so I'll eat first in reality." Wang Ming said, "Okay, thank you, boss, for this experience. If there's ever another opportunity like this, please let us know." MC agreed, and they all said goodbye. The scene shifts to reality, at the same place where MC underwater hideout is. Shadow consumed 90 days of tradable lifespan and extracted the 9 Divine Book of Ordination into reality. Then he stretched out his hand and commanded to consume 106 years of tradable lifespan to purchase luxurious furniture, all daily necessities, food ingredients, and an all-purpose mechanical maid. In the next moment, a maid with dog ears appeared before him in a maid outfit. She greeted MC and said it was nice to meet him. She told him she could help with all household chores, and that if he ever needed anything, he could just ask. She would always be available for his service. But even after seeing such a beautiful maid, MC just lay on the sofa and gave commands. First, clean the entire house thoroughly, then cook a large, delicious meal for me. Hearing the command, the maid immediately got to work, and in a robotic tone she said, "Yes, full house cleaning will begin immediately." The scene shifts again to reality, near Zhanghai City. On top of a building, a dead girl body is covered with a white sheet. A criminal case investigation is going on, and the cops have arrived. One officer, while reading the case files, tells his superior officer that this is the 3rd female dead body found this week. Just like the previous 2, her arms and legs were cut off with chainsaws, and her eyes were removed. So the killer must be the same person. The high-ranking officer asks if the investigators found any clues. The other officer replies that the killer seems to know everything about their investigators. Every time an investigator uses their skill to track the criminal, just when they're about to catch him, the skill ends. It seems like the killer has calculated everything in advance. The high-ranking officer says, "Go and ask the army how long it will take for the investigator class advancement." The officer agrees. Then he adds, "We can't drag this case for too long. We must catch the murderer as soon as possible." Another officer asks, "Did you find something?" The man replies, "Could it be Shadow? I compared Shadow login and logout times with the times of the girl deaths, and they match perfectly." The officer thinks for a moment and says, "But matching times isn't enough proof." The man argues that at least they can start investigating from this angle. Rumors are spreading outside that Shadow is the murderer and that officials are covering up his crimes because they fear his powers. The officer responds, "All right, Suma, I know Shadow embarrassed you in front of Anu last time, but don't let your personal feelings interfere with work." Oh, so this was the same guy who wet his pants after seeing Shadow Wolf. The ranking officer says, "I'll tell the tech department to give you 24/7 support. Solve this case quickly and bring justice to the victims." After saying this, he continues talking to another officer, while Suma burns with rage inside, gritting his teeth and muttering, "Fine." Looking at his face, it's clear he's about to do something reckless. The scene changes to the game God Forsaken, inside Magic City ruins. MC had arrived inside massive mountain-like buildings. He looked at one and said, "Evil Spirit Academy. This academy is a platinum-grade hideout. Even though it's not a hidden hideout, its barrier strength is considered the strongest in Vuxia." MC consumed 2.74 years of tradable lifespan and created a guild named Shadow. He declared that now he would conquer this hideout and register it under his guild name. This way, he would also have a huge hideout inside Magic City. He added that teleportation between 2 hideouts might even be possible. That would make traveling between Magic City and Zhanghai City much easier. Slowly, Shadow moved deeper inside, staying in stealth mode. As he kept going, he said, "I've been wandering inside for so long, but this is strange. I've already reached the third basement level, the deepest part of this hideout, yet I haven't encountered a single monster. Clearly, someone had already been here, and that too a group of very strong people. Quietly, MC kept moving forward. Suddenly, he heard laughter from ahead. Someone was shouting, "Now there's no escape left." MC stopped and observed. Ahead, 3 men had surrounded a girl. The girl screamed, "No, stay away from me. Don't come near me." The fat one laughed. "Don't worry, we're not going to harm you just yet." The short one said, "Madame Dongfei ordered us to bring you to her so that her son can deal with you personally." The blindfolded man growled, "Quickly, tell me your real-life location. Otherwise, we'll keep defeating you until all your lifespan runs out. And don't even think of escape, that's useless. Our Sura Guild members are already waiting at your respawn point." The short one smirked. "How about we make a deal? You've killed Madame Dongfeng twice in this game, right? So you must have gotten quite a lot of lifespan from her. I guess at least 30 years. Give us 30 years of your lifespan, then face us 3 brothers in a challenge, and after that, we'll let you go. How's that?" Hearing this, tears filled the girl's eyes. She sobbed and whispered, "A challenge? What kind of challenge?" The 3 men burst into loud laughter. One of them stepped forward menacingly. The short one said, "Of course, like this." The girl looked aside, trembling with unease. Then she said, "Fine, but you must promise to let me go once you're done." The short one nodded. "Of course. Come here. Let's start with Miss first." The bald one added, "All right, I'm next." The girl slowly walked forward, then suddenly opened her eyes wide and launched her poison dart straight at the short one. For a moment, I thought another cringe villain had appeared in the series. But no. Just as she attacked, the blindfolded man used his skill Golden Cool Run Earth Descent and leapt onto her, slamming her down hard. Blood poured from her mouth as he sneered. This girl really doesn't know how to behave. She kept coughing blood. Another man approached, holding his tank-like weapon, and sat before her. He stuck out his tongue and said, "I'll give you one last chance. Open your mouth." But the girl smirked and whispered, "Goodbye." She pulled out a strange weapon that looked like a strip covered in mysterious words. With it, she instantly sliced through both the short one and the bald one. The blindfolded man froze in shock. Before he could react, the strip wrapped tightly around his neck. He panicked, shouting, "Is this chains?" He sensed it but couldn't escape. The chains squeezed tighter, his tongue rolled out, and in an instant, his head was severed from his body. Shadow stood behind, watching everything silently. He thought, those chain blades and that girl profession. But then he stopped. Clearly, the story doesn't want to reveal her profession yet. The girl crushed something in her hand, perhaps the blindfolded man's tongue, I'm not sure. She then bit her pinky finger, deactivated her skill Yellow Spring Blade, put her weapon away, and shouted in fury. She screamed that she would defeat them all like a herd of beasts, and told Dongfeng Yue to wait because she would definitely destroy her. The girl striking a stylish pose. All around her, the corpses of thugs are turning into bloody slush. Her blade spins around her body as if it's an extension of herself. Lava spreads across the battlefield, glowing and deadly. Taking advantage of the scenery, the girl runs her hand through her hair and stands there showing off her swag. Watching this third part, Shadow explains that her class is called Yellow Spring of Blade, and this girl name is Ghost Spirit. Just like my Shadow class, she also holds an only hidden class of the Assassin type. I've already told you before about the difference between only hidden classes and normal hidden classes. Only hidden classes are unique. They can belong to just one person in the entire world. If someone owns one, no one else can ever get it until that person dies. Normal hidden classes, on the other hand, can be unlocked if someone fulfills certain conditions. Shadow says he remembers that even in his previous life, this girl was a top-tier expert, ranked number 9 in the world. But since she was the enemy of the Chu family of Magic City, once her real-life identity was exposed, multiple parties attacked her. After killing nearly 1,000 enemies, she finally collapsed from exhaustion and died. Back then, not only he, but even his entire guild felt immense pity for her tragic fate. He never thought he'd meet her again here. Our MC deactivates his stealth mode and approaches her from behind, saying, "Ghost Spirit." Seeing Shadow standing there, the girl looks utterly confused. Meanwhile, MC wonders, who is this Dongfeng Yue she's talking about? I already wiped out the entire Dongfeng family, didn't I? The girl quickly readies her blade again and charges at him, shouting, "Your comrades are still alive!" MC calmly replies, "No, I'm not with them." But she activates another skill, lunging forward to kill him, yelling, "Stop talking nonsense and just die quietly." MC simply stands there, watching her attack. She unleashes her yellow spring blade chain skill, hurling an attack straight at him. In her eyes, this strike is devastating, but MC just watches the chain blade approach without a care. The blade's tip is about to pierce his head when suddenly, Shadow disappears, vanishing into thin air. The chain only strikes empty space. The girl's eyes widen in shock at this. In the next instant, Shadow reappears right behind her and says, "All right then, let's play a little." Hearing his voice so close, the girl screams in fear. She panics, leaps backward, recalls her blade, and points it toward MC again. Shadow prepares to dodge, but instead of attacking, the girl does something unexpected. She activates stealth and disappears. Seeing this, MC smirks and laughs. "Stealth? And you think that'll work against me?" He then activates one of his own skills, slipping into Shadow stealth. Now both of them are invisible, and the entire battlefield falls silent for a couple of minutes. Breaking the silence, Ghost Spirit mutters anxiously, "Where is he? Where did he go? I can't see him. My Yellow Spring Blade class gives me built-in level 4 anti-stealth attributes, yet I still can't detect him." Shadows creep behind her, and she suddenly realizes something. Wait, could it be? Is he really Shadow? At that very moment, MC breaks stealth and appears right behind her. "Hello, I'm right here." The girl shrieks like a terrified child, stumbling back and screaming at the sight of him. In her mind, she panics. How is he detecting me even with my level 4 stealth? Furious, she attacks again, but Shadow easily dodges. Her frustration builds until finally, she raises her hand and activates a powerful skill, Evil Ghost Soul Chains. A dark, ominous purple aura spreads around her, forming a skull-shaped soul creature that merges with her blade. Its eyes glow brightly, marking Shadow with a strange symbol. It looks as if her weapon has imprinted its curse onto his very soul. She launches the attack, and though MC dodges, the soul chain relentlessly chases him, tracking him wherever he goes. Startled, Shadow yells, "What? Can this blade pinpoint my exact location?" He realizes the chain has locked onto him, refusing to let go. Ghost Spirit smirks to herself, thinking, "Even if I can't see you, my weapon can. Anyone marked by my evil ghost soul chains can never escape." MC continues dodging, circling around her while the soul chain pursues him with perfect accuracy. He admits to himself, "I didn't expect this class to ignore anti-stealth levels and track targets directly. Not bad, girl. You have some impressive skills." But he's not dodging aimlessly. He circles her until finally, the chains wrap around her own body instead. Realizing too late, she cries out in panic, "Ah!" The chains bind her tightly. Shadow calmly steps forward, grabs her with her own blade, and says, "Ghost Spirit, are you ready to listen now? I am Shadow. Not some lackey sent by the Dongfeng family. If I wanted to kill you, you wouldn't even have a chance to scream." Shaking, the girl's voice trembles. "I believe you. I believe you. Please let me down quickly." Shadow says coldly, "First answer my question. The Dongfeng you mentioned, is he from Zhonghai City Dongfeng family?" Her eyes widen in shock and she blurts out, Yes, but he married into the Chu family, so he's not that close to the Dongfeng anymore." MC recalls the past, the day he wiped out the Dongfeng family. Oh, so one person escaped that day. She must not have been there. The girl's face goes pale. "What? It was you? You destroyed the Dongfeng family? You ended them?" She thrashes in the air and screams, "Good! Very good! That means the Dongfeng family and Shadow are enemies! If that's the case, then put me down. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. We can cooperate." Instead of lowering her gently, Shadow lets her drop to the ground, making her cry out. His tone turns deadly. "We can discuss cooperation later. First, tell me, why do you want to kill Dongfeng Yu?" Grinding her teeth in rage, she shouts, "Why? Because I want to avenge my mother's death. Before this cursed game even began, Dongfeng Yu was drunk driving and caused an accident that killed my mother. But she escaped punishment because the Chu family made someone else take the blame for her actions. My father couldn't accept this. He gathered evidence to put Dongfeng in prison. But the next day, fishermen found his body in the river. The police claimed he had a mental breakdown and ended his own life." She breaks down in tears. "I went to the Dongfeng residence for answers, but the Chu family guards beat me badly and threw me out. I was devastated. Broken. I wanted to give up on everything. And then, this cursed game appeared. When I entered, the first thing I did was take down Dongfeng Yu. But in this game, if you want to truly erase someone, you must completely end their time. After she revived, she hired countless people to hunt me down. And you've seen what happened after that. She collapses to her knees, bowing her head, sobbing. Shadow looks at her with pity in his eyes. She raises her tear-filled gaze toward him and begs, "Big brother Shadow, I'm begging you. Please help me stop Dongfeng Yu." MC hesitates for a moment, then firmly replies, "No, I refuse." She says again, "Big brother Shadow, please, I beg you. Help me defeat Dongfeng Yu." But the MC immediately refuses without hesitation. The girl suddenly cries out, "Don't worry, I'm not asking for your help for free. Whatever you want, as long as it's in my hands, I'll give it to you right away. Even if I have to serve under you, I'll do it. Whatever lifespan I earn, I'll give it all to you. Equipment, skills, everything I own, I'll hand over to you. Just help me defeat Dongfeng Yu. Even if you want me to become part of your group, I'll willingly agree." Seeing her tears, for a moment even I felt pity for her. But Shadow, without any emotions, kept looking at her. Then he said, "No, I won't help you defeat him. This is your battle, so you must finish it yourself. But before that, I will help you. How far you go depends on your own effort." The girl, with a tearful face, asked, "You'll help me? But how?" Shadow, like a corporate worker, calmly replied, "Join my guild. Become one of my people, and I'll help you take your revenge." The next moment, the girl received a system notification. "Shadow is inviting you to join his guild." She looked at the guild with wide eyes and thought, "Shadow Guild? There's only him in it, and I just have to join his guild." Soon after, Shadow got a notification. "Ghost Pirate has accepted your guild invitation." The girl then sent him a friend request, and Shadow accepted it. He said, "Looks like you've made your decision. Since you've agreed, there's only one thing you must do: class advancement." He turned away and added, "What class advancement is, and how to achieve it, you'll have to figure out on your own. When you succeed, come find me. But if you can't even manage that, then you should give up on revenge." Hearing this, instead of being disheartened, determination lit up her face. She was ready to face any danger. She activated stealth mode and moved deeper into the hideout. Shadow thought to himself, "Blade of Yellow Springs. Just like my Shadow class, it has unlimited potential. With a little guidance, she can go much further in the future. If she develops well, she might even be able to help me." Shadow entered the deepest part of Evil Spirit Academy. Still in stealth, he encountered the first monster guarding the hideout, Dividend Vez Stemma, a level 15 platinum grade monster. Looking at it, Shadow said, "So this is the guardian of Evil Spirit Academy." In the blink of an eye, he vanished and struck with his Night Ring blade, dealing 26,448 damage. And he didn't even seem fully focused, as if he was casually defeating a monster. Yet platinum monsters are among the strongest on this continent. But Shadow already knew everything about this boss. He thought, in the first phase, only one of its 4 heads is active, and it's immune to physical damage. So I can only use elemental skills, even though their damage is weaker. Still, over 26,000 damage. Weaker? That's insane! Shadow extended his hand, dark aura swirling as he condensed his shadow blade. He was pleased. "This pale-born blade greatly boosts my movement speed, and my shadow blade refunds cooldowns." He moved at shadow speed, throwing countless shadow blades. The screen filled with shadows raining down on the boss. The poor monster didn't even have a chance to move. Its health drained rapidly, and before it could even see its enemy, one of its heads exploded from the sheer damage. Shadow thought, after the first phase ends, the second will begin, and all 3 remaining heads will activate at once. And so it happened. The 3 heads screamed together, unleashing wild attacks while dancing in fury. Shadow dodged them effortlessly. Watching this, I couldn't help but ask, is this a fight or a concert? Finding an opening, Shadow unleashed another devastating flurry, filling the screen with weak point attacks. The damage was beyond what any monster could endure. The 3 heads coughed blood violently before collapsing. Shadow walked forward casually and said, "Our disco dance ends here." A notification appeared. "You've slain Dividend Vez Stemma. You've gained 500 experience points." Moments later, the corpse exploded, but Shadow had already moved back, expecting it. Another notification appeared. "You've obtained a key to the Evil Spirit Academy Platinum Grade Hideout." Then another. "Your class can now advance once more. Do you wish to proceed?" Shadow said, "What a useless question. Of course advance." Immediately his class advancement completed. A notification showed, "Your class has advanced from Tier 1 to Tier 2. His attribute bonuses increased massively. Strength rose from 9 to 27, Constitution from 9 to 27, Agility from 24 to 72, Spirit from 15 to 45. All stats tripled. Finally, Shadow's full stats were displayed. He was level 15 now. His non-tradable lifespan had reached 4,510 years and 233 days. His tradable lifespan was 566.2 years. His strength was 129, but with equipment bonuses, 147. Constitution 184 plus bonus. Agility 268 plus bonus. Spirit 101 plus bonus, reaching over 1,000. His HP was 268. Physical attack 5 and 35. Cooldown speed 85% damage resistance, 77% physical defense. 330 reductions and resistances for lightning, dark, ice, and fire, all incredibly high. After explaining all this, Shadow smiled with satisfaction. Then another notification appeared. Your new passive effect has activated. From now on, if you attack while in stealth, your stealth won't break. Though the attack will count as a stealth break strike, you'll remain hidden. Shadow's eyes gleamed. Incredible. My professional bonus damage has tripled, and now I can keep attacking from stealth endlessly. My Shadow class at Tier 2 is truly outstanding. He pulled out the key to the hideout and began preparing something. The scene then shifted outside Evil Spirit Academy. A few minutes earlier, the girl had just exited when she froze in shock. You? You dare come back here? In front of her stood the thugs, this time with their full army. The hammer-wielding man said, "Last time I didn't know you had chain blades, so I was careless." The bald one added, "This time we've brought the entire Sura Guild. Let's see where you run now." The bald brute leapt at her, shouting, "This time I won't show mercy like before." The girl was terrified and retreated. He slammed the ground with his ground slam skill, shattering it. Luckily, she dodged in time. She tried to activate stealth, but a flare bomb exploded, flooding the area with blinding light. She covered her eyes, unable to vanish into stealth. The flare had revealed her. She screamed, "No!" A kick struck her from behind, knocking her down. The bald thug pressed his boot against her face, sneering, "You witch, I'll teach you a lesson today." The girl pulled a strange potion from her hand and muttered, "Dream with me." But someone struck her hand, making the potion fall. Shocked, she looked up. It was the short thug who picked it up and grinned. A death potion. Whoever uses it will lose half their lifespan but return to the respawn point. The bald brute licked his lips, laughing. This girl really has a fiery personality. Then he looked at her in a disgusting way and said, "But now I've fallen for her." The girl trembled in fear, tears filling her eyes. Just then, a notification appeared. The Platinum-grade hideout, Evil Spirit Academy, now belongs to the Shadow Guild. Everyone froze. Another notification. The barrier is opening. Any non-guild member will be marked as an intruder. Before they could react, another notification. Intruder elimination has begun. In an instant, lightning tore through all of them. Screams echoed as they were shredded to pieces, none lasting even a second. The girl stood stunned, horrified. Then another notification. The intruder massacre is complete. Their bodies dissolved into lifespan energy. She gasped. So, this Evil Spirit Academy was actually a hideout, a platinum-grade hideout, and now it belongs to our guild. In other words, Shadow defeated its guardian in minutes and claimed the key. How powerful is he really? She couldn't even imagine it. Shocked, she stood frozen, unable to move. Shadow was collecting the loot it dropped. Among the loot, he found a ring called the Dividendant Witch's Ring, which is a jet tier equipment. It has no class requirement, meaning anyone can use it. It increases all attributes by 22 and cooldown speed by 30%. But the most useful thing is its unique effect. The ring increases the range of any skill by 25% and area damage by 10%. He also found a skill inside it called Poison Trap. This is a platinum tier skill that hunters and assassins can use. Just as its name suggests, its effect is the same. With this skill, the MC can set up a trap with level 5 stealth. That means to detect it, someone would need anti-stealth level 5 or higher, and right now, no one has anti-stealth that strong. The description said that any enemy who falls into this trap will take 500 poison elemental damage and be affected by a slow poison effect that lasts for 5 seconds. Their speed will drop by 50%, and every second they'll take 100% of the original poison damage again. Meaning if they first take 500 damage, then for the next 5 seconds they'll take 500 damage each second too. Shadow can set 3 traps at once. After that, there's a cooldown of 10 seconds. But for the MC, it's only 4 seconds. because his cooldown reduction and cooldown speed are already at a very high level. The only disadvantage is that this trap lasts only 60 minutes, after which it automatically disappears. After that, Shadow collects all the loot, because there wasn't anything left that assassins could use. He says, "Assassins can only use 2 things from this loot, everything else I'll sell to Anu. And this witch who gave me this ring, it isn't so bad. My instant Shadow Slash and Dark Knight Ring Blade are both area of effect skills, and thanks to this ring, both of them got a huge boost. Now I have 363 evolution points, which are enough to upgrade my backstep enchantment to legendary tier. He consumes 340 evolution points, leaving only 23. His backstep enchantment skill has now evolved from epic to legendary tier. Previously, when the MC attacked from behind, he got a 75% attack boost. Now it gives a 100% boost, which means his damage doubles instantly. On reaching legendary tier, it gained another legendary effect. If Shadow is in stealth mode, then every single attack he makes will be considered a backstab. After completing the skill evolution, a golden aura flows out from the MC, and he becomes very happy seeing the effects of the skill. Laughing, he says, "A stable backstab damage boost, combined with my permanent stealth from the advanced class, this will be devastating. My damage output and survivability have increased greatly." At that moment, Little Black contacts him, laughing, and says, Expert, I found another ruin. Do you want to come and check it out?" The MC replies, "Oh, all right, tell me where it is." Little Black explains, "It's inside the ruins of Zhanghai City, near huge mountains. There's a strange temple there surrounded by many rocks, and right beside it, there's an entrance, just like the one we saw inside the town ruins." Shadow asks, "Why don't you explore it yourselves? With the progress you've made, you should be able to handle a platinum tier boss easily." But Little Black makes an annoyed face and says, "We wanted to. But after killing all the monsters inside, a teleportation orb appeared. We touched it and investigated, but no matter what we did, nothing happened. The only message we kept getting was that a chosen one is required to enter. So I think, Expert, you are the chosen one who can enter it." The MC activates the teleportation function between his 2 hideouts and prepares to teleport. He says, "All right then, wait for me, I'm on my way. I've got plenty of equipment, so keep your lifespan ready. I'll bring it all to you." While teleporting, he thinks to himself, because of this teleportation function between the hideouts, traveling between Magic City and Zhanghai City has become so easy. I can even turn this into a strategic teleportation hub. Players traveling between the 2 cities can use my teleportation function, and I can collect lifespan from them. If this succeeds, I'll start earning passive income. And if I create hideouts in other cities too, I can expand this teleportation hub on a large scale. While thinking this, Little Black messages him with a crying emoji, saying, "The Zhanghai City officials are running low on lifespan. Expert, you can sell directly to the Magic City officials instead." But Shadow ignores the message. The scene changes. We are shown the outskirts of the Zhanghai City ruins. There are tall mountains behind broken buildings. On top of one of those mountains, Little Black sits on a creature that looks like an alpaca. The alpaca was cutely munching on grass, while Little Black kept looking around, waiting for Shadow. Suddenly, Shadow appears behind her and asks, "Where's the ruin?" Seeing this, the girl almost jumps out of her skin. She screams loudly. Both Little Black and the alpaca start shouting at Shadow, "Expert, don't scare me like that." The MC turns his head as if he did it on purpose and softly says, "All right, I'll be careful next time." The 3 of them then look down into the valley, where Little Black points out that the entrance to the ruin is a little below. The MC asks, "Oh, how did you find these ruins?" Little Black replies, "It's a long story. I got my mount from a nearby temple. It's a small alpaca, so from now on, let's call my mount Little Lamp." She continues, "I was playing around with the alpaca when suddenly, out of nowhere, a silver-grade boss appeared. We got so scared, and in my panic, I slipped and fell down the valley. At that time, I was in a full panic and didn't know what to do. Luckily, some tree branches caught me, saving me from falling all the way down. And then, I spotted a cave entrance in front of me. Little Black carefully climbs down and says, 'This is the place. Be careful. Don't slip.' The first time I came here, I fell and died. When I respawned, I returned with Captain Anu and Wang Ming to explore this place." The MC leaps directly down the valley, rolling midair, and lands smoothly. He says, "As expected of you, you managed to find such a hidden place." Little Black praises him, saying, "What an amazing move. Expert, you rolled down so easily." Big brother Wang Ming also tried to jump down, but he slipped, rolled awkwardly, and died instantly. They all laugh while heading into the cave. Little Black explains that they're a maze inside. They have already mapped the path and cleared the monsters. Moving forward, Shadow tells her, in the future, try not to die, and never let your non-tradable lifespan drop to 0, or it will be very dangerous. Little Black nods, saying, yes, I know. I'm also aware there may be skills that can drain lifespan directly. If that happens, your lifespan will be drained completely. We've already taken precautions for that. We even found a way to refill our non-tradable lifespan. The MC is surprised, asking, oh, you even found a way to replenish non-tradable lifespan? Little Black proudly explains, first we found creatures that had absorbed a lot of non-tradable lifespan. We lured them to a hidden spot. After killing them, the lifespan they dropped, we stored right there. So whenever we need lifespan, we return and replenish it. Hearing this, Shadow says, oh, that's a pretty good method. Did Anu come up with it? Little Black is surprised and replies, yes, expert, your guess is correct. The MC thinks, so even in my past life, this method was invented by Anu, and later everyone started using it. Walking deeper into the dark cave, they come across a glowing orb of light. Little Black points and says, that's the teleportation orb. She touches it, but a notification appears. You are not the chosen one. The mechanism will not activate. Looking at the MC, she says, see? It clearly says I'm not the chosen one. Expert, you try. We guessed that this ruin must be connected to the one in the novice village, the one you cleared alone. So the fated one mentioned here must be you. The MC steps forward and touches the orb. Little Black watches him with hopeful eyes. The moment he touches it, a powerful reaction occurs. A dazzling light bursts out. Both of them are shocked. Little Black closes her eyes against the brightness and says, wow. In the very next moment, the orb and Shadow vanish. Little Black looks around and shouts, expert! Expert! The teleportation orb is gone, and so is he. I knew it. Lord Shadow is the chosen one. Then the scene shifts to Shadow. He has been teleported into a huge cave. A notification appears. You have entered a cave filled with ice tide. Long-range communication is now blocked. Immediately, for protection, the MC activates stealth mode. He says, oh, cave of ice tide. Suddenly, a scroll floats toward him. It reads, your mission is to protect the ice tide crystal. Alongside the scroll, the crystal itself floats toward him. Seeing this, the MC says, ah, ice tide crystal. Yes, I remember this. If this crystal gets damaged, it will release a massive ice tide. The tide will be so destructive that inside this small cave, dodging it will be impossible. The crystal floats to the center of the cave and starts hovering. Looking around, the MC sees many smaller caves. He understands immediately and says, so the monsters will come out from these caves and do everything they can to attack and destroy the crystal. If they succeed, I'll surely die. He sets up a trap using his new skill, saying, even if I die, that's not the biggest problem. The real problem is if I fail this quest. If that happens, I'll never be able to return here again, and I won't get the reward either. This trap's damage is still too low, so I need to evolve it. He evolves the poison trap. A notification appears. You have consumed 123 evolution points. Your poison trap has evolved 3 times. Only 17 evolution points remain. The trap has advanced from Platinum to Jade to Diamond and now to Epic tier. Now the trap has level 8 stealth. To detect it, someone would need level 8 or higher anti-stealth. Any enemy stepping into it will take 1,200 poison elemental damage, plus 8 seconds of slow and poison damage. The slow reduces speed by 50%, and the poison deals 100% of the original damage every second. Meaning, with an initial 1,200 damage for 8 seconds straight, they will keep taking the same damage. Earlier, Shadow could only place 3 traps at once. Now he can place 9 at once. The traps last 60 minutes. This skill has truly become overpowered. Without wasting more time, Shadow sets traps at every cave entrance. Then he activates the Witch Ring, which increases his skill range by 25%. Because of this, each trap has grown in size, enough to cover the entire cave entrance. Surprised, Shadow says, wow, this enhanced trap perfectly covers the whole cave path. Just then, he hears noises ahead. Realizing that the monsters are coming, from inside the caves, dangerous red eyes glare at him. Different species of monsters rush out. heading straight for the crystal. But the moment they step on the traps, a powerful light bursts out. All monsters coming out from the caves take immense damage, 10,000 points at once, instantly killing them. The traps activate, unleashing countless vines that grab all the monsters. They take 10,000 to 15,000 damage the first time, and the same amount again the second time, because the trap keeps dealing 100% damage for 8 seconds, while their speed is reduced by half. Within seconds, every single monster dies right there. Fog spreads everywhere. Shadow looks around, watching his traps work perfectly, and he laughs with joy, saying, "As long as I'm in stealth mode, every damage I deal is considered a backstab. That's why I could kill so many monsters instantly." This tower defense mission is the most interesting one so far. But suddenly, out of nowhere, a flying arrow speeds towards Shadow. At the last moment, he notices it and blurs away like lightning, activating his black light shield. The arrow stops in midair. He throws it aside and looks around. Ahead of the monsters, there stands an archer-type monster, strange flames burning on its body. The MC mutters, "Oh, so there are ranged monsters here too, capable of attacking from afar." The scene changes. We are shown the outside of Magic City Ruin. On a road, a woman dressed like a mage with a veil covering her face is standing right in front of the same punk who was trying to hunt down Ghost Spirit, the very first member of Shadow Guild. Behind him, his entire gang is also standing. This mage-dressed woman player name is Dongfen Yu. She says, "So you people are saying that your guild is giving up the mission to hunt Ghost Spirit just because she is now a member of Shadow Guild?" Hearing this, that punk immediately raises his hands and says, "Yes, we can't handle her anymore, so go find someone else." The woman, releasing her powers with full swag, says, "So in your eyes, Shadow is a huge threat, even bigger than me? Don't forget, you lowlives. I have all your information. Killing you all in reality would be so easy that you can't even imagine." She was making an irritated face when suddenly a powerful punch lands directly on her mouth. Her eyes go wide with shock, and we see that the punch was thrown by that same punk. The punch breaks her face, making her cough violently before crashing to the ground. Her veil also falls off, and as soon as she hits the ground, that punk leaps on her with a knife and screams, "You witch! I've been tolerating your drama for too long. I can't kill Shadow, but do you really think I can't kill you? You keep calling me lowlife again and again. Now tell me, how does it feel?" "Feels good, doesn't it?" He swings his knife madly, shouting like a lunatic, "Die, die, die, die." Within seconds, the woman's condition worsens. Her face is broken, her health runs out, and she dies instantly. Her body dissolves into lifespan. After dying once, she is logged out of the game immediately. In reality, she screams loudly, "Rebellion! Rebellion! Rebellion!" Flames practically burst out of her eyes as she raises her hand and shouts, "These lowlives of the Sura Guild, they actually dared to kill me. They dared to kill Dongfeng Yu. Send people immediately and arrest them all." We then learn that she was talking on the phone, and on the other side was her husband. His voice comes from the phone saying, "Sura Guild? Isn't that the group you hired to hunt Ghost Spirit?" The woman, screaming like a madwoman, says, "Yes, that Ghost Spirit joined Shadow, and these people got scared of Shadow revenge, so they didn't dare continue the mission." Her husband replies, "Once we deal with this Shadow, we'll handle these lowlives too. I've already arranged Black Dragon Hall from Magic City. They will create trouble for Shadow. Our plan has already started from today. Soon you'll be able to take revenge for your family." The woman, glaring with hatred, says, "Shadow, and these lowlives." Then she roars insanely, shouting, "Just wait, all of you. I will revenge my Dongfeng family. I will kill each and every one of you one by one." The scene shifts to the camp. There, a dark energy-condensed dagger strikes the forehead of that archer, making him vomit blood and die instantly. After killing him, Shadow says, "So what if they are ranged monsters? If my Shadow Blade strikes their weak point, its cooldown instantly resets. For me, it's basically one hit, one kill." Then the MC receives a notification. "Guardian mission complete. Please collect your reward." The MC is confused. So soon? Just then, the crystal in front of them starts cracking, and suddenly it shatters completely. In its place, a golden shining chest appears. The MC says, "Is this a treasure chest? Wow." And that too, an epic tier treasure chest. Reaching out his hand, he says, "Last time an epic tier treasure chest gave me the gift of glory skill. What will I get this time?" His excitement is practically dripping from his mouth. As he opens the treasure chest, a dazzling light bursts out. Inside the chest, we see the face of a beautiful girl. She takes a deep breath as energy condenses her body right there. She is an NPC. surrounded completely by question marks. The MC says, "Wait, isn't this the same question mark NPC I met near the last epic treasure chest?" Seeing her again here, Shadow is shocked. The NPC starts speaking in her own language. Hearing it, the MC realizes this is the language of the old gods. She says, "You have passed verification twice. You are the chosen one of dash dash dash." Yes, here only dash 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 was written, so I'll also say dash 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 in explanation. Shadow thinks, this is strange. I don't understand this language at all, yet I can grasp the meaning of her words clearly. Is this because of my eye of judgment? The NPC releases a brilliant light, spreading mist all around, and says, "The old gods are dead, and you are the new successor of the authority of judgment." Her body dissolves into light, and suddenly her appearance changes. At first she looked like an old priest, but now she transforms into a beautiful angelic goddess. This goddess-like entity surrounds the MC and says, "My name is Ashish." Then she says, "From now on, I will follow you and witness how you become a true god of judgment. I will watch your sacred journey with my own eyes." She walks around Shadow, comes forward, and takes out a bell from her hands. She says, "Please accept this gift that I have prepared for you." The MC checks it and finds out it is an SSS rank summoning bell. The frame shows her beautiful face with 3 eyes. She passes the bell information to the MC. It says the bell was created by Divine Messenger SSS using the power of rules. You can only use this bell once at certain levels, level 25, level 35, and level 50. That means the MC can use it once at each of those 3 levels, but right now he is only at level 15, so he can't use it yet. When used, the bell summons the Divine Messenger SSS. Each time you summon her, you get a chance to challenge a special trial. If you complete all 3 trials successfully, the Divine Messenger SSS will stay in your hideout and activate a special skill upgrading function there. Shadow understands and says, "Oh, now I get it. Last time the temple was for level 5 players, and now this temple is for level 15 players." He accepts the bell and says in amazement, "Little Black managed to get both these special rules so easily while just walking around. His luck is on another level." Meanwhile, Girl begins chanting a strange spell, rotating her hands as a glowing light ball forms between them. She says, "Please select one skill. At your current level, you have a free special opportunity to upgrade one of your skills for free." The MC thinks, a skill upgrade. There are only 2 ways to judge the strength of skill books players find in the game. First is skill quality, and second is the required level to use it. Quality means epic, diamond, legendary, etc. Required level means the level requirement for using that skill. Every skill's quality is fixed and can't be upgraded, but I can use infinite evolution to forcefully upgrade its quality. Even if it's just an ordinary shadow stealth skill, I can turn it into a mythical grade skill. The second criterion is level requirement. Only a player of that level or higher can use the skill, which shows how strong it is. The difference between level 5 Shadow Stealth and level 50 Shadow Stealth is like heaven and earth. But the truth is, high-quality skills are extremely hard to obtain, and getting both high level and high quality together is even harder. After thinking, Shadow says, "I choose the highest quality skill, Gift of Glory. Upgrade this one." Deep inside, he thinks, even though getting both together is hard, for me, it won't be a problem in the future. To increase this skill's level, I'll only need to consume a little lifespan. Hearing him, Girl kneels before the MC, kisses his hand, and says, "As you wish." Instantly, the MC gets a notification. Your Gift of Glory mythical tier skill has upgraded from level 10 to level 16. Weak point attack modifier increased from 300% to 410%. Weak point attack multiplier has doubled. Its active effect, the next attack will trigger a throat slit effect that earlier dealt 200% damage for 3 seconds, will now deal 300% damage for 3 seconds. The cooldown remains 15 seconds, but for the MC it's just 7 seconds. Then Girl dissolves into light, closes her eyes, and says, "All right, I look forward to meeting you again." She disappears, and in her place, a portal to exit opens in front of the MC. Before leaving, the MC looks back to see if he missed anything. There, inside the chest, he notices an orb filled with lifespan. Confused, he says, "Wait, there's still something inside?" As he reaches out, a notification pops up. "Congratulations, you have obtained Epic Tier Item, Buffus Agreement of Equivalent Exchange." First, he is shown an armor from the chest. It is an Ascension-type armor that can be worn on the feet. It increases physical defense by 1998, all elemental resistances by 1998, damage block by 1998, and damage resistance by 19.8%. It requires level 15 to use and has a special effect, Madness Resistance 19.8. Then the buff is Agreement of Equivalent Exchange is explained. This epic tier item allows you to sacrifice any epic or lower grade skill book or equipment. In return, you will randomly receive an epic or lower grade skill book or equipment of your own class. The level and grade won't change, meaning if you sacrifice a level 15 equipment, you'll get a level 15 equipment or skill book. The cooldown is 1 hour. Seeing this, the MC's eyes shine with joy. He says, "This item can perform equivalent exchange? This is truly a great item. I still have so many junk grade equipments and skill books at home." By home, he means his hideout. He says, "I can convert them into skill books and equipments useful for an assassin. This item is extremely valuable." Laughing happily, he walks toward the exit, saying, "This time, I really got some incredible loot. For such amazing rewards, I must properly thank Little Black." Then, MC puts that amazing item in his pocket and steps outside, feeling extremely excited to use it. As soon as he comes out, he sees Little Black yawning while sitting with her little lamp. Seeing this, Shadow says, "Wait, have you been standing here for the last hour just waiting for me to level up?" The moment Little Black notices MC coming out, her face lights up with joy. She says happily, "Wow, expert, you came out so quickly. I was actually planning to wait here just in case someone tried to ambush you the moment you stepped outside." That's when Shadow hands her a platinum-grade skill book called Magic Shield. The instant she sees it, Little Black eyes start sparkling with excitement. Shadow smiles and says, "Thanks for your help. This skill book is for you. I got it as a drop from inside the ruins." Her eyes shine even brighter as she takes it, exclaiming, "Wow! A level 13 platinum-grade magic shield! Thank you, expert. With this skill, my survivability will increase so much." After chatting for a little while longer, Little Black hops on her little lamp and rides away at full speed, waving goodbye to her expert. Meanwhile, our MC logs out of the game. Feeling hungry, he says, "Time to head offline and get some real food." The scene shifts to the Night Sanctuary Guild. They've just conquered a silver-grade hideout inside the ruins of Zhanghai City. The guild leader raises his voice proudly. "Brothers and sisters of our guild, let's make this day unforgettable. From now on, Night Sanctuary Guild will finally have a home of its own. Sure, it may not be some grand, luxurious mansion, but it's a wonderful beginning. With this place, we no longer have to worry about bosses suddenly spawning nearby and killing us instantly. This hideout will give us a safe space where we can rest and recover after leveling up. And for all of this, there's one person we must thank, and that person is Xiao." The moment he says this, everyone turns to look at her. The leader continues, "It was this girl who discovered this location. Now as she comes on stage, let's welcome her with applause." The entire guild claps and cheers, chanting her name. Xiao walks slowly up to the stage, ready to give her speech. But here's the twist. Her special stage is literally on top of a toilet. Yes, you heard that right. They're making her give a speech standing on a toilet. And what does she say? "First of all, I want to thank my teachers who worked tirelessly to teach me. Then I want to thank my friends who supported me in my darkest times. I also want to thank those who hated me, because your insults and scolding gave me the motivation to become stronger." Finally, instead of looking sad, the girls standing in front of her start giggling, mocking her sincerity. Why? Because poor Xiao doesn't even realize that, in everyone's eyes, she's become a joke. Yet Xiao, completely serious, says tearfully, "Finally, I want to thank my parents. If you were still alive today, you would see how excellent your daughter Xiao has become. I know you would feel so proud of me." Sharing this emotional story, she breaks into tears herself, crying as she whispers, "What an emotional story this is." The leader then encourages her. "Xiao, tell everyone what difficulties and obstacles you faced in order to find this hideout." Xiao, with no hesitation, replies, "I had a dream. In that dream, a powerful warrior and I were capturing this hideout together. Even though the dream was hazy, it felt very real. So I decided to try my luck and check the place. And I actually found this hideout." Hearing this, everyone bursts into laughter. They joke, "A dream? Oh wow, this girl is hilarious. Is she serious right now?" Even the leader struggles to hold back his laughter, but he says, "All right, thank you, Xiao, for this wonderful speech. Tell me, did you also have dreams last night?" Excitedly, Xiao nods. "Yes, last night I dreamed of an enormous hideout filled with people. It was truly magnificent. Definitely platinum grade." The guild members laugh even louder now. One of them teases, "This girl really dreams too much." Another says, "Looks like we're moving to a new mansion soon." The leader chuckles and says, "Your dream was truly wonderful. Here, take this as your reward." The reward, a full year of tradable lifespan.
Overjoyed, Xiao accepts it gratefully. The guild leader pulls her closer and tells everyone, I hope all of you learn from Xiao. Learn how to dedicate yourself for the good of everyone. As long as we stand united, even in chaotic times, our guild will remain strong and grow better each day. Hearing this, Xiao heart fills with happiness. She gazes at her leader with sparkling eyes. The leader then concludes, All right, everyone dismissed. Those who want to level up, go level up. Those who want to explore, go explore. And Xiao, continue your search for hideouts. You've done well, and now I have high expectations from you. Xiao nods eagerly in agreement. The scene shifts again. Still inside Zhanghai City ruins, sometime later, Xiao leaves the hideout and begins searching around. Looking carefully, she mutters, If I follow the feelings from my dreams, it should be somewhere around here. But why can't I find it? Just then, we see three familiar girls, the ones who always bully her, secretly following behind. They whisper to each other. Right after the meeting, this girl came here straight away. Looks like she's searching for something. Another smirks. Is she looking for that platinum-grade hideout from her dream? The third points. Hey look, she's heading toward that building. Let's follow her. Meanwhile, Xiao continues walking into a narrow alley. She shivers. This place is scary. It's kind of similar to my dream, but not exactly. And why do I feel like someone's following me? She clenches her fists, motivating herself. Come on, Xiao, you can do this. You're a hidden-class life-type profession. A life priestess. Nobody can harm you. The next moment, a disgusting monster appears before her. It has two snake-like tongues with strange flames burning at the tips. Seeing it, Xiao eyes go wide in shock. She lets out a blood-curdling scream, shrieking like a terrified witch, and then faints instantly. But instead of attacking her, the monster leaps past and spots the trio of bullies. The three girls freeze in horror. What is this disgusting monster? Let's kill it quickly! But the monster moves too fast. Before they can even react, its tentacles wrap around one of them. In seconds, its snake tongue pierces into her body. The monster drains everything out of her. A system notification pops up. Your lifespan has reached 0. Watching their friend collapse before their eyes, the remaining two panic. Run! This monster can drain anyone's strength. They flee in terror. Meanwhile, Xiao slowly regains consciousness. She hears their desperate screams. As she stumbles to her feet, another shriek echoes, making her cry out in fear. She looks back and sees the monster wrapping its long tongues around the two girls, draining them completely. The scene is so horrifying that Xiao bolts away at full speed, not even caring where she's going. She leaps down the stairs recklessly, desperate to escape, but suddenly her foot slips. She crashes down headfirst with a loud thud. Somehow she survives. Groaning in pain, she lifts her head and gasps. In front of her stands a massive gate. The moment she sees it, she completely forgets the monster. Her eyes widen and she screams, This is the entrance from my dream. I finally found it. This is a platinum-grade hideout. She quickly sends a voice message to her guild leader. Leader, I found it. I found a platinum-grade hideout. He replies instantly, laughing. What? Don't move from there. I'm bringing my people right now. Accept the team request I just sent so I can see your location. Xiao nods eagerly. All right, I'll wait here for you. But then, she hears something behind her, the sound of footsteps. Her eyes widen. Slowly she turns, only to see that same horrifying monster, grinning and slithering toward her. Her whole body trembles. Tears well up in her eyes. But then she grits her teeth, summoning courage. Don't be afraid, Xiao. You can do this. You can definitely defeat it. You're not the same person you used to be. You're a noble, hidden-class life priestess. She activates her aura and unleashes her skill. Poisonous vines binding the monster. Her attack lands perfectly, dealing continuous 130 damage. The monster howls in pain. Xiao grows excited. Yes, it hit! Now rot away in my venom! And take this! Corrupting Mist! She casts her next skill, releasing a cloud of toxic gas from her wand. The mist spreads quickly, engulfing the monster. It takes 170 damage per tick. This is Corrupting Mist, far stronger than any ordinary toxin, Xiao yells. But then, the mist starts spreading all around the sealed chamber, towards her. Her eyes widen in panic. She covers her mouth and shouts, No! This is bad! The area is closed off! My mist is circling back to me! She holds her breath as long as she can, but her lungs burn. No! No! I can't hold it anymore! Worse, the toxic mist starts damaging her too, 170 per tick. Red streaks appear under her eyes as she cries out in agony. But suddenly, she remembers. Wait, I'm a life priestess. I have an antidote skill. She quickly raised her wand, chanting spells as she spun in circles, activating her antidote skill.
But the moment she cast it, her aim missed.
Instead of herself, the skill landed directly on the monster, neutralizing its poison. The monster itself looked confused, but Xiao was shocked. That same poison started turning against her, slowly finish her right there, until she died. A notification popped up. Player Xiao has finished herself. Her body instantly turned into a live specter, and she was teleported straight to the guild respawn point. Immediately, the chat box exploded. "Xiao, where are you? Why are you back at the hideout?" Xiao shouted back. "Guild leader, there was a huge, disgusting monster inside. It finished me." The scene shifted to her guild leader, who had already finished off that same monster. He frowned, asking, "Monster? Are you talking about this? It's just a silver-grade soul monster. Something doesn't feel right. This monster is slow, its attack power is weak, but whoever it catches, it drains their entire lifespan. Then how did you survive?" Xiao's face brightened, and she proudly explained, "Guild leader, I knew if it caught me, I'd definitely die. So I came up with a brilliant idea. I finished myself first." The guild leader was stunned. "What? Xiao, you're amazing. Even in such a dire situation, you found the only way to survive." He showered her with praise, and Xiao happily walked toward him, saying with a smile, "Thank you for your kind words, guild leader. I'm on my way to you right now." Inside, she was laughing to herself. So those 3 witches who were chasing me must be dead by now. That's what happens when you mess with Xiao. The scene shifted again. Xiao reached a new location and pointed to a door, telling her guild leader, "Guild leader, behind this joint door is a platinum-grade hideout." He patted her on the shoulder. "Good job. Once we take this hideout down, I'll give you your reward." Blushing slightly, Xiao replied, "Thank you, guild leader." The guild leader turned to another member. "Danto, take some men and clear the surrounding area. Make sure no other players interfere." Danto saluted enthusiastically. "Don't worry, guild leader. Whoever dares to cause trouble, even Shadow himself, will be powerless before us." Looks like our MC hasn't shown his strength yet, which is why these people are getting so arrogant. But don't worry, very soon he's going to crush their wings. With high spirits, the guild leader rallied his men. "Brothers, let's charge inside and take down the Guardian. Then this hideout will be ours." Everyone cheered loudly, chanting as they rushed forward. Some members tried opening the gate, but it wouldn't budge. "Charge! Break it down!" the guild leader roared. When his men failed, he stepped forward himself. The others moved aside as one soldier saluted him. "Reporting, guild leader, the stone door is an opening." The leader thought for a moment, then smirked. "Every hideout in this game has a guardian. Could it be? Yes. This stone door itself is the guardian." His men gasped, amazed by his intelligence. One warrior struck the door with his sword. Bang! The damage text appeared. 320 damage. The entire guild erupted. "It's true! The stone door really is the guardian. Our guild leader is brilliant." Laughing, the leader pointed at the gate. "Brothers, this platinum-grade hideout is basically a free gift. Attack together. Take it down." The army unleashed a storm of blows. Dust and smoke filled the air, thunderous booms echoing all around. Then the scene shifted to Shadow. A notification appeared before him. "Your hideout soul purification land is under attack. Entrance stone door durability, 99.3%. Magic barrier durability, 100%. Shadow had just logged in, and seeing these alerts left him surprised. Another notification followed. "Normal teleportation is locked. Do you want to use war teleportation? Can only be used once per day." Reading this, Shadow smirked. "So, they found my hideout entrance and are already attacking it. At their current attack power, breaking that door would take them a year." He calmly summoned his wolf, mounted it, activated stealth mode, and headed toward his hideout. "I'll sneak up from behind and see what exactly they're planning." Riding swiftly, Shadow reached the outer area of soul purification land. Suddenly, he noticed movement to the side. Turning, he saw a girl sprinting desperately, chased by 2 thugs. "Stop right there," one yelled. "If you keep running, I'll finish you," shouted the other. A third man suddenly blocked her path. "Where do you think you're going, girl?" The girl froze. Then bam! The man swung his club, smashing her with heavy damage. She tumbled and fell, groaning, "You scoundrels!" Before she could react further, one thug used secret imprisonment. 4 spectral swords pierced her limbs, pinning her to the ground. She screamed in agony. The thugs laughed. "Didn't I tell you? This area belongs to the Night Sanctuary Guild, and you still tried to force your way in." The girl was stunned. "What? I wasn't forcing anything. I was just passing by. You're just making excuses to rob me." Watching from the shadows, Shadow recognized her. "That's Yang Shoya. We used to work together.
She was a kind girl. She even warned me once in the past. And now these villains are framing her. He realized, yes, the ones attacking his hideout must be the Knight Templars Guild. The thugs closed in. We told you, you forced your way in. That's final. As always, I'll take her first. Another sneered. Fine, then I'll take her from the front. But before they could touch her, their heads were blown off in an instant. Shadow had arrived, moving like lightning, cutting all three down effortlessly. He walked forward with calm swagger. The girl looked at him in shock, whispering to herself, This is Shadow. No, something's off. Her eyes locked onto his, and she gasped. These eyes! They're Qing Feng! Her sharp instincts had seen through his disguise in one glance. No one else had ever recognized him, but she did. After dealing with the bullies, Shadow snaps his fingers and uses his blossoming flower curse, causing flowers to bloom on all the bullies, draining their entire lifespan. His colleague watches this scene in awe. After using this skill, the MC looks back at his colleague and sees that she's utterly mesmerized by his power. With a trembling voice, she asks, Qing Feng, is that really you? Deep down, she feels it must be him. But if it's truly Qing Feng, she can directly ask him. So she does. But Shadow doesn't answer. Instead, he uses his shadow sneak technique and vanishes right in front of her. The girl is confused and exclaims, He just disappeared? But she can't help but feel a spark of joy and begins piecing the clues together in her mind, wondering, was that really Shadow? Why do his eyes resemble Qing Feng so much? She reasons it might just be a coincidence. Previously, Xiao had joined the Knight Templars Guild. Everyone knows that the guild exploits its own members like slaves. If Qing Feng were Shadow, he would never allow his own Xiao to become a black slave. But how do you explain that to someone who interprets everything differently? The scene then shifts outside the gates of the MC Soul Purification Land. Shadow arrives there using Shadow Sneak. As soon as he deactivates it, everyone sees him, falls to their knees and shouts together, Welcome, Big Brother Shadow! Their guild leader praises the MC, saying, Big Brother Shadow will rule this world until the end. The MC had absorbed the lifespan of the bullies he defeated, but hadn't killed them completely. So now, they've respawned and returned to their guild leader. The guild leader kicks them toward the MC, shouting, These fools had the audacity to loot the streets. They deserve to die. Thankfully, Big Brother Shadow gave them a lesson for us. He continues flattering Shadow. Since you rescued us from Headless Assassin, our entire guild has become your biggest fan. The big boss embodies positivity perfectly, and their guild strives to be the most positive in the God-forsaken game. Their motto? Say no to evil and feel the things. Honestly, it's such a cringy motto that I would have quit immediately if it were my guild. After the leader finishes his speech, the guild members loudly chant the MC name, proclaiming their love for him. Even with all the flattery, Shadow remains serious and asks, Is there any serious matter? I heard you attacked a hideout. The guild leader is stunned, hesitantly confirming, Yes. How did you know? The MC releases his intent and glares at him. That hideout belongs to me. The man turns into a stone statue from shock, sweating profusely. His entire guild is equally shocked, whispering among themselves. The guild leader is trembling, explaining, We thought your hideout was in Magic City. Only one person can own a hideout. Meanwhile, Shadow releases his deadly aura and declares, Yes, I have one hideout in Zhanghai City and another in Magic City. Silence falls. Everyone realizes they attempted to infiltrate the hideout of the world #1 expert, Shadow. Xiao, meanwhile, is devastated, realizing the hideout belonged to Shadow. She breaks down crying, feeling utterly helpless. The guild leader kneels before the MC, pleading, Boss, we didn't know it was yours. What should we do? We'll compensate you however you wish. The MC, with some theatricality, opens his system screen and says, You destroyed a large part of my hideout door. Repairing it will be extremely expensive. Pay me 500 years of lifespan and I'll let you go. Hearing 500 years of lifespan, the guild leader nearly has a heart attack and faints. His members rush to help, and then checks on him. Can you reduce this number a bit? The MC, releasing his deadly aura again, asks, Do you know the real cost of repairing this door? The man admits he doesn't. The MC replies coldly, Then stay quiet. The guild leader sees Xiao nearby, grabs her collar, and angrily shouts, This all happened because of you. You wanted to destroy us, the Light Templars. Xiao, trembling, admits, Yes, it's all my fault. I caused so many troubles. Big Brother Shadow, this is my responsibility. Punish me if you must. I'll do whatever you say. She continues, I'm ready to work for you like a donkey. I'll be your servant for life. Whatever lifespan or gold I earn in the future, I'll give it all to you. The MC becomes even more deadly, but Xiao remains emotional, pleading, You can kill me, bully me, abuse me. Just let my guild go. Let all my people go. Her sacrifice leaves the guild shocked. Shadow opens his eyes and calls the guild leader by his real name. Chanwang trembles, confirming, "Yes. You know my real name?" Ignoring him, Shadow asks, "Do you think this girl is even worth 500 years of tradable lifespan?" Chanwang is stunned, realizing Shadow knows everything. Finally, he grabs Xiao, hurls her into the sky, and shouts, "Get out, useless aura! You tricked us into the boss hideout and now pretend to sacrifice yourself. You want to gain favor by being the boss servant? You'll never succeed." Chanwang kneels, pleading, "Boss, we're just a small guild. We can't afford 500 years. Please show mercy. We'll do whatever you ask." The MC theatrically says, "Fine, just give me 100 years of lifespan now. For the remaining 400 years, bring me your guild members with the killer title, 1 year per head. You understand?" He explains. "Killing a killer removes your own killer status. A great opportunity to remove it from my body." Chanwang is thrilled and sends the first 100 years of lifespan immediately. The MC receives a notification. 100 years of lifespan received. He gathers all killer status members and lines them up, checking his system. 7 days of tradable lifespan will be consumed to repair the door. Wow. Shadow theatrics exceeded expectations. From 500 years of tradable lifespan down to just 7 days. The MC activates the repair, confirming the notification. 7 days of lifespan consumed. Your hideout is now fully repaired.